Chapter 1. Adam Al-Hantakor is here. Japan, Musudafu, 8 a.m. The sun had already risen, shining with an attitude like, "Rise and suffer, mortals." Stretching its golden rays across a world that, frankly, didn't deserve this level of warmth. Everything looked peaceful, too peaceful. And that's suspicious in an era where people can fire lasers out of their belly buttons, or even worse, grow purple balls on their heads. Crime was normal. Chaos was normal. Peace. That's the abnormal part. People marched to work, students dragged themselves to school, superheroes patrolled with their embarrassing and childish costumes. The cherry blossoms fluttered gently in a scene so beautiful it could be a wallpaper on some depressed office worker's PC. Takoba Municipal Beach Park, however, was the complete opposite. What once was a scenic coastline had now become a junkyard apocalypse. Trash from the sea piled up for years, and locals, being the absolute menaces they are, started dumping their junk there too. And in the middle of it all, a teenager lay face down on the sand. Yes, that's him, our protagonist. You might be wondering how he got here. Well, I'm also wondering that. He looked about 15 or 16. Black messy hair, pale skin, white tank top, gray shorts. The default skin of every Moroccan teen during summer. He was lying on his stomach in a pose suspiciously similar to Luffy's Joyboy awakening pose, if Joyboy had been dreaming about girls in bikinis. And he was dreaming about girls in bikinis. Drool leaked from his mouth. His hips moved. He was literally humping, no. It should be said, drilling, the sand. The soft sand beneath him made the dream extra realistic. Too realistic. Look, he's a teenage boy. Don't judge him too harshly. Okay, maybe judge him a little. Suddenly, his body twitched, he scored a goal in 1-against-3 match. Horia, his senses started coming online one by one, he felt, cold, wet. Sand touching places sand shouldn't touch. The salty ocean breeze. His eyes fluttered open, blurry at first, between 144px and 360px. And then, the quality returned to 8K, but only in his right eye. The left eye had been diagnosed to have astigmatism, which is an imperfection in the curvature of the eye that causes blurred vision. It occurs when the cornea is curved more like a football than a round baseball, and that happened because of watching too much corn. So stop watching it. Source: trust me bro, I'm speaking from experience. Sand. Everywhere. His brain blue screened. Then rebooted. His heart froze. His breath hitched. And then, MAMAAA. He is a mama boy, only his mom can make him feel safe in such a weird situation. He jolted upright so fast you'd think someone cast a resurrection spell on him. His eyes were wide, his legs shaking like a wet cat, sweat pouring down his back as the terror settled in. So who is this wigga? And his name is John Cena, ahem, wrong line. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our protagonist. In the voice of present mic voice. Adam Al-Hantakor. From Morocco. Age 15. Weight 50 kilograms. Height 1.70 meters. Hobbies: anime, web novels, manga, manhwa, writing fanfics, watching corn, currently fighting his addiction, 3 months clean, spirituality, conspiracy theories, politics, video editing, photography, cinema. Likes: girls, girls, girls. Dislikes: Z0N firsts, Z0 Ns ones, Z0N firsts, and LGBTV+, a clash of interest. If they are allowed to spread, then who gonna give birth to girls? Goals: paradise, free pee at Lestine, become a millionaire, marry 4 wives, have a big house with swimming pool, write a story that inspire people to change toward better. Religion: Muslim, practicing with difficulty, fighting his overflowing sinful desires, but absolutely firm on, there is no God except Allah. Is he a mess? Yes. Is he relatable? Probably, at least to me, since he is molded after me, your beloved author. Is he ready to handle what's coming? Absolutely not. Adam stared around, mind blank. He was absolutely certain he was asleep in his living room. 90% of Moroccans don't have separate bedrooms, by the way. If you sleep in the salon and wake up surrounded by guests drinking tea and gossiping, that's just Tuesday. And if your neighbor's daughter, your secret crush, sees you drooling, mouth open like a dead pig, Yeah, that shame stays with you forever. It happened to a certain friend of mine, definitely not me. Anyway, he was in the salon. So how TF did he wake up here? A prank. Impossible. He had no friends. Family prank. They had no money or time. Kidnapped. Bro, even kidnappers wouldn't bother with him. The family was poor, the apartment was in debt. So, the only logical conclusion, I got kidnapped by jinn ghosts. Or demons. His mind latched onto the only explanation that made sense in this terrifying situation. Jinn. The beings of smokeless fire his faith taught him were real, unseen entities sharing the world. Living in a parallel higher dimension, they can see us, they live among us, in every house, every place, but we can't see them. The evilest among them are called Shayatan aka demons. Panic hit 100%. WAAA. Allahu Akbar. La ilaha illallah. He scrambled up and ran, well, attempted to run. Only a stupid wigga without survival instinct will stay in the crime scene. This junk-filled beach is obviously a good place for murder and hiding traces. Running on sand is like fighting a boss while your controller lags. Every step sank, his legs wobbled, and his stamina bar went down faster than his dignity. Fall, stand, fall again, run, trip, roll, repeat the cycle again and again. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaytan rajim. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan, the accursed or the outcast. But his mouth kept chanting, louder every time, like he was trying to scare off ghosts through sheer volume. Then he saw them, stairs leading up to the city. Civilization. With renewed fear-powered motivation, Adam climbed the stairs like he was trying to escape hell itself. In his desperate attempt to run away from whatever jinn or evil entities kidnapped him, Adam was now fully coated in sand. Not partially, fully, like a freshly breaded schnitzel ready for frying. If anyone saw him, they wouldn't see a frightened teen. No, they will see a walking, talking piece of katsu that has achieved self-awareness. But Adam didn't care. Fuck appearances. Fuck dignity. Survival came first. Survival, humanity and faith. Because once life is on the line, a human should sacrifice everything. Except their faith and humanity. To sacrifice your humanity is to become an empty shell, a monster, an NPC. But to sacrifice your faith, that was a transaction with eternal consequences. This life, he believed, was a fleeting dream, and death was the inevitable wake-up call. The destination was either paradise or hellfire, and he was determined to be a smart investor. So be smart. Be a spiritual businessman, invest in good deeds now, or go bankrupt for eternity. And so, the sand creature known as Adam sprinted onto the cleanest and perfect road he had ever seen in his life, a concrete path so shiny he feels it is illegal to walk on it. One step was all it took to figure out the horrifying truth: he was not in Morocco anymore. The road was lined with blooming sakura trees, petals drifting lazily in the air as if he was an anime scene. Another thing that confirmed his guess: the design style of this area doesn't feel Moroccan at all. If he weren't in mortal panic, he would have taken a picture. As he sprinted under the shower of sakura petals, something snapped inside him. Not the same part that had already left the chat earlier. No, this was the otaku part, the one that survived dozens of childhood humiliations by imagining himself as a shonen main character. His vision blurred. The world slowed down. In his mind, the OST that had been haunting his mind these days was being played, which is solo leveling, Dark Aria. Then a dramatic narrator voice began, the one in Hunter x Hunter Chimera Ant's arc. In a world where chaos blooms like cherry blossoms, one boy runs. Adam saw himself from a cinematic third-person angle. A golden teenager in a tank top and shorts, sprinting heroically through a tunnel of falling petals. Wind whooshed. Petals danced. His hair sparkled in a golden lens flare. It was just sand, but in the delusion it looked majestic. In the fantasy cutscene, Adam shouted, "No matter how hard life gets, I will survive." Reality, Adam shouted, "Ah, I don't wanna die. Mama, help." The two voices overlapped in one glorious, disastrous harmony. The narrator continued, "This is the tale of an idiot destined for greatness." Adam, still delusional, heard the background music swelling. The chorus whispered in his heart, "Death is gonna come for me." Adam's heart almost froze, his feet became cold. No. I don't want to die yet. I'm still virgin. Too late. The music swelled, and swelled with it the sense of danger. The next line hit. Be the change I couldn't be. Adam internally screamed. What change? I didn't even change my underwear for a week. He started sprinting, full slow motion dramatic mode. Cherry blossoms fell around him like he was in the world's saddest shonen opening. But the actual sound was just his ragged wheezing and the slap 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 of his sand-covered feet on the pavement, leaving behind him footsteps of sands. Ost blasting in his skull. Can you find a life that's like FAAA Arita Ales, far from this tragedy? Why? Adam. No, I can't. That's why I'm running. In a certain bustling avenue in Musudafu City. It was lined with narrow storefronts, billboards advertising heroes and famous brands. Bicycles leaned against fences, vending machines glowed at every corner, and the hum of chatter and distant train bells filled the air. Cars and pedestrians moved in orderly chaos. The sidewalks were crowded with office workers in crisp suits, school students in uniform, and the occasional elderly citizen crossing slowly with a cane. Everything seemed normal, until Adam appeared. Everyone watched in confusion as a sand-covered teenager charged down the street like a piece of katsu that had leapt off the table to avoid being eaten and was now running for its life. Everyone looked at him with worry, curiosity, suspicion, excitement. A full buffet of emotions. And every gaze hit him like a laser sight. Bro, look at that kid, he's almost naked and covered in sand. Probably his quirk is related to sand. Is he escaping from something? Or worse, he is the something. This looks fun. My gut says something stupid is about to happen. I'm recording. School students, boys and girls, who fear the world won't be chaotic enough, were all expecting something fun to happen. Poor kid, he probably has some mental illness, sighed a middle-aged aunt. Adam felt the shift in his surroundings and woke up from his delusions. He slowed down, he was panting non-stop, each breath a harsh rasp in the crisp morning air. Feeling the various gazes on him, he tried to blend in, walking casually on the roadside like nothing was wrong. Key word, tried. Because no matter how casual he walked, he was still attracting attention. This is the worst nightmare for someone with social anxiety, and what a coincidence, he had it too. His heart was beating like Darude sandstorm. Adam swallowed. Okay, calm down, just look normal, act normal, first figure out where the hell I am. He looked left. He looked right. Street signs. Storefronts. Logos. This language, this is Japanese. Obviously, I've watched enough anime to tell the difference between Japanese, Chinese, and Korean. And then, people. White-collar workers. High school students. Middle-aged aunties. Everyone giving him the, don't come near me, side eye. But something was off, something feel odd, but he can't pinpoint the source of this feeling. These people, he squinted. Why do none of them look Japanese? Because the hair colors, pink, blue, green, orange, purple, and also because a man with a freaking shark head crossed the street. A woman with paper white skin and soft white fur like that of a sheep walked past. A guy with a long neck like a mutated giraffe bought coffee casually. A schoolgirl with tentacle hair laughed with her friends. Adam stopped breathing. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. What the actual fuck is this? Adam's brain slowly cracked open like an egg dropped from a balcony. His soul whispered, we are not in Morocco anymore. This is definitely not normal Japan. Is this the hidden Japanese jinn realm? I've watched too much isekai anime. Did some jinn hear my wishes and drag me here as a joke? Are they going to eat me? My soul, my kidneys. His hands shook. His blood ran cold. Ya Rabbi, oh my God. He tried to scream but only a squeak came out. He forced himself to breathe. Forced himself to smile. Forced himself to act normal. Because he noticed the existence of normal-looking people like him, although few, which mean they are coexisting. There is a hope for survival. I can't screw it. Calm down, Adam, don't act weird. Gather intelligence. And the only way to gather intel was to ask someone. He dare not ask these alien-looking ones, so he searched for a safe target. Adam spotted her like a starving man spotting a loaf of bread. She was the closest to him. The only person in the entire alien hellscape who didn't look like she came out of a failed genetic experiment. A petite girl, maybe junior high school age. Simple hoodie, soft expression, cat ears, a cat tail. Okay, maybe 20% alien. But still the most human so far. Moreover, she is a cat girl, that's one of his dream waifus. Adam's survival instinct screamed, that one. That is the safest NPC. Approach the NPC. NPC gives tutorial. NPC explains the world. NPC gives quest. Go, Hantakor-sama, go. He wiped the sand off his arms, which only made it worse, straightened his tank top, still terrible, and forced his best friendly sunny smile. Unfortunately, Adam's best friendly smile was not friendly at all. Because childhood orthodontic neglect had cursed him with naturally sharp canines that curled forward like accidental vampire fangs. Adam stepped closer. The girl froze. He bowed slightly, trying to be polite, and spoke in the only Japanese words he had ever used consistently in real life. Konnichiwa, itadakimasu. Literal translation, hello, I humbly receive. In his mind, he thought he was saying, hello, I humbly need your help. What the cat girl understood was, hello, I'm about to eat you. The girl's soul left her body, she took a step back in fright. From her perspective, a 6-foot, sand-covered boy approaching her in slow motion. Sunlight flashing off his vampire fangs. Eyes weirdly wide because he was desperately trying to look friendly and show his pure eyes, but it made him look like a wretched uncle. And then he says, itadakimasu. A phrase universally known to mean I give thanks for the food I am about to eat. Adam, noticing her panic, thought, oh no, she didn't get it. Okay, think. What would Luffy or Naruto do? Be cute, be hopeful, be shonen protagonist friendly. He raised both hands slowly, palms open, trying to show he was harmless. Adam continued, trying to sound cute and friendly, like Luffy or Naruto. Or Wakaikoku o u ni naru. Databayu. I am going to become the Pirate King. What Adam thought he said. I'm friendly. I'm hopeful. I'm a dreamer like Luffy. Please help me. What the cat girl interpreted. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Starting with eating you. Her pupils shrank into dots. Hya, he wants to eat me. She screamed, quickly jumped backward like a frightened cat, her cat tail puffed up like a feather duster thrown in water. She pointed at him with pure terror. This thing, he's going to eat me. The passerbys erupted a symphony of chaotic panic, excitement, and fear. See, I told you he looked like a crazy villain. He gonna eat her. Heroes, where are the heroes? People backed away. Phones came out to record the crime scene. Someone shouted for a hero. And some were watching with anticipation what will happen next. A guy, blue skin, 4 eyes, recorded him while eating chips. Yo, this is gonna go viral. Sand-covered foreigner going crazy. Let's go. Seeing such a strong reaction, Adam started waving his hands and desperately tried to explain. Help, ome wa mo shindiru. You were already dead. What Adam thought he said, help me, I'm going to die. The crowd, Nani. Half the street ducked like he was about to explode or unleash a powerful move. Adam's brain melted. Why are they more afraid now? Why are they ducking? Why are they running away? I'm not a terrorist. I just want to ask a fucking simple question. This is so racist. He didn't give up. One last attempt. He raised both hands pleadingly and shouted, still keeping his sunny friendly smile. Matt. Yamatte kudasai. Onegai. What it sounded like, with his fanged smile and cracked voice. Stop running. Pleasen, let me eat you properly. The entire street detonated into more screams. People scattered in every direction. Some climbing lampposts, others rolling under cars, and the cat girl, feeling targeted. She sprinted so fast her tail created a sonic boom, vanishing into the distance with a Doppler-shifted scream. Adam stood there, hands still outstretched in a gesture of absolute, catastrophic failure. He had done it. He had accidentally committed verbal terrorism. His survival instincts sharpened from growing in the Moroccan streets finally snapped. He swears he could feel some kind of trouble is coming. Nope, nope, nope. Abort mission. NPC is bugged. World is hostile. Alien cops are coming. He turned around with the speed of a startled ostrich. And sprinted for his life. Yaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaa He's charging. Run for your lives. I told you he was a villain. Someone threw a shoe at him for no reason. Adam didn't look back. He didn't dare. He just ran, sand falling off him like a shedding monster. Sakura petals flew around him in slow motion. People in panic scattered behind him. It looked like a dramatic anime chase sequence. But in reality, it was just a terrified Moroccan teenager trying not to get arrested, killed, eaten, or sealed by Japanese Jin aliens. I need to go back. Back to the beach. Back to where I spawned. That was the safe zone. The respawn point. The tutorial area. His lungs burned. His legs wanted to file a complaint. But fear turned him into a track star. He barreled down the clean white road, past confused civilians. Beach. 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 Safe zone. His mind repeated it like a prayer. He reached the top of the stairs, stumbled down them. He was back in the mountains of trash. His territory. He scanned the apocalyptic landscape. He needed to be invisible. He needed a hiding spot so cliché, so ridiculous, that no high-tech alien cop would bother looking. And there it was, tilted against a rusted car chassis, half buried in a hill of plastic bottles, a giant, white, industrial freezer. The kind that belongs in a butcher's shop or a horror movie. Adam scrambled over the trash, threw open the freezer lid. It groaned in protest like an elderly demon, and was about to leap in when a thought, as sharp and cold as the metal, hit him. My footprints, you idiot. He had left a clear footprints all the way from the junk fortress to the scene of verbal crime and back. The police would just follow the golden path straight to his fridge coffin. Panic 100%. He couldn't use his hands, that would leave new prints. He needed something wide. Something soft. Something round, a hem. Something that could erase sand without leaving its own distinctive pattern. His eyes scanned the junks with frantic urgency. Then, he saw it. Half buried under a fishing net and a broken PVC pipe, like a treasure. A large, deflated rubber dinghy. The cheap, floppy kind kids kick around in the summer. 6 feet long. Wide. Soft. Perfect. A plan formed in his head. He yanked the dinghy by its rope handle and dragged the sad, floppy rubber corpse toward the start of his footprint trail. He dropped the dinghy over his earliest prints. Then, climbing onto the edges of the dinghy like he was operating a gigantic, soggy sandal, he slowly painstakingly dragged the deflated rubber boat backward over his own tracks. The effect was, shockingly good. The soft underside didn't create new prints, it just smoothed the sand into a natural, slightly messy patch. It looked less like someone erased something and more like, perhaps a large piece of garbage gently rolled here. Nature at work. Totally innocent. No possible forensic value. It took minutes. Agonizing minutes. Every few feet, he had to stop. Reposition the dinghy. Drag it again. Pray no one was watching this crime scene tampering interpretive dance. By the time he neared the freezer, sweat dripped down his face, his arms shook, and the dinghy looked more tired than he did. Adam, whispering, panting, "This is the most stressful thing I've done since my last calculus exam." He positioned the dinghy for the final sweep, erased the last footprint, and slid headfirst into the freezer like a man escaping hell. Operation Footprints Erasure, completed. Crime trail, obliterated. Dignity, questionable. Inside the metal tomb, it was pitch black, cold, and faintly smelled of fish. He curled up like a terrified shrimp. Darkness. Silence. Only his own panting breath. Okay, this is fine, they won't find me here, probably. He hugged his knees tightly. Adam finally exhaled, a shaky sigh of relief. Every breath came out shaky, now that the adrenaline was draining out of his system, exhaustion suppressed until now by sheer survival instinct crashed into him like a tsunami. So tired, as if I sacrificed 10 years of lifespan. He closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing, trying to gather even a sliver of strength. But the lack of oxygen in the enclosed freezer made it impossible. His lungs struggled. His head spun. A dizzy fog swallowed his thoughts. No, I can't faint. If I close my eyes, I might never wake up again. Using the same stubborn willpower forged through countless sleepless nights binge-reading web novels, he fought the suffocating tide of sleep. He didn't know how long he stayed like that before. Weewooo, weewooo, weewooo. The sharp wail of a police siren stabbed through the silence. Adam's eyes widened inside the freezer, his blood turned to ice. Ya Rabbi, they found me already. The siren grew louder, closer, until it stopped. Probably near the stairs, Adam pictured the map of the area in his mind, estimating the position of the car from memory alone. Adam slammed both hands over his mouth to hold his breath, in hope to lower his presence. His heart pounded so violently that he was sure even the freezer walls could hear it. He heard the sound of car doors being opened and closed. Footsteps descended the stairs, crunched over sand. 2 men. 2 deep, muffled Japanese voices. Sector C, Eastern Shore. Witnesses said the foreign kid ran this way. We're checking for any traces, the older one said into his walkie-talkie. The footprints end before the stairs. Either he jumped into this junk heap or he deliberately misled us, the younger muttered, bending to inspect the sand. Adam, curled in the freezer, understood nothing. Even after all the anime he'd watched. If only there were subtitles. He thought. He heard the footsteps and the dialogue getting closer to his hiding area. Tamagi-san, if he choose to hide in this junks, how are we supposed to find him? Adam felt his soul evaporate. Ya Rabbi, I'm finished, they gonna dissect me, take my kidneys, feed my organs to alien dogs. Adam squeezed his eyes shut. He pressed his sweaty forehead against the cold metal, fingers clenched, and started a frantic, silent prayer, a desperate plea to the only one who could truly hide him. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbi, Ya Rabbi. He repeated the dua supplication of protection, the one he had read about, the one about concealment from evil. Wa ja'alna min baini aydihim satan wa min khalfihim satan fa agshaynahum fahum layubsiran. And we have placed before them a barrier and behind them a barrier and covered them, so they do not see. He repeated it, again, and again, louder in his heart, a desperate mantra. Ya Rab, please hide me. I promise, I will never watch haram graphics again. I will delete everything haram, I'll block those sites, I'll start praying. I will fast every Monday and Thursday. Just please, please blind them to this freezer. Outside the freezer, Tamagi-san lowered his walkie-talkie and sighed. Find him. Tachibaya boy, we're not paid enough. We're law enforcers, not heroes. They said someone threatened to eat people, but there's no damage and the foreign kid looked mentally unstable. No casualties, no quirks involved. No danger. Why waste effort? Huh. The younger man hesitated, then stared at the mountains of junk and suddenly felt as lazy as a sloth. You're right, Tamagi-san, it's pointless. Let's go back. I haven't even eaten breakfast. Tamagi-san nodded in satisfaction, the young man was also good at being resourceful like him. Tamagi-san then activated the walkie-talkie and reported, Sector C, Eastern Shore clear, no trace of the target. Breakfast on me, he added. Oh, you sure? I eat a lot, Tamagi-san. Hey, want to compete? Loser pays the bill. Bring it. I'll win. Their laughter faded as their footsteps retreated. Up the stairs. To the car. Doors slammed. The engine roared. The siren flared, then faded, disappearing into the distance. Adam lay in the darkness. Silent. Still. Waiting. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. The silence was absolute. Safe. Alhamdulillah. Thanks God. I'm safe. He was safe. The dua worked. Adam didn't cheer. He just started to cry. The tears weren't relief. They were thick, hot, and humiliating. They stained the sand on his cheeks and ran down his neck, mixing with the fish-smelling condensation of the freezer. He was alone. In a fridge. In a hostile, alien Japanese country. Mama. The word ripped out of his throat, a tiny, broken sound. Her face appeared in his mind, tired, stressed, but always a light in her eyes when she looked at him. He saw his 2 sisters, the eldest forced to become an adult too early, and the youngest, just a little girl who still thought Adam was a cool older brother, even though he was a total waste of space. Dad, I'm sorry. It had only been a few months since the funeral. Adam, his father's voice, rough but kind, echoed in his mind. You are the man of the house now. Look after your mother. Take care of your sisters. Be strong. And what had Adam done? I'm sorry, Dad. I'm so sorry. I'm useless. I'm nothing. He sobbed, clutching his chest as if his heart were tearing itself apart. He wasn't the man of the house. He was the extra of the house. He spent his days glued to the screen, escaping reality with Naruto, One Piece, and those sinful, haram graphics to vent the frustration of losing his father, of not being a true man as his father wished, and instead being a burden. I'm a disappointment. To Mama, to my sisters, to you, Dad. To the whole world. And most importantly, to my Creator. I don't deserve to be alive. He curled into a ball, his breathing hitching with every confession. The guilt was a physical thing, a crushing weight heavier than the junk outside. His faith, his spiritual ambition, it all felt like a childish lie against the reality of his overflowing, filthy desires. He was a hypocrite, a sinner, a failure. He had forgotten God in times of ease, and now begged him in desperation. He deserved to be forgotten, yet he wasn't, protected, spared. I don't deserve your mercy, my God. I don't deserve it. I'm such a failure. But then, out of the blackness, a whisper of a thought, not a sound, not a voice, but a wave of profound, a warmth bloomed inside him. It was a thought so strong, so clear, it seemed to override the static of his self-loathing. O my servants who have transgressed against themselves by sinning, do not despair of the mercy of Allah, for Allah forgives all sins, for He is oft forgiving, most merciful. Adam lost control of his tears, he cried harder. Not in sorrow, but in a torrent of overwhelming, undeserved grace. Astaghfirullah, 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 I seek forgiveness from God. He kept repenting, seeking forgiveness, all his sins, all his negligence, flashed before him, he regretted doing what he did, he regretted it deeply and felt ashamed to the degree of despising himself. Instead of seeking God for strength, and blessings for his family, he had drowned himself in distractions. That was true failure. His chest felt like it was tearing open, releasing the accumulated toxic guilt. He raised his hands in the darkness. Ya Rab, he whispered, the sound thick with snot and tears. You are the one who said, and what you say is the truth. Is he not the one who answers the distressed when they call upon him and removes evil? Ya Allah, I don't know how I got here. I don't know what's happening. I'm clueless. I'm weak. I have nothing to rely on except you. I know in the times of ease I was immersed in life, immersed in watching anime, playing games, and even, sinning and disobeying you. I deserve punishment. I deserve to be forgotten by you in the time of hardship, just like how I forgot you, my Lord, in the time of ease. But I know. His voice broke, then solidified with a desperate, pure-hearted conviction. I know you are the most benevolent, the most merciful. Your mercy is before your anger. So please, my Lord, Ya Rab, give me another chance. Guide me, and give me strength, and guidance. Not for me, but for my mother and sisters. I can't worry them anymore. They can't withstand the blow of my disappearance. I promise you, I will do my best to stop sinning. I'll do good deeds. I'll become a better believer. The plea was finished. He poured everything out, months of grief, guilt, fear from the day his father died, in the metallic freezer. And when his voice finally ran dry, his body collapsed. Adam fell asleep, like a baby. Peacefully, purely, unseen, unknown to the world. And little did anyone know that in a filthy, forgotten freezer, the greatest hero this world would ever witness was just born, quietly, shamefully, beautifully. Chapter 2, Hero System XEX Rank Gotcha. Few hours later, a weary Adam blinked awake inside the pitch-black freezer. The fishy stench hit him instantly, curling his nose. He let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. I was hoping all this shit was just a realistic nightmare. In the end, he could only mutter, Alhamdulillah, thanks God, for everything. The suffocating darkness pressed around him, and for a moment, his thoughts drifted to the things he couldn't control: home, family, the life he had left behind. He clenched his fists. No, not now. What matters now is survival. As long as I survive, I can return home one day. First, shelter. For now this freezer will do. Needs cleaning, sure, and I have to curl in it like a sardine, but it's better than freezing my ass off at night. I bet the beach becomes cold AF. Second, food. There must be sea creatures. Although I hate fish, I hate seafood, except oysters. But beggars can't be choosers. Third, integration. I need to learn Japanese, improve my appearance, or else situations like earlier will keep happening, with even worse consequences. Adam inhaled deeply, and almost got chocked by the fishy stench. All right, mother F you, ahem, alien Japanese world, Hantakor-sama is here. I'll show you what a Moroccan Muslim boy is capable of. I come, I adapt, I conquer. He slowly propped up the freezer lid, moving like a soldier escaping enemy territory. He needed to check if anything or anyone was waiting outside. After 10 long minutes of observation and using the observation hockey he cultivated from sleepless nights training his Kylin arm secretly at night, while being on guard against sneak attacks from family members, since he sleeps in the living room. Safe, but let's not lower our defenses. He slipped outside. The sun was still high, blazing over him. By instinct he guessed it was around 10 or 11 a.m. Left, right, no people. The road in the distance was nearly empty, only the occasional car passing by. Only the mountains of junk and a colony of seagulls stared back at him. Potential food, but I have to be smart and set up traps instead of scaring them away. First order of action, clean the sand off his body and clothes. Damn, bro, with all this sand I look more alien than the aliens. No wonder they were scared of me. But still, that was racist. After cleaning himself, Adam rummaged through the junk for a bottle or barrel. He found a squished 5-liter bottle and forced it back into shape. Sigh, rummaging through garbage brings back memories. Adam's mind drifted back to his childhood. Back then, poverty had been a constant companion. He and his family lived in a cramped shantytown beside a sprawling landfill. He remembered roaming the towering piles of trash with his friends, scavenging for anything of value, scraps of bronze wire, bits of cardboard, discarded trinkets. Every find felt like a hidden treasure. They would sell the recyclables for a few dirhams, just enough to treat themselves to a few hours at the internet cafe, a small taste of freedom in a world that had very little to give. He headed toward the sea. The second task is to fetch water, to cleanse his house, the freezer. He carried the water bottle to the shore. Oh, lucky again. Fishes. Tiny, like my fingers, but there are so many. Adam's eyes lit up with excitement. A thrill ran through him, the same rush he'd felt the first time he discovered a new game, figuring out its rules, exploring its world. Only now, the game was real life, and the stakes weren't points or achievements, they were survival. I don't know why, but I feel happy. My African ancestors' survival genes, suppressed by modern cities' carefree life, are finally awakening and clapping for me. Pat 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 pat. Hoo hoo ha ha. I'm the Hantakour-sama. I'll fucking survive. Adam start pounding his chest like a gorilla. Well, he is more like a chimpanzee roaring victoriously, venting out all of his frustration, and scaring off half the seagull population. She my lunch. Come back. Despair washed over him as the seagulls fled. They'll return. They must return. You'll never escape my tagine. A tagine is a North African clay cooking pot. Put meat and veggies inside, slow cook it, and boom, the best lunch that you will never get tired of. Comforting himself, Adam made his way back, humming random tones. The worries about his family, the future, and where he would live pressed on him, but Adam, simple-minded as he was, decided to leave everything in God's hands. He would do what he could, and leave what he couldn't to God. Who did? God did. Out of nowhere this line popped in his mind and he blurted it out. It felt suitable for this situation. This was the enlightenment he received inside the freezer, after letting go of all his guilt. Sure enough, with a clean, pure heart, he began to see things clearly, appreciating their true value. A deep sense of serenity settled over him, as if no matter what storm he faced, he could endure it. Bring it on. Nothing can affect me. Marching back to his freezer, Adam didn't notice the green glass shard hiding under the sand. He stepped on it. Adam bounced like a frightened cat. It felt like someone shoved a burning needle straight into his foot. Pain signals exploded in his brain. He crouched, tears leaking out unconsciously, dropped the bottle, and checked his foot. A small nail-sized shard of green glass was half embedded into his flesh. Hiss, I need to remove it before it goes deeper. Eyes sharpening with resolve, he grabbed the shard and yanked it out. A fresh wave of pain assaulted him. He squeezed the wound to force out blood, terrified of leftover fragments or bacteria bullying his pirated immune system. Red blood oozed. He gritted his teeth, washed the wound with seawater. The salt made it burn like hell. TFF. He spat lightly some of his saliva into his hand, pressed it on the wound, and started reciting Surah al-Fatiha. Bismi Allah al-Rahmani al-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. His saliva contained powerful potent bacteria. If you don't believe it, try to smell his breath, you will faint instantly. He was using this to counteract any infection, fight poison with poison. At the same time, he chanted Surah al-Fatiha, a chapter of the Quran known for its healing properties. Many people recite it over injured areas to relieve pain, headaches, and other ailments, and praised its miraculous effect. Which, WLD Laram, bastard breaks beer bottles on a beach. This is a deliberate attempt to harm humanity. What if kids stepped on this? These Japanese aliens aren't as civilized as the ones in my world. He ripped off a piece of his tank top and bandaged the wound. Now I look homeless. Oh wait. I am homeless. Yohohoho. I want to cry, but no time. I need footwear, and I need to clean this battlefield of dangers. Hoping on one leg, he went back to scavenging. After half an hour, he found 2 mismatched shoes. Now armed with shoes, Adam picked up a pipe and started plowing the sand like an angry farmer, hunting hidden glass shards. This place definitely attracts drunk people, so many glass pieces. And the worst part, they're hiding under the sand like landmines. He collected every shard carefully into a cardboard box. It was time-consuming, but he insisted. Reason 1. He didn't want to step on glass again. He will live in this area, he can't be always wearing shoes, he will also go from time to swim and come back to bury himself in the hot sand. He heard it has a good effect on alleviating back and neck pains, which he suffers from because of the long hours he spent sitting on chair. Reason 2. Kids might play here, probably not, but still he can't ignore the possibility. Reason 3. This is my first good deed in this world. I hope Allah sends me good news for it. His true motivation was simple. He believed that doing good deeds would bring blessings, whether in this life or the hereafter. And he needs divine help ASAP now. After an intense hour of cleaning from the junk area to the shoreline, Adam sat down leaning on the freezer. As he sat down, he remembered the story of Prophet Moses, peace be upon him. After fleeing Egypt to escape punishment for an accidental killing, Moses arrived in the land of Madian, exhausted and hungry. Near the city's well, he observed a group of shepherds watering their flocks. Standing apart from them were 2 women holding back their sheep. Moses, showing compassion and chivalry, asked them why they were waiting. They explained that they could not approach the well until the men were finished, as the other shepherds were numerous, and their father was a very old man who couldn't perform the strenuous task. Out of kindness, Moses stepped forward and watered the women's flocks for them, without asking for any reward. He then withdrew to the shade of a tree and made a heartfelt supplication to Allah. Rabbi inni lima anzalta alaya min khairin fakir. My Lord, truly, I am in need of whatever good that you bestow on me. Quran 28:24. Later, the women returned and invited him to meet their father. After hearing Moses' story, the father offered him a home, work, and eventually one of his daughters in marriage. Through one sincere act of kindness, one sincere prayer, Allah granted him safety, a family, and a livelihood. Adam raised his hands. I fulfilled the conditions to do this dua. First do good deed, check, then pray. Rabbi inni lima anzalta alaya min khairin fakir. Ya Rabbi, oh my God, send me a beautiful, human, rich wife. Maybe someone saw me secretly cleaning this beach. Or at least someone kind who feels pity. I don't mind older women. Rabbi inni lima anzalta alaya min khairin fakir. He kept repeating it, since he has nothing to do now, but suddenly, he stopped. His eyes widened. He rubbed them. His mouth opened wide. For a moment he genuinely thought he was hallucinating, or suffering from a heat stroke. A'udhu billah min ash-shaytan rajim. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan, the accursed outcast one. Something golden was rising from the sand, right from the area he had cleaned. Golden particles gathered into a swirling mist, then condensed into a glowing orb. It floated. Then, slowly, deliberately, it started gliding toward him. Jinn. This is definitely Jinn. I was correct. Finally it showed its true colors. The culprit that kidnapped me. Damn. It's coming here. Run. Adam sprinted at full speed, kicking clouds of sand behind him. The orb shifted directions and followed. From a bystander perspective, they will only see a young boy in a torn tank top, sand-stained shorts, running for his life across the coast. Running from nothing. Apparently, the golden orb is only visible to him alone. Adam lasted 2 minutes. Exactly 2. They say the duration you can sprint at full speed equals the time you can spend with your wife in bed. By that metric, our Adam deserves every bit of his protagonist status. Then, he collapsed to his knees, wheezing like a dying engine. The orb calmly floated toward him. Adam, drenched in sweat and terror, clutched his chest and began reciting every verse he could remember. Ya Rab, save me from this jinn. He tried crawling backward, but his limbs were noodles, weak, trembling, useless. This day he had experienced so many things, and had been running for his life since he woke up, not to mention he had just done an intensive cleaning task, and hadn't eaten anything. It's a miracle he can still stand, and it's even more wonderful that he can sprint for 2 minutes. He literally squeezed his potential and surpassed his limits again and again, always going plus ultra. The orb came closer. Closer. Stay away from me. This slow approach tortured Adam's spirit. It was like watching, helplessly, the countdown of a bomb about to explode, with no way to stop it. The only thing he could do was wave his hands wildly, throwing sand like a panicked child trying to scare off a ghost. But his efforts were futile. The orb phased through his hands, through the sand, through everything. It touched him, and slid effortlessly into his chest. Ah, I'm dying. Adam screamed, clutching his chest. Then, Adam froze. Did I die? He waited. No pain, no burning, no possession, no whisper of, sell your soul, or, bring me 7 goats. Instead, a soft ding echoed in his mind. And a blue translucent screen appeared before his eyes. Hero system activated. Adam blinked. Another line appeared. Because of your sincere good deed and heroic intention, the hero system has recognized you. Then the final line. Welcome, Adam Al-Hantakor. Your journey as a hero begins now. Adam stared at the familiar blue holographic interface. He knew this sight. He had seen it thousands of times. In web novels, manhwas, fanfics. He had even made systems like this for his own stories. So he knew exactly what this system thing means. He could hear it, he could see it, arise. My life is gonna arise. Adam's brown eyes widened, shining with overflowing excitement, hope, and expectation. Ya Rab, I didn't expect the blessing would come instantly. Alhamdulillah. He quickly determined west. Since he is in Japan, the east of Mecca, the Qiblat direction of prayer should be in the west, and knelt on the hot sand. His eyes and mouth were full of grit, but he was too ecstatic, too grateful, to care. He stood up, lifted his index finger to the sky, and shouted with all the strength in his lungs. Takbir rrrrrr. Allahu Akbar. Takbir rrrrrr. Allahu Akbar. Fortunately, the beach was empty, or else he would have been tackled by the FBI, assuming he is going to explode or something. After performing the necessary politeness and showing his gratitude, Adam sat on the sand and asked excitedly. Hero system, hello, can you please tell me what you are? Are you the one who brought me here? And why? How do I return home? He waited with a huge smile. 5 seconds. 10. 30. A minute. Not a single ding. His smile slowly faded. Konnichiwa, System San, System Sama. Do I need to speak Japanese for you to understand me or what? Should I call you Daddy System? Grandpa System? Hello. Silence. Playing the cold and mysterious system, huh? Fine. I'll figure it out on my own. I've read too many novels and manhwas, and wrote so many fanfics. Even without a system, I know how to use one. Look at me, status. He yelled the classic command every protagonist uses. The previous blue screen vanished, another appeared instantly. See. Orwa Hantakor-sama, the smartest otaku in existence. This kind of difficulty is a piece of cake for me. Name, Adam Al Hantakor. Age, 15. Hero rank, F1 10,000th Express. Heroic titles, none. Superpowers, none. Skills, none. Items, none. Gacha, 1 tap to buy. Missions, tap to see. Merits, 0. Adam, a veteran webnovel reader and newbie fanfiction writer, needed only one glance to understand the system's structure. Hero rank, heroic titles, missions, gacha, merits. Adam lifted imaginary glasses on the bridge of his nose and tapped his chin, connecting dots like Detective Conan. Apparently the hero system wants me to be some kind of hero. Through doing heroic things, probably listed under missions, I can earn merits and probably express to increase my hero rank. That gacha thing, superpowers, skills, items all come from it. And since it says, tap to buy, gacha chances are bought with merits. Seems the system is generous and gave me a free roll, the newbie gift package or a hook to make me spend everything on gacha. Tisk, boring, easy to guess. The systems I made in my fanfics were more complicated than this. Adam could be stupid in many things, but when it came to creativity, fiction, and imagination, he knew he was one of the best. Without pride or arrogance, just fact. But, how am I going to go back home? There's no world travel, or anything. Seriously, what's happening here? Panic began creeping up his throat. He had pinned all his hope on this system for a way home, yet none of the functions hinted at it. Maybe I need to increase my hero rank. Or maybe the gacha will give me some kind of world-traveling reward. Still, Adam refused to give up hope. Hero system, I don't know who made you. Maybe you are a gift from God, or something else. I don't know why you chose me. I don't have the desire nor the confidence to become an honorable hero. I'm a selfish, cowardly, irresponsible person. But my hope of reuniting with my family, even if slim, lies with you. So I'll do my best to achieve your wish. He tapped open the missions section, in hope to gain some information. He wasn't in a hurry to see the gacha. He was lying. He was absolutely dying to open the gacha. But sometimes leaving the best for last makes the anticipation sweeter, and the dopamine hit explosive. So always keep the best thing for last. A new screen popped beside the previous one. There's only one mission. Missions. Clean Tacoba Municipal Beach Park. Mission difficulty, F. Mission description. Tacoba Municipal Beach Park used to be a clean, beautiful scenic spot. A place families gathered, kids played, and depressed people and lonely dogs came to watch couples. A breathing space for Musudafu's citizens. But junk accumulated over the years. Either drifted by ocean currents or thrown by irresponsible citizens. The government isn't paying attention. Heroes don't care. Your goal is to clean the park, remove all the junk, and restore this breathing space for the citizens of Musudafu City. Task reward, 100 merits. Task penalty, none. After reading the description carefully, Adam, sharp-minded when it came to things he cared about, caught a single word out of place. Heroes. So this world does have superpowers, that explains the alien-like people I saw. Probably superpowers must be the norm here, and they alter people's appearances. And since heroes exist, villains must exist too. So, I was brought to a world where heroism is a profession. That's dangerous. And exciting. His eyes darkened slightly. I always dreamed of being like Superman, not to save people, but to feel extraordinary, to show off, to beat bullies, to impress girls. He inhaled sharply. But since that massacre on my fellow brothers and sisters happened, since my eyes opened to real evil, worse than in fictions, I just wished I had the power to defend them. To avenge them. To destroy those inhuman demons. To inflict pain and humiliation on them like they inflicted upon the innocent. I'm not a saint, nor a prophet. I can't forgive. I can't forget. He exhaled slowly. Tisk. Adam suddenly stopped, his feelings which had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart, got triggered by the simple word, hero. All right, let's check this gacha. At least maybe I'll get something to help me survive here. Some op power, a heaven-defying treasure, a bloodline, a fate-changing technique, hell, even a beautiful strong bodyguard woman would be fine, hehehehe. He tapped the gacha section. The new window is simple, it's like a list. First on the list, a plain black wooden box icon, besides it reads. F-rank gacha. Minimum 10 merits, maximum 100 merits. Below it several other treasure box, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, all of them were dimed, the information about them is hidden, he couldn't see their price. He guessed because he doesn't have the corresponding heroic rank to use them. But Adam's eyes didn't linger there, instead, they locked onto the last colorful glowing treasure box at the bottom of the list. X-rank gacha. Minimum 1 trillion merits, maximum, infinity. Free chance to draw. Adam's heart hammered like a festival drum. EEX rank gacha. Damn it. It cost 1 billion or is it trillion? I don't even know what this number is, I just know I can't probably get it unless I save the whole world. The rewards must be cheat level. I'm sure. That's how most novels I read or wrote. He swallowed. His finger trembled. He pressed the colorful box icon. A low hum vibrated through the air. Then, a treasure chest of impossible colors materialized before him, floating gracefully above the sand. It wasn't simply colorful. It was as if someone had opened a crack into the unseen spectrum behind reality. The chest radiated an ancient, sacred, mythical aura. Adam felt as if he were standing before a heavenly artifact lowered from the heavenly realms. His breath caught. His skin tingled. This could change everything, maybe the hope, the way to return home, lay within this treasure chest. He could feel it, his moment, his rise, his chance. But instead of opening it, Adam stepped back, steadied his trembling hands, and looked toward the ocean. No, I must not act blindly. What if I draw something like, "Thank you for your participation, please try again later." I've read this in countless novels and always laughed at the MC's bad luck, but if it happens to me, my tears will flood this whole beach. He walked to the waves. The sea was calm, the salt wind cooled the tremor in his chest. Adam performed wudu ablution, washing his hands, mouth, nose, face, arms, wetting his head, cleansing his ears, then finally feet, each gesture calming him, centering him, grounding him. Then, on the sand, he prayed 2 rak'at, the ocean murmuring behind him. He prayed devoutly, first thanking God for his blessings and gifts, then shamelessly asking for more. He asked for protection, for a reward that could help him survive in this dangerous new world, and for a path that might one day lead him back home. As he prayed, Adam felt a quiet realization settle in his heart. I was brought to a world filled with superpowers, maybe it's connected to the wishes I made when I was younger, when I used to obsess over having powers. I don't know. But I was also given this hero system, it has to be a test. Maybe if I do well, if I use these gifts for good, maybe then, I can return home. Finishing his prayers, Adam sent salutations upon the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. It was something he carried from his old world, a small act that had rescued him more times than he could count. Whenever he faced a problem that seemed impossible, whenever he found himself paralyzed by a dilemma, whenever life cornered him with fears he didn't know how to face, he would set aside an hour and simply repeat those salutations. And somehow, every single time, the heaviness in his chest eased. His worries thinned. His anxiety and depression faded like mist under the sun. The problems haunting him unraveled in unexpected ways, doors opening he never thought existed. And the choices he agonized over, he always ended up choosing the right one, as if guided. There was something miraculous in that. Something quietly divine. And the stories he'd heard from others, people who repeated it in great numbers and witnessed things that defied logic, only deepened that belief. Their tales weren't just coincidences, they felt like glimpses of the unseen, small supernatural mercies woven into ordinary lives. He recited, Allahumma salli wa salim, ala Sayyidina Muhammad. O Allah, send your prayers and peace upon our Prophet Muhammad. He repeated it, letting the words carry his hopes, his fears, his longing for blessings. Only then he walked back to the chest. Bismillah, in the name of Allah. He opened it. The chest burst with dazzling brilliance that almost blinded him. Light didn't simply shine from the chest, it erupted. From the very center of that holy brilliance, a rune rose. It was majestic, terrifying, sacred in a way that made the heart tremble. It looked like a condensation of the laws that govern existence, condensed into a shape that defied shape, shifting geometry folding into itself, and yet always complete. As if it didn't belong to this world. Or maybe the world was repelling it, but it can't. It shimmered between existence and non-existence. Every hum it released bent the air with thunderous pressure. Hairline cracks rippling outward like an invisible earthquake, as if the Whitebeard himself had slammed his fist into the air with his full devil fruit power unleashed. Adam's pupils shrank to pinpoints. His throat dried. His skin crawled. When had his back become drenched in cold sweat? His survival instinct screamed. His limbs froze. Every fiber of his being whispered, "This is death. This is the closest to death I have ever been." He staggered backward without realizing it. Allahu Akbar. His voice trembled. Why'd I feel like I just unsealed a devil? Then, shwoom, the rune shot forward and slammed into Adam's forehead. His body jerked violently. His eyes rolled white. Information, raw, colossal, cosmic, crashed into his mind like a collapsing star bleeding all its secrets at once. A pressure crushed his skull from the inside. He tasted metal. Tan. His ears rang until he heard nothing but a flat tone. And then, something inside him burst open. Something older than matter, concept, and laws. Something that had been sealed for a reason. Something that was never meant to be free. The world shuddered. The air blackened. An inky black wave erupted from Adam's body, rippling outward in circular shockwaves that devoured color, sound, light. In all directions, in ripples-like way. The sky dimmed and started flickering, as if a kid was turning it on and off quickly for fun. The wind vanished. Birds froze mid-flight, vanished, reappeared, vanished again. Objects flickered. Sand dissolved beneath Adam, but quickly reappeared. The junk mountain behind him vanished like chalk wiped from a board. Reappeared, vanished, and finally snapped back into being, trembling as if reality itself was resisting annihilation. Adam couldn't see what's happening around him. He didn't consciously activate anything, he simply was not ready to hold this power. His skin split like cracked porcelain. Lines of void black energy crawled up his arms, chest, legs, face. His ribs creaked, his bones becoming translucent. As if something ancient was trying to escape through him. To return everything to the state before creation. The black ripples surged outward. Faster, wider, hungrier. They raced across the coastline, tearing toward Musudafu City with a speed that mocked physics. Reality peeled before them like fragile paint. Nothing in the world could stop it. Nothing mortal could survive it. Toshinori Yagi, known to the world as All Might, symbol of peace, #1 hero, stood in the vegetable aisle of a small Musudafu grocery store, carefully comparing two brands of leeks. In this skeletal form, with sunken cheeks and stick-thin limbs, nobody spared him a second glance. Same hairstyle. Yes. Same presence. Absolutely not. This version of him was just a tired, polite man in an oversized t-shirt. As he stepped out of the store with a humble plastic bag swinging at his side. Kyaah. A shrill scream tore through the street. All Might instantly lifted his head. Outside, chaos had erupted. A young woman lay on the pavement, encased in a shimmering blue barrier. A store owner ran out of the store behind her and roared. "Thief! Stop him! Somebody catch him!" Toshinori's sharp eyes tracked the culprit sprinting down the street. A sludge-like creature, green, viscous, reeking, sloshed forward on malformed limbs. Its bulging eye swiveled back, mouth splitting into a wide, jagged grin. Bundles of bills floated inside its gelatinous body, some slipping out and fluttering to the ground behind him like confetti. "Catch me if you can." The sludge villain cackled. Pedestrians murmured anxiously. Seriously, no hero nearby. With everything happening this morning, villains are getting bold. Yeah, I heard some gigantification nutcase wreck the train rails. I saw it. But Mountain Lady flattened him in one hit. She's huge, man, in every way. You lucky bastard. I gotta check that clip. Trust me, bro, you can't feel the presence through a screen, hee. Toshinori tuned the chatter out. He shifted his stance. His lungs swelled. His spine straightened. He needs just 5 seconds at most, enough to subdue the villain. But then, he saw something nobody else seemed to notice. A ripple, not of light, not of shadow, but something in between. A wave of black brightness, paradoxical and impossible. It swept across the street with the smoothness of a stone dropped into a mirror-still lake. Toshinori froze mid-step, a chill run across his spine. His instinct screamed louder than when facing All for One. What is that? The ripple passed through him. Cold rushed through his ribs. His stomach twisted. And then it continued, passed over the people, and the escaping villain, and disappeared into the horizon. Everything happened in less than 0.1 seconds, only someone with All Might reflex caught a glimpse of it. The sludge villain blinked out of existence. Not a puff of smoke. Not a teleportation. He simply stopped being. His stolen money hit the ground with soft pap, pap, pap. The woman's blue barrier shattered like glass. On the sidewalks, people with obvious mutation quirk. Horns, tails, feathers, extra limbs, flickered violently, glitching like characters in a corrupted video game. Some vanished entirely for a full second. Some reappeared without their quirk mutation, returning to their ordinary human appearance. Some shifted back and forth so fast they looked like stuttering frames of animation. Toshinori's heart dropped. This is impossible. He clenched his fist. HRAAAH. Nothing. His muscles didn't swell. His body didn't transform. He didn't even feel the familiar spark of One for All in his core. It was like grasping at smoke. His quirk felt hollow, as if someone had scooped out the essence of his power and left behind an empty shell. Toshinori staggered. What's going on? My quirk won't activate. He had the feeling of Eraserhead using his quirk against him. The glitching intensified. The street warped with panic. All Might's mind raced with thoughts as he caught something weird. A phenomenon targeting only mutant quirks users. They are the only one who kept disappearing, but it also affected the quirks of those without mutation. It's affecting every quirk it passed over, but its consequences sever on mutant quirks users. They disappear, where they go. This can't be a villain's quirk. Even All for One doesn't have this kind of power. This isn't any known ability. This feels engineered, like some kind of scientific experiment. An anti-quirk weapon. A quirk erasure field. A biological incident. Is it done by the government? No, they won't do such a thing in the public. Which evil organization experimenting on people? He gritted his teeth. I had a bad feeling. What in the world is happening? Aldera Middle School 3rd year classroom. We're not done yet, Deku. The bell had rung. The classroom was empty. Only 4 people remained. A blonde-haired boy with his 2 underlings behind him, surrounded a green-haired boy. Midoriya Izuku froze in his seat. Bakugo's hand shot forward, snatching the blue notebook titled, Hero Analysis for the Future, right out of Midoriya's grip. Kei-Kachan, please, give it back. Izuku reached out timidly, knowing exactly how this always went. Shut it. Bakugo barked, sparks popping as he raised his hand to blast the notebook. You and your stupid nerd notes, always scribbling like you're gonna be a hero or something. Except, the sparks didn't come. At that exact moment, a black ripple, thin, silent, unnatural, swept through the classroom, passing through walls, desks, and people like a shadow that wasn't supposed to exist. Bakugo didn't notice it, too focused on igniting his palm. Crackle. Nothing. Bakugo blinked, then scowled. He tried again, forcing the motion. Still nothing. His hand remained cold, dry, dead still. The hell? He muttered, a tremor in his voice. That never happened. His explosions were instinct, like breathing, blinking, existing. He tried a 3rd time, harder. Come on. Work, damn it. But his palm remained as inert as a normal boy's. Midoriya stared, wide-eyed. Kei-Kachan, your hand. Bakugo's breath hitched. Panic, real panic, flickered across his face. A thought clawed into his mind, absurd but terrifying. No. His eyes snapped toward Izuku, filled with fury and fear. You did this. You quirkless rat. Did you infect me with your uselessness? Wait, Kachan, what do you mean? I didn't. I don't even have. Students outside the class began murmuring as some kids with mutation quirks blinked in and out like flickering holograms. But Bakugo only saw one thing. His hand. Cold, silent, powerless. And for the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugo felt what is like to be quirkless like Midoriya. Helpless. UA. Academy, meeting room. Principal Nezu stood on the table, giving a cheerful briefing to Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, Smintos, and Present Mike. And that concludes our strategic review. A black light passed by, so fast nobody noticed it. Principal Nezu, Smintos, the two vanished. The teachers froze. Principale. Ken-san. Aizawa jumped up instantly, scarf whipping forward, ready to capture the invisible villain who dared to kidnap the principal. He used his quirk, but it didn't activate. His pupils didn't glow. My quirk. It's gone. He hissed. For the first time in his life, Aizawa realized how others felt when he canceled their quirks. Are you serious? Stop joking, Aizawa. Present Mike grabbed his throat, trying to scream. No sound amplification. He also can't use his quirk. Before their worry continue, Nezu and Smintos reappeared, looking completely normal. Oh my, why are you all staring at me like that? Nezu looked at Aizawa and Present Mick, who were looking at him in shock. What's happening? Vlad, Midnight, you seem alert for no reason. Smintos asked the two heroes next to him. Midnight was pale. T2 of you, just vanished. Nezu blinked innocently. Deep silence filled the room. With their years and experience as professional heroes, their intuition is telling them something vast was happening. They can't determine whether it's good or bad, but they can feel it's approaching. Musutafu City, Aftermath. The shock hit the city like an earthquake. Within seconds of the anomaly, Musutafu streets had erupted into chaos. Within minutes, journalists flooded the scene, microphones thrust forward, cameras flashing. Within an hour, every news channel in Japan was broadcasting the same headline on repeat. Mass quirk disappearance incident in Musutafu, unknown cause. On social media, the footage spread even faster, clips of heroes losing their powers mid-rescue, mutation-type civilians flickering in and out of existence, and bystanders screaming. Hashtags trended. Panic ignited. By noon, the entire nation knew. Government officials held emergency meetings. The Hero Public Safety Commission went into crisis mode. Emergency task forces were deployed. Whatever happened in Musutafu wasn't just bizarre. It was dangerous. And it had shaken the very foundation of a society built on quirks. Shihasai Kai HQ. In a dim underground office, Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul, stared at his phone, eyes narrowing behind his mask. The moment the report mentioned quirk erasure and mass deactivation, his grip tightened. The phone trembled, broke apart into its component pieces, circuits, casing, glass. Then snapped back together with a dry click. A shudder ran through him. Impossible, he whispered. It was everything he had been trying to create. A way to dismantle the quirk-infested world. A way to revive the Yakuza's glory. And it had just appeared, fully formed, in a random city, without his involvement. Overhaul's eyes gleamed with greed. Whatever this phenomenon is, a quirk, a weapon, or something else. He clenched his fist. I will obtain it. For the future he envisioned. He had to. A certain pub. The bar was dim, quiet, and smelled of old wood and burnt sugar. Tamura Shigaraki slouched in a corner booth, scratching at his neck. Kurogiri stood behind the bar, his mist swirling gently as he wiped a glass cup, eyes fixed on the TV. The broadcast displayed images of Musutafu in chaos, citizens flickering in the screen, as if being teleported and returned quickly, heroes collapsing as their powers vanished, emergency vehicles crowding streets. Tamura tilted his head. Kurogiri, his voice was soft, but with an edge like broken glass. Do you think Sensei will be interested in this? A quirk erasing wave, we should go take a look. Before Kurogiri could respond, another screen attached to the wall lit up. but nothing can be seen on it. Then a deep, distorted male voice seeped through the speakers, even though the volume had not been touched. Tamura. Shigaraki straightened immediately. Sensei. Kurogiri bowed his head slightly. Master. You will not concern yourself with this anomaly, the voice continued. All Might has already been sighted in the area, the voice continued. Our plans remain unchanged. As for this phenomenon. A low hum reverberated, like someone thinking from the other side of the screen. I will send another to investigate. The connection faded. The screen turned off. Tamura stared at the screen, his hand beginning to shake. All Might, symbol of peace, his lips curled into a snarl. Just wait. I'll destroy you. The glass cup in his hand crumbled into dust as all 5 of his fingers touched it, falling like powdered bone between his trembling hands. Back to Adam. The crack spread across his body, leaking black radiance. Then, golden chains erupted from the void. Not metal, not physical, but chains woven from laws, from authority, from the deepest architecture of the system itself. They coiled around Adam's chest, his arms, his very soul, sealing the raging force thrashing inside him. The darkness recoiled, shrieking silently, like a primordial beast being dragged back into its cage. Adam remained unconscious of what he had unleashed, or what he had barely survived. Adam's mindspace. He stood in an endless void. Silent. Starless. Before him towered 4 colossal gates, each hundreds of meters high, carved with symbols that radiated an ancient, timeless dread. The first gate stood open, dark, ominous, whispering like a storm behind a thin door. The other 3 were tightly bound in golden chains, glowing like divine edicts. A voice reverberated through the void. His own voice, yet not his own, like his own thoughts. Gate of material phenomena. The only gate your current existence can withstand. Only when the weight of your existence increases. When your life level rises. Will you be permitted to approach the others. The gate of spiritual phenomena. The gate of concepts. The gate of laws. To force them open, would demand a price beyond what you can bear. Chapter 3. Existential Crisis. Adam lay on the sand, his eyelids trembling, his vision trying to autofocus like a broken camera lens. He blinked once and twice, then shot upright with the reflex of a student who realized he is late for the exam that decides his entire life. What? Where? The sun is setting. Allahu Akbar, how long was I out? His head throbbed as memories surged back in shattered flashes. That rune, that cursed rune, that X-rank gotcha, the doomsday glyph that looked like it wanted to delete my existence, then it entered my head like a missile, then information bombarded my already fried rotten potato brain as if a USB was shoved into my skull, and those enormous gates, and that voice. He grabbed his head with both hands from the splitting headache, his eyes were wide and his breathing was fast. The terror and the excitement of that moment is something he will never forget. That wasn't a dream, right? Right. He slapped his own cheek. Smack that. Ouch. Okay, not a dream. Yes, not a dream. His chest throbbed with a wild chaotic excitement, the type you get when your favorite anime character finally undergoes a transformation, or experience an intense emotional moment and unlocked a new power-up, except you are the anime character this time. So the X-gotcha, I actually got a power, or a curse. It doesn't matter, as long as it's supernatural, I'll take it. As they say, there's no righteous or evil power, only righteous or evil people. And I, Hantakor-sama, will use this power for the greater good of humanity. He could barely sit still. His soul was vibrating. His legs were jittering. Adam closed his eyes. Okay, Hantakor-sama, calm down. No, don't calm down. This is a superpower. Bismillah. He reached inward, toward that strange new something inside him. Don't let your mind wander, he is talking about the power. You hear me, the power. He didn't know how to summon it. He didn't need to know. Just like you don't know how your stomach digests food and dump it out, you just do it. His instincts pulled, his guts clenched. And then, a swirling, devouring ink-black darkness burst around his right hand. It swallowed it whole, making him look from a distance like someone missing a palm. It's not the darkness of shadow, but the darkness of complete absence of light. It doesn't reflect, it's pure black, darker than the dark, black than the black, nigger than the niggers. Ya O Latif, the gentle, gracious one. Sugoi. Adam's jaw dropped open. His face broke into the most idiotic, joyful, proud grin a man has ever worn in human history. Mom, look at your son. He has a superpower. Adam stared at his right hand, his heartbeat pounded in his ears in a symphony of joy. He swore he could hear it playing the overtaken Ost of One Piece. He curled his fingers slowly, watching the inky black darkness shrink and expand at his will. A laugh escaped him, a shaky, disbelieving, joy-drunk laugh. Hey ha ha, I finally have a real superpower. It burst out of him louder than he intended. He fell backwards onto the sand, right hand raised, looking at it, then looking up at the sky with wide, wet eyes. He felt like something inside his chest broke open, not painfully, but like an obsession that had formed a knot in his heart. Finally that knot was opened. Ya Rab, after all this, after everything, just when I thought it's impossible. I finally got one. For a moment, he didn't move. He just let the feeling wash over him. A future suddenly grew in his mind, a life that wasn't pathetic, invisible, hopeless. With this power, a foothold, I can have a foothold in this alien world. He could survive now, grow, become stronger, become richer, become a hero. Not a nobody hiding in a junk-filled coast. Before he got the hero system and this power, he tried hard to suppress the unease about the future, about how to survive. As a 15-year-old foreigner boy with no identity, homeless, poor, the future was dark, but now, he not only saw hope of surviving, but even hope of returning home. And then, his imagination jumped straight off a cliff. Wait, if I become strong, really strong. A slow grin spread. I could have a halal harem, right? His brain immediately betrayed him. Cat girl wife, dog girl wife, bunny girl wife. All wearing hijab, of course. All good Muslim alien girls. The future Adam was imagining looked like someone fused My Hero Academia with Monster Masumi and then added Islamic law to balance it. Bro, for some reason I don't want to return home. His smile got stupidly wide. This world has so many species, I could. Slap. He smacked himself so hard his cheek burned. Astaghfirullah. Oi, you ungrateful thing, you dare to think of such sinful things so soon. You had just acquired this power. Don't let the power corrupt you. Don't fail in the test. I should be grateful to God for giving me this power and think of using it to do good deeds, not to fulfill my dirty desires. Control yourself. He shook his head violently, kicking away all the dirty thoughts. His focus came back. I shouldn't be thinking about that, at least not now. If his mother saw him thinking about cat girl wives right after receiving a miracle, she would smack him into the stratosphere. I can't disappoint them. Not like this. He took a deep breath, grounding himself. Then, slowly, a calm, proud smile formed on his lips. Let's test it. His excitement began creeping back in, stronger now, but clearer. This is my first superpower. My first. Nega-kun, you took my superpower V card, Yamate Kudasai Nega-kun. Ah, I love you Nega-kun. Gay. A sound resounded through heaven and earth, waking him up from his hentai-filled excitement. His fingers trembled, not because he feared the power. Because he had waited for this feeling his entire life. Memories clawed up from the depths of his humiliating teenage years. Hiding in his parents' bedroom, the only room that has door that can be closed, at the day, when nobody in home. Not to do something dirty, just the usual nen training. Performing nen water divination with a glass cup with leaf on it, hoping the water would overflow because maybe, just maybe, he had nen. Practicing breathing techniques from fake Qigong masters on YouTube who promised, awaken your inner Qi in 5 days. Doing Naruto hand signs until his wrists cramped. He rolled on the sand, covering his face with both hands. What kind of idiot was I? Wallahi, the obsession was crazy. The obsession became even outrageous when he discovered shoujo novels. He had spent nights imagining himself sensing Qi, absorbing it through self-made-up breathing exercises and chaotic movements. While real life stayed painfully normal. He wasn't different. He wasn't special. He was just a guy who loved anime and novels a bit too much. But now, Adam sat up, wiping his face. A soft, trembling smile. The kind that comes from the soul. I'm really different now. His hand ignited again in that impossible, ink-like darkness. He stared at it with shining eyes, the eyes of someone who had finally tasted the thing they chased since childhood. For the first time in years, he felt alive. Adam looked left and right. He was surrounded by sand, seashells, pebbles, water. He was a little bit far away from the junks area, which is in his opinion the best testing ground, but he was too lazy to go back. He randomly grabbed a pebble. What properties I should try this power on? According to that voice, I can only affect physical phenomenon, so I can't do crazy stuffs like affecting causality, time, etc. A pebble had a small weight, smooth surface, it's hard to break. Oh. I got it. Hardness. Finding a suitable target, Adam held the pebble in his right hand. Focusing on the property he targeted, hardness, he said. This pebble isn't hard. The power didn't rely on words, but speaking helped him enforce his will. The blackness seeped into the pebble, coating it completely. Then Adam felt something being extracted from him. Dame Unger. His already empty stomach growled like a furious beast. As if complaining, you didn't even feed me and now you're stealing my hidden energy. Take this. A dizzying wave of hunger hit him, the kind that makes a person feel faint and weak. He hadn't felt this hungry except when he fasted without having sahur. Sahur is the food you eat before Adhan al-Fajr, dawn prayer, in order to fast the whole day till Adhan al-Maghrib, sunset prayer. Ah, I feel like eating a whole cow. Slurp. He wiped his dripping saliva and forced himself to ignore the hunger. It's just a small pebble and it consumed this much, or is it because I was already hungry? Well, let's see the effect. Please don't let me down. The blackness around the pebble faded. The pebble looked normal, as if nothing had changed. But when Adam pressed it gently between his thumb and index finger, the pebble simply gave up. It didn't crack, nor it shattered, it just simply collapsed, like it forgot how to be solid. It sagged like overcooked dough, squishing outward in slow motion, slumping between his fingers as though its insides had turned into gray pudding. The pebble's structure was still there, its atoms still together, but the rigidity, the thing that let a solid stay solid, was turned off by his negation power. This is dangerous. Adam gulped down his nervousness as he watched the shapeless blob ooze onto his palm. He felt a chill at the thought of something like this happening to a human. It will be horrifying, disgusting, and PTSD-inducing. That voice said, anything under the physical phenomenon I can negate it, although hardness look like an abstract concept, but it's within my authority, within my perception, touch, and understanding, that's why I can negate it. Hardness wasn't some mysterious idea. It was physical, something you could touch and feel. A pebble is hard because its tiny particles lock together tightly, forming a rigid structure. Having strong bonds means having stronger resistance, that's all hardness is. So when Adam negated hardness, everything that made hardness real inside the pebble, every little force, every tiny bond, was turned off. Like removing the beams from a house. The house doesn't explode, it just collapses. And the pebble did exactly that. But I doubt if it gonna work on conceptual hardness, like hard times, hard heart, hard feelings, or hard Excalibur. No, probably it will work, it is still physical. Damn, don't think about it, just the thought about it sent chills running through my spine, but I doubt about the others, as they either fall under abstract concepts or spiritual phenomenon. Adam flicked the mushy gray lump off his fingers. Well, I don't think I have the energy to do other experiments, let's go hunt for food now. As much as he wanted to experiment more with his new power, Adam understood his priority. If he dared to use it again now, he would end up in a dire situation, no energy to hunt for food, and possibly dying from starvation. I remember seeing a fishing net, I hope it's still usable. Adam stood up and walked toward the junk area. Bang! The sound of a huge explosion reached Adam's ears. Damn, explosion. I just got a superpower and now they're gonna put a terrorist label on me if they catch me. Adam followed the direction of the explosion and saw a black cloud rising into the sky. This world isn't peaceful at all, as expected of this alien Japanese superpowered world. Almost like the anime I used to watch. Japan being the center of conflict as always. Well, it has nothing to do with me. I just want to eat something to fill my stomach, train my ability, and until I can deploy a defensive barrier that negates any damage around me, I won't leave this safe zone. Adam was about to continue on his way, only to notice something supernatural happening. Titan woman. So big. Adam's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He saw a female Titan growing in size until she reached the height of buildings, running straight toward the explosion area. Even from afar, he could hear the impact of her footsteps shaking the ground. Wait, why does she look familiar? Adam closed his left eye, it had astigmatism, and opening both reduced his sharpness. He used only his right eye and pressed his fingers around it to shrink the viewing area and increase clarity. The Titan woman had blonde hair and wore a purple, beige-white hero costume with a mask that covered her eyes and formed purple horns on her head. Adam rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No, she can't be, no way, she's just in an anime, yeah, just a resemblance, no way I'm in an anime. Adam looked back at the junk area and recalled the familiar feeling he always had, that strange sense of déjà vu that bothered him but he could never pinpoint. Ding. Incident requiring heroic intervention detected. Collecting environmental data. Scanning. User's hero level too low for full analysis. Cross-referencing user's interdimensional knowledge. Match confirmed. Issuing mission. Mission. Rescue Bakugo Katsuki. Difficulty, E. Description. Bakugo Katsuki, classified as a high-potential hero candidate with projected A-rank ceiling, has been taken hostage by a villain possessing a sludge-based quirk. The villain is attempting to forcibly assimilate Bakugo and acquire his quirk. If successful, projected threat scaling. Short-term, district level. Mid-term, city level. Long-term, national level. Your objective is to prevent this outcome by rescuing Bakugo. Additional data. Multiple pro-heroes detected on site. All Might, one of the strongest heroes in this world is present, overall risk drastically reduced. User possesses an X-rank ability with cross-level combat potential. User's physical condition, below average. User's current state, severe hunger, low energy reserves. Right pointing arrow punishment exempted. Reward, 1000 merits, 1000 EXP. Punishment, none. User condition classified as critical. As if to confirm his worst suspicion, the hero system drove the final nail into doubt. For a long moment, Adam simply existed, frozen in place, as if the world around him had been dunked into cold water. MT Lady, Bakugo Katsuki, All Might. These heroes, this place, this junk beach. Adam's voice cracked. This is, the words tore themselves out of his throat. My Hero Academia. It hit him like a bolt of divine punishment, sudden, merciless, impossible to dodge. His mind was trying and failing to process a truth too big to fit inside a normal human brain. He stared at the shoreline, at the trail of debris. Names he had only ever heard through a screen pressed into his consciousness with a weight he wasn't ready for. They weren't drawings or pixels or lines of dialogue anymore. They were real, breathing, shouting, casting shadows under a blood-orange sky. His chest tightened. For a heartbeat he was convinced something in him had cracked, like a thin glass wall that had protected his understanding of reality his entire life had finally shattered. Nothing made sense. This was a fictional work, an anime he watched and liked. Characters he loved and desired to become like them or have their ability, fanfictions about them he made at night. Not a place you could wake up in, barefoot on a beach that smelled of rust and salt and sour garbage. And yet, here it stood around him, solid, unyielding. Yarab, what's happening to me? His stomach twisted sharply. He felt off balance, as if the world had tilted a few degrees and left him scrambling for footing. How is this happening? How can they be real? What does that make everything I knew? My world, my life, was any of it less real than this? The thought hit him so hard he staggered. His heart pounded in his chest, too fast, too loud, like it wanted to punch a hole through his ribs. A hot pressure gathered behind his eyes, not quite tears, not quite panic, but something raw. He ran a trembling hand through his hair. His scalp tingled. His whole body felt too light, too fragile, as if a strong breeze might blow him right out of existence. Am I dreaming? Am I in a coma somewhere? Lying in a hospital bed while my brain cooks up the most ridiculous fantasy possible. His thoughts began to run wild, too fast, too tangled to sort, like horses bolting in every direction at once. There has to be an explanation. There must be. Things don't just turn fictional worlds real. But every theory that rose in his mind felt more ridiculous than the last, and yet, because of the sand beneath his toes, the weight of the air in his lungs, they also felt terrifyingly plausible. Maybe this is a test, he muttered under his breath, pacing a shaky half-step in the sand. Some kind of trial. Could it be the Antichrist trial? But could he create a world like this? One with physics, hunger, wind, people, smoke, everything. Could I really be walking inside an illusion built to trap me? Some kind of simulation. Could it be that vaccine probably ingested something that tampered with my brain? The idea scared him more because it had an answer he didn't like. Yes, possibly. He squeezed his eyes shut, but the moment he opened them again, the skyline still looked like one lifted straight out of an anime. His chest tightened further. Or, maybe the scientific theories are right. Parallel worlds. Infinite branches of reality. Maybe the so-called fictional worlds are just echoes, signals bleeding through from worlds running parallel to ours. He swallowed hard. The thought tasted wrong, frightening, too big to sum up in the sentence he said. What if anime isn't fiction at all? What if it's information leaking from one universe to another? Maybe artists are just tuning into those worlds without realizing. Maybe we are the fiction to someone else. Maybe, his voice cracked. Maybe my whole life, my struggles, my prayers, my hopes for the future, are just a story someone else is consuming. A way for another world to pass time. His pulse thudded in his ears. And what if I'm not even real? He whispered. Just a character someone made up to fulfill a wish. Just like how I wrote fanfictions for fun. The possibility hollowed him out from the inside. A cold, sinking weight filled his stomach, heavier than any fear he'd felt in his life. The more he tried to make sense of it, the worse it became. Reality twisted into shapes that hurt just to hold in his head. He pressed a hand to his chest as if steadying himself against the pressure building beneath his ribs. No, don't do this, he breathed shakily. Don't fall apart, don't lose yourself. But his mind kept spinning, refusing to grant him solid ground. It kept generating possibilities that made him feel smaller and smaller in a universe that suddenly seemed too large, too strange, too indifferent. He forced his eyes shut. Dug his heels deeper into the sand as if anchoring himself physically could anchor him mentally too. No, he breathed. No, Adam, don't go there. Don't lose yourself. Home. The thought rose like a hand reaching through dark water. Morocco, his neighborhood, his mother's cooking, the warmth of his real bed, the world he lived in, cried in, laughed in. That's real. It has to be real. I refuse to believe otherwise. His breathing slowed, just slightly, enough to stop the freefall. Even if this is a dream, he murmured, even if it's a coma, a hallucination, a test, I'm not letting it rewrite me. I'm Adam Al-Hantakor. I come from my world. And I'm going back to it. The words steadied him. Not perfectly, his hands still shook, but they planted something firm inside him. A line he wouldn't let this world cross. I'll treat this place as real for now, he said, lifting his head. But I'm not staying. I'm not becoming someone else. I'll find a way home. And though the chaos of the city continued unabated, the storm inside him calmed just enough for him to stand without swaying, frightened, shaken, but still himself. Adam dragged the back of a hand across his forehead, and the gesture felt heavy, a confession of how little strength he had left. Deep in his core, the earlier, paralyzing fear, the one that asked what is real, still lurked, a cold, sunken weight pressing against his ribs. He felt it, recognized it, then ruthlessly shoved it down. He layered denial over it, blanketed that with forced optimism, and cemented the whole messy pile with the pure, driven cement of desperation. Focus. The voice in his head was tight and sharp. One step. Just the next step. Don't overthink. If this world is actually real, then the only option was to grab the cards he'd been dealt and play the hand. He inhaled a shaky, deliberate lungful of the grimy air. A thin, utterly unconvincing smile split his cracked, dry lips. The sight probably looked pathetic, but it felt like a tiny victory. Okay, look at the bright side, he rasped, the words catching in his throat. He forced his body forward, into a shuffle that he desperately pretended was a run. It was a stubborn, hungry fast walk, but his mind clung to the lie. I've seen the anime. Read the manga. I know the villains, the storylines, the major disasters. Meta-knowledge equals meta-advantage. Even as exhaustion tried to drag him into the pavement, his brain spun like a runaway engine, processing data. One for all for one, future incidents, those are all precious intelligence. If I prepare for the future now, I can clear heroic missions like a speedster. BOOOOOOMMMMMM. The sound of explosions resounded again. Bakugo was still resisting assimilation by the sludge villain with all his might. Due to nervousness, anxiety, and the life-threatening situation, his body was secreting sweat like never before, which only made his explosions more dangerous. A cruel curl of black smoke, sharp and undeniable, spiked into the blue distance. Explodo boy, keep struggling. I'm coming. I need you alive so All Might notices my heroism and gives me a house. I swear you will be my hero, you will save me from sleeping inside the fridge. Adam pushed harder, ignoring the fiery protest in his ribs. This mission, if I nail this, it's my breakthrough, my foothold in this world. I need All Might's favor. That's the only legitimate key to practice heroism in this whole damned society. His mind continued its frantic calculation, building towering plans upon dreams that were piled high over the bedrock of stark fear. The hero system will issue me missions that needs heroic acts. Defeating villains, nullifying dangers, saving people from incidents, etc. But the problem is, using quirks without a license is a one-way ticket to prison. Vigilantes get hunted by authorities and heroes, what a waste of resources. Self-defense here is just a crime in disguise. So, the only path is to get a pro-hero license. To get that, I need to join a hero academy. To get into the hero academy, I need an identity. And right now, he was the ghost of Uchiha. No passport, no records, no family. If he walked into a police station and told them, Kanishoa Manezen, I'm Adamo al Hantakoro-sama, Niseo o Tomito you, or wa amnesia-kun, and foundo myself o hero without knowing how, givio me waiter please. There is 90% he would be arrested and interrogated, 9% to be deported back to the Morocco of this world, 1% to get sliced up on a lab table. Or worse, maybe all four. He shivered at this possibility. I need a backer, a real one, a colossal, untouchable umbrella. Someone whose name alone makes the storm clouds panic and run. In his mind, the umbrella shimmered, then sprouted muscles, then turned blonde, then flexed. A towering All Might appeared inside his imagination, teeth sparkling, cape billowing despite there being no wind. Fear not, Adam Shonen. You ask, why? Because, I am here. Adam's heart surged with hope. All Mightu, my walking, talking government paperwork deleting umbrella. The symbol of peace, his reputation alone could erase my identity problem. And if I impress him, he could put a word in for me at UA. One Detroit smash from him and boom, my problems. Solved. My future. Launched, my homelessness arc. Deleted. His feet, driven by pure possibility instead of actual energy, finally picked up speed. Midoriya did it quirkless, and I have a bug tier power, and I've got the script. I'll be the one to save Explodo Boy first. He visualized the moment, the sludge villain thrashing, Bakugo suffocating, the pros frozen, the crowd screaming. And then, him, Adam al Hantakor-sama, leaping in, his own power unleashed, the negation force tearing through the sludge like divine judgment. He will strike a cool, silent pose. An utterly calm expression, news cameras will be capturing every single frame. All Might won't even need to transform. A proud, tiny laugh escaping him. I'll finish the job quickly. Then I'll just, quietly walk away, All Might will probably follow me, I'll pretend it was pure instinct. Something like, my legs moved on their own. He. The grin stretched wider, sharp with cunning. He'll be so shocked, he'll have no choice but to like me. A dreamy glaze covered his eyes. Maybe he'll even offer me one for all. He shook his head at this idea. No, 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 keep it with Midoriya. I'm not staying forever. If I vanish from this world, OFA might vanish with me. It needs to stay here. He stumbled back into motion. But even if All Might sticks to the original plot, even if he didn't follow me, it doesn't matter. I'll make an impression today. Later, when he meets Midoriya at the beach, they'll find me, the poor pathetic me. Hungry, homeless me, resting between piles of trash. They'll pity me. I'll play the amnesia card. I woke up here and remember nothing. Boom. Adopted, and everything solved. That's how it happens in most of the novels I read. It should also happen to me, probably. I hope nothing racist happened just because I'm Moroccan and Muslim boy. His eyes sparkled with the sheer brilliance of the manipulation. He clenched a weak, trembling fist. Let's go. I'm tired, starving, but I'll go plus ultra. For the sake of not sleeping inside the freezer. For my dreams. For UA. For my future. And then, with a jarring, manic energy that came from nowhere, his grand monologue completely derailed. For my crushes, Momo Schwan, Ashido Schwan, Jiro Schwan, Invisible Girl Schwan, Suyu Schwan, your Hantakor-sama is coming. He pumped that fist at the sky, a hero of his own mental landscape. Chapter 4, Reality Check. Tetuan Shopping District. The shopping district had always been a spotless, well-kept stretch of cafes, bookstores, and clothing shops. By mid-afternoon, the air usually smelled of roasted coffee beans and fresh pastries drifting from bakeries lined along the street. Children played around the fountain in the plaza. Elderly couples strolled beneath the awnings, taking shade from the sun. That peaceful image had been smashed in an instant. Flames crawled across the storefronts, feeding on shattered signs and melting advertisement boards. The air carried the sharp smell of burning plastic, mixed with the metallic tang of broken wiring. People ran in every direction once the fire spread past the initial blast. Some screamed for loved ones, others clutched the bags they had dropped. A few tripped over fallen debris, scrambling back up with wild, panicked breaths. The explosions that kept erupting shook the windows along the upper floors, sending glass raining down in glittering arcs. The police had already set up a barricade at the main entrance of the district. Officers tried to push the crowd back, shouting for distance, but curiosity kept dragging people closer again. The presence of pro-heroes seemed to give them an irrational sense of safety, as if standing a few dozen meters behind police tape made them immune to whatever horror was unfolding inside. Are we safe here? Probably. There are pros inside. Yeah, heroes can't let something big happen in front of this many people. Man, look at that. I've never seen a villain like this before. Record everything. It might go viral. Even with smoke stinging their eyes and heat washing over them in waves, many refused to step back. Morbid curiosity held them in place. An elderly man muttered under his breath, "This is why cities fall, everyone watches first, then regrets." Behind him, a younger girl whispered, trembling as she held her phone, "They'll save him, right? The boy. They have to." Beyond the barricade, the heroes moved with urgency but frustration. Death Arm stood at the front, muscles tensed, eyes locked on the villain, but there was nothing his strength could do against a creature made entirely of shifting sludge. His fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, he thought. If I only have more power, enough to blast him away. Kamui Woods' quirk was restrained by the fire. Backdraft fought the flames inch by inch, trying to prevent the fire from expanding. Slugger tried to look for openings, but nothing presented itself. Mount. Lady had no room to act without leveling half the street. They weren't useless, just mismatched to the situation. Katsuki Bakugo was rarely quiet, but now his growls were strained. His chest heaved as he struggled, muscles shaking violently. The sludge wrapped around him like wet concrete. Only his face remained exposed, twisted with fury and something he refused to acknowledge. Fear. Let go of me. He snarled. Ah, I won't let a sewage swallow me. You little boom. Bakugo triggered another violent blast. The shockwave rippled outward, forcing the nearby heroes to brace themselves as dust and sparks filled the air. The villain's body shuddered but didn't disperse. Instead, he let out a gurgling laugh, his muddy form tightening around Bakugo. Heh, what power. His grin stretched unnaturally, ripples traveling across his liquefied face. I hit the jackpot. With this kid's strength, I can finally get my revenge on that guy. Onlookers flinched as windows shattered and pieces of debris crashed onto the street. Some screamed, others froze. A few, out of sheer panic, kept shouting toward the heroes as if volume alone could help. Why aren't they doing anything? Somebody stop that thing. Death Arms wiped the dust off his forehead, jaw clenched. It's no use, he shouted, frustration cracking through his voice. None of us have the right quirk to deal with this type of villain. Kamui Woods grimaced, branching off a burning storefront to pull a trapped civilian out of danger. Backdraft fought the spreading flames, cursing under his breath. Mount. Lady stared helplessly, unable to move closer without crushing someone. All we can do is hold the damage back until someone with a suitable quirk gets here. Death Arms barked. Everyone, focus on crowd control. The crowd murmured anxiously, torn between disbelief and fear as the flames roared higher and Bakugo's explosions shook the ground again. The closer Adam came to the shopping district, the more the world shifted. The quiet beach behind him felt like something he had dreamt an hour ago, not a place he had been standing in minutes earlier. Here everything was noise and heat and fear. Here, every sound was sharp. Here, the air tasted of smoke. He turned the final corner. And the scene inside the shopping district slammed into him so hard it stole the air from his lungs. Chaos. It was not the glossy, sanitized animation of chaos one watched from the safety of a screen. This was the true, grimy, sickening reality of it. Smoke rose in thick, rolling columns, swallowing the sky. Flames danced behind crumbling storefronts, their shadows stretching like clawed hands. People clutched their children, some cried, some screamed. Some simply stared with hollow eyes, as if their minds had not yet caught up. Boom. Then a sudden explosion tore through the street, a detonation sharp and sudden enough that Adam's heart lurched violently, battering itself against the cage of his ribs. A shiver crawled up his spine. And towering above everything, above the fear, above the voices, above the ruin, yet standing helplessly, was MT. Lady. Her size didn't look fun or sexy or awe-inspiring from this close, her heel dug into the asphalt, cracking it open like brittle bone. Each breath she exhaled fogged the air around her. She shifted her weight slightly, just slightly, and Adam jumped back, heart bursting. Not out of lust, instead out of the instinctive terror of someone realizing how small their life truly was. She could end him by accident, not even noticing he was there. He swallowed, throat gritty. This isn't what I expected at all. He stopped at the last row of onlookers, the crowd forming a trembling half-circle at the entrance of the shopping district. They whispered, pointed, muttered frantic Japanese words he couldn't understand, but the only thing he understood is the word, hero. They are encouraging the heroes to defeat the villain, to save the hostage. Heroes tried to push forward. A muscular man in blue attempted to rush toward the burning center, but a tendril of sludge shot out from the smoke, whipping him into a brick wall like a baseball. The impact echoed in Adam's bones. Adam felt the blood drain from his face. Ya Latif. If that thing hit me, if it touched me even once, with my biscuit-like body, my skull would crack like an egg. Adam's eyes started wide open at this scene, that seemed normal and boring in anime, but in real life, it could end his life. Instant death. He felt a sudden, profound weakness in his legs, a tremor that had nothing to do with exhaustion and everything to do with imminent death. This isn't what I imagined, this isn't cool. This is dangerous, too dangerous. I can't approach the villain, I can't get close, there is fire everywhere, and the villain had long-range attacks, Explodo asshole firing one blast after another. How am I supposed to get close enough to launch my negation power? I give up. Better leave it to Midoriya and All Might. I should go back. Obviously this is not cowardice, this is intelligence. God gave me a brain, I should use it. Who throws their life away for free? Not me. Not the wise and strategic me, Adam Al-Hantakor-sama. All Might isn't going anywhere, there would be other chances. There were 100 ways to build a future in this world. First I need to train my negation ability, to develop some defensive technique before doing anything stupid. He repeated those excuses in his head like a prayer. It's not worthy it, I'm not prepared mentally or physically for this kind of things. I had never fought someone in my entire life and now want me to fight a scary villain like this. I should just let the story unfold the way it's supposed to. Bakugo will be saved, Midoriya will save him, All Might will show up. I can impress him another way. Adam's gaze, drawn by a magnetic, terrifying certainty, shifted only slightly to the right. There, hunched and trembling beside a light pole, stood a man. He was tall but frighteningly gaunt. His blonde hair lank, his clothes loose on a skeletal frame. He was clutching his chest with white-knuckled intensity. Each breath rattled, scraping like sandpaper, as though every inhale was a desperate, losing battle against his own failing body. That's the symbol of peace he wanted to impress, the powerful and strongest hero he was hoping to get his favor. Due to his heavy injuries, he could only sustain his muscular and powerful form for few hours a day, and the time had already been used up. All Might, you can do it, please go plus ultra, I'll leave it to you. Gambari Almaitu. As if finding a source of comfort, a good excuse, Adam felt the weight on him lessen. Without noticing, he took a step backward. The ground felt steady behind him, safe, familiar. The idea of retreat wrapped around him like a warm blanket. Next to Adam stood a teenager in a black school uniform, soaked notebook clutched to his chest. The cover was burnt, pages curled and wet. His green hair was messy, his freckles stark against his pale face. He kept covering his mouth with one hand, eyes wide, whispering, trembling. Izuku Midoriya. The kid looked like he'd been split open from the inside, his gaze was locked on the villain. People were shouting, isn't this the villain who was chased by All Might? Huh, All Might. Where is he? Why isn't he saving him? Each mention of the name made Midoriya flinch like he'd been stabbed. He hugged the ruined notebook harder, fingers shaking. Adam noticed it, the guilt on his face, the kind that crushes a person. Deku, that's definitely your fault, go fix it, go save your best friend, and show your heroic spirit to your idol, please go and save me from this torture. Adam thought as he kept backing up. Suddenly he stopped, something deep inside him recoiled. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't a burst of courage, it was small at first, like a knot tightening in the back of his chest, refusing to loosen. As if the next one step he will take will cross an invisible line he isn't supposed to cross. His body froze. His breath caught halfway in. His heart pulled against his ribs like it didn't agree with the rest of him. Why can't I move? Why can't I just turn around and walk away? You fool. This isn't time to be emotional. He tried to take another step. His leg wouldn't lift. There was something inside him resisting him, not heroism, not duty, not some noble instinct he didn't own. It was something more primitive, more personal. Something that had nothing to do with Bakugo or All Might or the system waiting for him to complete the mission. It was unwillingness. A raw, stubborn refusal that dug into his bones and held him in place. He wasn't unwilling to abandon the fight. He was unwilling to remain him. The same Adam who always waited. The Adam who avoided risk. The Adam who hid behind logic and fear and called it wisdom and caution. If he left now, he knew exactly what kind of person he would continue to be. The kind who waited for the right moment, forever. The kind who never took the first step. The kind who lived with the bitter taste of, almost. That truth pressed into him like a hand on the back of his neck. He wasn't scared of the villain in front of him anymore. He was terrified of the man he'd be if he ran. Adam's eyes unconsciously landed on Midoriya. The green-haired boy was trembling hard now. His breathing fast, eyes wet, guilt and fear swirling in them like a storm. Adam watched him, watched how he shook, how small he looked. He is more terrified than him, he is without a superpower, he is fragile like him, coward, filled with delusional dreams to be a hero, but reality is harsher than they expected. And then, Midoriya's foot stepped forward. Just one step. Time seemed to slow down in Adam's perspective as he saw this scene. The notebook slipped from Midoriya, fingers and hit the ground with a wet slap. Midoriya ran straight into the flames, into the smoke, into the monster holding his childhood friend hostage. Ran with tears streaking down his face, with snot dripping from his nose, looking nothing like a hero. And yet more like one than anyone else here. Adam couldn't breathe. This was the kid he pitied, the quirkless one, the one he told himself he was better than. The one he believed he would surpass, with his cheat, his system, his negation power. But that kid had moved. Without power, without hope, without thinking. He moved because someone needed help. And Adam's heart squeezed painfully. I was going to run away. Midoriya's screams mixed with the fire as he threw himself at the villain with nothing but his body in desperation. Something cracked inside Adam. Something old, something he'd buried under excuses. A hero isn't about flashy costumes, cool superpowers, it's about stepping forward even when you're shaking, even when you know you might die. Adam's hands curled into fists. He felt his pulse pound like war drums, felt shame burn hotter than the flames ahead, felt a truth he had always run from shove itself into his chest. If I run now, I will always run. If I hide now, I will always hide. If I wait for change, I will never change. Adam's vision blurred. His breath shook. Move, you idiot, move. If you don't move now, forget about ever going home. Stay a coward forever. Stay mediocre until you rot. Move, Adam, move. His legs trembled. Fueled by the desire to change, they moved. He tore forward through the crowd. People, cops, heroes, all shouted behind them. Hey, stop. Kids, are you crazy? Come back. Idiots. Stoop. STOOP. This is suicidal. Their voices reached him like echoes behind a locked door. He wasn't running to save Bakugo. He wasn't running to impress All Might. He wasn't running to show off. He was running for one reason. To prove to himself that he wasn't a coward, to prove to himself that he can change. Adam did the only thing he could do. He screamed at the top of his lungs. La ilaha illa Allah. There is no God except Allah. If death waited for him ahead, then he'd die a martyr, straight to paradise, and knowing he finally chose to be more than what he was. Two figures broke free from the cage of fear at the same time. One quirkless boy, and one terrified Muslim boy from another world. Racing one behind the other toward death, toward change, toward the moment that would carve who they truly were. Adam ran. He ran like this was the first decision he'd ever made in his life. And maybe it was. The moment he began running, everything sharpened, the smell of burning plastic, the chaotic shouts, the heat radiating off the pavement, the wet suction sound of the sludge villain shifting. The world became painfully real. Midoriya in front of him didn't notice his presence, he wasn't thinking anymore, he was moving in autopilot. His eyes were wide, glassy, locked onto the sight of Bakugo thrashing inside the mass of sludge. Everything else, heat, screams, smoke, blurred into a dull roar behind him. His feet pounded the pavement in frantic, uneven steps, as if his body had decided long before his brain caught up. Adam followed only a few steps behind, hearing fragments of Midoriya's muttering tumble out in rushed breaths. Adam didn't understand the words, but the meaning was obvious. Why am I doing this? Why can't I stop? Why am I running straight toward death? Fear twisted Midoriya's face, yet his arms kept reaching forward, toward Bakugo, toward danger, toward something he had no right to challenge, toward the future he always wanted, to be the hero he always dreamed, just like his idol, to save people with a smile. Up ahead, the villain noticed the two boys charging through the smoke, one is crying, the other is terrified. A wave of irritation rippled through his muddy form. One after another, his voice gurgled, thick with contempt. You brats. Try being heroes in your next life. Inside the sludge, Bakugo's fading consciousness flickered. Deku. His lungs burned inside the sludge, every breath shallow and useless. For a moment he thought he was hallucinating, there was no way that nerd, that coward will be charging toward death. But Midoriya kept coming, arms outstretched. Tears streaking through the smoke. Bakugo forced his swollen eyes open wider. No, that's real. The boy he spent years pushing down, the one he mocked, shoved, belittled, telling him he would never be a hero, was the only one running toward him, when even professional heroes just kept watching and waiting. Deku, the quirkless one, trying to save him. His heart kicked once, painfully. And then he saw the other kid, someone he didn't recognize, right behind Midoriya. Same age, same terrified determination in his eyes. He wasn't screaming or crying, he wasn't hesitating. He was just running, like he'd already decided how his life going to end. Two nobodies charging into a monster. Bakugo felt a tiny breath escape his chest. Not a laugh. Not a sob. Something stuck between disbelief and shame. Deku, why you? Why now? Why are you the only idiot moving when everyone else won't? Bakugo felt this as the biggest joke fate had played him since he was born. The villain drew back a massive tendril, condensing it into a jagged whip of sludge. Die. The tendril cracked through the air. Come back. Stop. Damn it. The heroes shouted behind them in warnings. Midoriya's brain recalled his scribbled notes, the memorized tactics he analyzed for his future hero work, flashed through his mind. He fumbled for his backpack, ready to throw it and create an opening. But Adam didn't want the distraction. This was his chance, his only chance to touch the villain. And he wasn't letting it slip. Tatakai, he roared, the one Japanese word he knew that felt right, fight. Adam surged forward with everything he had, his lungs burned, his legs screamed. He lowered his shoulder and slammed himself between Midoriya and the incoming strike. Midoriya was forced to a stop in pure shock. His brain stalled as his perfect plan was shattered by this unknown boy who appeared all of a sudden. The sludge whip slammed into Adam's hands, it was aiming for his head, but fortunately Adam raised his hands in time to defend against this deadly attack. The sound of the impact was awful, like a waterlogged rope slamming into splintering wood. Pain detonated instantly, his skin split open, flesh tore. His right arm bent at an angle no joint was meant to endure. He felt the bone give in, first a sharp crack, then a sickening collapse inward. A wave of heat and pressure crushed his ribs as the impact launched him backward. He hit the ground shoulder first, rolled, skidded across asphalt that scraped layers of skin off his neck, shoulders, back, hands, and only stopped when his back slammed against a fallen sign. The world pulsed in and out of focus, the background noise around him warped. Adam tried to breathe, the attempt came out as a ragged hiss. And still, he grinned. It wasn't because of joy, it was adrenaline ripping through him like electricity, the raw, animal instinct to survive clashing with the equally raw thrill of nearly dying. Terror and exhilaration braided together until he couldn't tell which was which. His right hand, mangled, trembling, still coated in the inky darkness of negation power, pointed a finger like a gun toward the villain, fingers barely obeyed him. His vision narrowed to a blurry tunnel around the sludge creature. He forced breath through his teeth. Negate. The word left him like a final exhale. The effect hit him immediately, his body hollowed out, as if something inside was being scooped away by invisible hands. His muscles weakened, his pulse stuttered, darkness crept in from the edges of his vision. He fought to keep his eyes open. He had to see it. If this was it, if this was the end, he wanted proof that he had done something that mattered, at least to die in peace. At first, nothing happened. Nothing except Midoriya sprinting ahead, exploiting the tiny gap that Adam, the unknown boy who sacrificed his life to create it. Nothing except the villain shifting to strike again. Nothing except the heroes shouting and running toward Adam's crumpled body. Then the villain froze. There was no cool visual effects, no colorful bright light, nor any explosion. It was something far more unnerving, quiet and deadly ink-black darkness threading through the villain's mud-like form, as though the sludge was being stained from within. The darkness crawled across every inch of his body, skipping cleanly around Bakugo. Wah! He never finished as his form convulsed inward. Then, bang, ruptured, not in an explosion, more like brittle clay shattering under internal pressure. Chunks of sludge broke apart in dozens of fragments, splattering across the street. Adam negated the villain's cohesive sludge body, preventing it from clumping together. Bakugo fell with a grunt as Midoriya dove forward, catching him awkwardly. They crashed onto scorched pavement, coughing violently from smoke and heat. Unwilling to look weak, the prideful Bakugo shoved Midoriya away the moment he could breathe. Deku, who the hell is that guy? His voice cracked with shame and fury. He hated the image of being saved by Deku of all people, and by some stranger his own age who did what he couldn't. Midoriya wiped soot and tears from his eyes, panting. Kachan, thanks God you're all right, that boy, I don't know. He just appeared. Both boys turned toward Adam. He lay slumped against the fallen sign, eyes half open, dried blood running down his arms, chest rising in shallow breaths. But he was smiling, softly, faintly, as if relieved. Now I can die in peace, he thought as his eyes closed forcibly. For a moment, everything froze. Fire crackled, smoke drifted, sludge fragments slid across the pavement trying to condense back. But no one moved, not the heroes. Not the police. Not the crowd packed behind the barricades. Everyone stared at the unconscious boy leaning against a fallen sign, arms torn open, bones bent, right hand coated in a blackness that slowly seems to be receding and fading away. The first voice to return to life was Death Arms. Kamui. Get those kids out of there now. All right. Kamui Woods' branches shot across the burning street, wrapping around Midoriya and Bakugo. The two boys were yanked away from the flames, coughing violently as they were pulled to safety. Medical team. Death Arms shouted again, pointing toward Adam. Rescue the injured boy on the ground, backdraft, pave the way for them. The order snapped everyone back into motion. Backdraft immediately started using his quirk, sprouting water and pushing the flames aside so the medics could rush in with their stretchers and equipment. What a damn shame, he muttered under his breath, voice cracking with guilt. We're supposed to be the ones saving people, and yet we relied on kids to do our job. Mount. Lady stood nearby, frozen in place, her massive frame shrinking as she unconsciously disactivated her quirk. Ah, my debut, completely ruined. I just stood here, I couldn't even approach. Meanwhile a brat dove in while I watched. I can imagine the headlines and the critics of people online. Her eyes drifted to Adam's blackened hand. But what is that quirk? It feels menacing. Death Arms let out a long, shaky exhale, rubbing soot from his face. Still, he whispered, I'd rather owe my pride to a kid than live knowing an innocent boy died right in front of me. He glanced again at Adam. His quirk, it's impressive and frightening. Behind the police line, the onlookers erupted into frantic chatter. Everyone was talking at once. Oi, did you see that? The sludge villain just blew apart. That black thing on his arm, what kind of quirk is that? Maybe he can make anything he touches explode. Yabe, he is heavily injured. Phones were raised, cameras clicked, people leaned over the barricade, trying to get a better view of the injured boy who defeated the difficult villain with his eerie power. And behind them, quiet, almost hidden, stood All Might. All Might's throat tightened. The words he told Midoriya minutes earlier echoed back with a sting. You can't become a hero without a quirk. Now those same words felt like shackles around his chest. Because he didn't see weakness here. He didn't see helplessness. He saw courage, pure, unfiltered, reckless courage. Courage that surpassed the trained heroes who hesitated. Courage that surpassed even him. Courage that inspired others to take action. That boy, All Might whispered, voice trembling. His spirit is more heroic than anyone here. His gaze shifted to Adam's blackened hand, then narrowed. That shonin's power, that darkness. It feels familiar. He racked his brain, and recalled that fleeting black light he saw a few hours ago, the black light he suspected behind the quirk disappearance incident that shocked the whole city and even the whole Japan. No, it can't be. Impossible. He thought of a possibility and it terrified him. Chapter 5, Trouble. A few minutes earlier, on the rooftop of a building in front of the shopping district. Wind swept across the concrete, carrying with it the distant echoes of panicked shouts and the rumbling boom of explosions, muted by distance, yet heavy enough to tremble through the air. In that brittle silence, a faint ripple disturbed the space beside an old ventilation unit. A thin thread of purple mist seeped into existence, curling upward like smoke from a candle's dying flame. It gathered slowly, patiently, as though the air itself were being coaxed into shape. The color deepened, black edges swirling into it until the haze thickened enough to swallow light. Then, with a soft, unnatural hum, the mist condensed into the figure of a man. He was tall and composed, his entire form obscured except for the metal brace affixed to his neck. Where muscles and skin should have been, there was only shifting fog, breathing in and out like a living shadow. Kurogiri lifted his head, the yellow glow of his eyes flickering as he observed the scene below. Flashes of orange fire, clusters of uniformed heroes, civilians pressed against police barriers, was reflected in the dull sheen of metal at his throat. He raised his hand, as though inviting someone to step through a doorway only he could see. Reality responded with a whispering distortion. A second gate of swirling darkness unfurled beside him, its interior trembling like a disturbed pond. First came a hand, sickly white pale, bony fingers outstretched as if searching for something to cling to. Then, with a jerking motion, a young man stumbled out, his entire body decorated, no, claimed by disembodied hands clinging to his face, the back of his head, his shoulders, arms and hands, like the memories of every person he had ever touched. Shigaraki Tamura landed unsteadily, a rasping breath cutting from his throat as he instinctively scratched at the hand covering his neck. The scraping sound was sharp enough to echo across the rooftop. Kurogiri, his voice came muffled behind the fingers covering his face, yet still carried that distinct irritability, that simmering hostility toward the world around him. "Why'd you bring me here? What's going on down there? Is this about what Sensei told you to look into?" Kurogiri's mist swirled faintly, the closest thing he ever had to a sigh. "Shigaraki-san, I regret to report that I found nothing. I monitored the heroes, the police, but they remain as clueless as we are. No trace of the source behind this morning's phenomenon." Shigaraki's fingers paused over his throat, waiting. "But," Kurogiri continued, "I thought this particular villain might interest you. Perhaps even be a worthy addition to the villain league you want to create. Please, have a look." From within the folds of swirling fog, he produced a pair of binoculars. Shigaraki snatched them almost immediately, the abrupt motion causing one of the hands on his wrist to sway. He lifted the lenses to his eyes. The world shifted into sharp clarity. Down below, the sludge villain clung to a blonde teenager, thick tendrils of green muck coiling around the boy's torso like wet ropes. The teenager thrashed wildly, palms erupting in bursts of explosion. Ba boom, ba boom, each shockwave flashing bright enough to illuminate the street. But no matter how violently the explosions tore the sludge apart, the villain reformed just as quickly, laughter gurgling through the air like bubbling tar. Shigaraki lowered the binoculars slightly, the faintest pull of interest forming at the corners of his concealed mouth. "He looks gross," he muttered. The word was low, drawn out. "I want to dust that thing just for existing." A beat passed, his tone shifting. "But, he's not useless, he is clever enough to use the boy as a hostage, opportunistic, I like opportunistic." He returned the binoculars to his eye holes, studying the blonde boy now. "And that brat, his quirk is good, with explosions like that, they could cause serious damage to this society." Something like excitement crawled into his voice, subtle but unmistakable. "Ha, look at them, Kurogiri, look carefully." He tilted the binoculars toward the cluster of heroes gathered helplessly in front of the villain, and then at the worried expressions of people behind the cop's barrier. "No one's moving, no one can do a damn thing, and the people." His shoulders trembled faintly, the laugh building slow, deliberate. "Their faces, all that panic, all that fear, this is what the real world looks like." The laugh grew louder, breaking into a warped, breathless rhythm. "Ha, ha, ahahaha, good job sewage, I've decided and I want him, let's kidnap him." Kurogiri's eyes dimmed slightly. "Shigaraki-san, we should wait. There is a more strategic timing." Tamura's fingers froze mid-scratch. "Strategic." "I examined the details surrounding this villain," Kurogiri explained. "He is the same one All Might chased earlier. Somehow he escaped. And according to police reports, he can possess victims. If he succeeds, he gains their quirks." A moment of silence. Then Shigaraki lowered the binoculars completely. "Go on. It would be best," Kurogiri said, "to wait until he succeeds in taking over that boy's body. Ideally when he reaches desperation. If we intervene then, he will be loyal to us afterward." Slowly, Shigaraki's shoulders lifted with a drawn breath. "That's not bad." His head tilted slightly, like a cat watching something die. "But, what if All Might suddenly drops in and ruins everything?" Kurogiri turned toward the city below, the mist around his shoulders rippling like disturbed water. "Shigaraki-san, has it not struck you as strange, that All Might has not appeared? A petty thief is enough to summon him, and yet here, a child is being eaten alive." Kurogiri's voice lowered. "This alone confirms Master's guess." Shigaraki stood still for a moment. Still enough that even the hands covering him looked frozen. Then, so, Sensei was right. His breath stuttered. The symbol of peace is injured. A tremor ran through him, first his fingers, then his arms, then his entire frame began to shake as laughter welled up from somewhere deep, somewhere hollow. Good. A broken chuckle escaped. Good, good, ha, ha 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 ha. He doubled over, his laughter ricocheting off rooftop walls. One push, that's all it takes, just one. And then, bang, this fragile society collapses. His voice carried the certainty of a child who had already smashed the ant farm. Kurogiri merely watched. Neither noticed the faint flutter drifting down from above, a single red feather spinning gently through the air, settling on the rooftop gravel behind them without the slightest sound. ... The alley in front of the shopping district was soaked in the stale scent of overflowing dumpsters and the metallic tang of stagnant water collecting in shallow dips of cracked concrete. Grime clinging to the bricks like a second skin, the distant roar of chaos, explosions, panicked voices, hero shouts, bled into the narrow passage like an unwelcome draft. From the thickest patch of shadow stepped a man whose presence seemed violently incompatible with the filth around him. He walked with careful, measured precision, each step placed as if he were navigating a contaminated laboratory floor. Wearing a dark jacket, lined with a collar of purple fur, crisp white gloves sheathed his hands, and the gold-tipped magenta plague mask he wore reflected the orange-red fire light with precise cruelty. Behind him, emerged a man like a boulder breaking through the surface of the earth. Massive, broad-shouldered, wrapped in tattered belts and a loose tunic that struggled to contain his size, he cut an imposing silhouette. His gloves were thick, metal-plated, meant for breaking bone, they gleamed faintly in the dim light. Though he wore a mask similar in style to the man in front of him, the energy emanating from him could not have been more opposite. Rappa inhaled sharply, excitement crackling in his posture. "Boss. Come on, the action's right there. Why not snatch a hero, or a cop, shake some answers out of them? Better yet, let me fight that thing. That sludge thing's built like a perfect punching bag. I could break him in two. Or what about the blonde kid? His explosions. Pure power. Boss, let me hit something. You feel me?" Chisaki did not turn. He froze mid-step before a small puddle where oily water rippled from the distant shockwaves. With a slight recoil of his body, he adjusted his path by a few centimeters, avoiding even the possibility of a splash. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, polite, and chilled to perfection. "Rappa," he said, "if you continue shouting such pointless suggestions, I will remove the parts of you responsible for producing that noise. I assure you, the procedure will be done in the slowest way possible so you can feel it clearly." The air stilled. Rappa's entire frame stiffened. He pressed both metal-plated hands over the front of his mask, the clang echoing down the alley. He nodded frantically, words dying before they reached his throat. Chisaki resumed walking, though his gaze drifted over the alley with visible displeasure. He did not touch the walls. He did not brush against the air more than necessary. His thoughts simmered beneath the mask. Every surface is saturated with disease. The air itself feels unfiltered. "We did not travel all the way to this city," he said, brushing a speck of unseen dust from his glove, "to involve ourselves in crude brawls. Nor will we be abducting cops in broad daylight. Kidnapping attracts attention, and attention is the last thing I want in this phase." He paused, listening to the distant booms as if evaluating them like lab data. The explosions initially suggested the possibility of uncontrolled quirk discharge. I hoped it might lead us to the source of the earlier quirk failures. His voice lowered further, almost disappointed. Instead, it is merely another primitive spectacle, villain and hero flailing in public. Inefficient, unsanitary, entirely without purpose. Another explosion echoed across the street. Dust shimmered through the air like ash. Chisaki stepped backward, distancing himself from the drifting particles. "There is no further reason to remain," he said. "We are leaving." He turned smoothly, the fur on his collar brushing against the alley's darkness without ever touching its grime. His posture remained immaculate as he retreated into the deeper shadows. Rappa, still vibrating with unspent adrenaline, followed with a frustrated rumble but offered no complaint. A few heartbeats passed. The alley emptied into silence. Then, just as the dust settled, a glint of red caught the light. A single feather, small enough to be mistaken for stray debris, lifted from the ground with a whisper-soft shiver. It rose slowly at first, as though waking, then shot upward with violent precision, slicing through the night air. It climbed above the buildings, hovered briefly in the smoky skyline, then veered sharply, like a crimson arrow, to a particular rooftop overlooking the district. There, beside a metal water tank, a lone figure crouched in shadow, a mass of red plumage faintly on his back. The feather halted behind him. Then, with a subtle whump, it embedded itself into the cluster of scarlet feathers. The movement was so clean, so exact, that the air barely reacted. The feather settled against its brethren. Its task was finished. Perched behind a rust-stained water tank, the number 3 in Japan hero ranking, the wing hero, Hawks, crouched low, the cool metal humming faintly beneath his boots. A breeze skimmed the rooftop, brushing against his feathers. One of them twitched, then angled down toward the scene unfolding below. He let out a soft chuckle, the kind that curled at the edges of his mouth but didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, 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 I heard so many dangerous things. His grin widened a fraction. Lucky, unlucky, hard to say, but my gut was right again. That purple mist guy, I knew something was off about him the moment I spotted him appearing and disappearing across the city. I thought he might have caused the quirk incident. His expression sharpened. But looks like he and that palm-faced gremlin are playing with stakes a lot bigger than I imagined. A few red feathers fanned out behind him, as if listening. Villain League, are the villains uniting? And that zombie-like kid is the leader. They even knows about All Might's injury. They're talking about targeting him, and that kid mentioned something about a master. He clicked his tongue softly. So who the hell is pulling their strings? And how does he know about All Might's condition? That's top shelf classified. A distant explosion's aftershock brushed up the building in a rattling tremor. And the Shihasaikai boss showing up at the same time. Hawks narrowed his eyes. Overhaul sniffing around the source too. The question is why? Why he is interested. His wings flexed, feathers glinting like small blades. Oi, oi, this is turning into a headache. I came here to investigate one incident. Now I'm drowning in side quests that feel like they're about to become the main plot of my life. The noise below swelled, shouts, the wet slap of sludge shifting, the rising panic of civilians pressing against the outer barricade. Hawk's gaze snapped downward as the villain wrapped a tendril around a blond boy, hoisting him like prey. All right, no more thinking, time to clean this up. He leaned forward, wings tensing. He planned to dive, snatch the blonde kid out of the sludge villain's grip, and be gone before anyone realized he was ever here. But something changed. Halfway into his dive, Hawks abruptly halted. His wings flared out, his eyes locked on the barrier line, where 2 boys had just slipped through the gap and sprinted straight toward the villain. What are you 2 doing? His voice dropped into a dangerous whisper. A crack of air split the scene, a whip of sludge lashed out. Hawks sucked in a breath as the black-haired boy in the back lunged forward without a second thought, hurling himself between the attack and his friend. The impact launched him like a broken doll, his body tumbling across the concrete with a hollow thud. Hawks felt his stomach tighten. Yet the green-haired boy didn't stop. Even after that moment of frozen shock, he pushed forward, screaming something hoarse and desperate, sprinting toward certain death. Stupid kids. Hawks cursed, wings snapping downward. With one powerful thrust, he shot into the air like a bullet. Then he froze. It happened in the space of a heartbeat. The sludge villain's body rippled, its murky green surface suddenly darkening, as if swallowed by ink. The blackness crawled over it, coiling, solidifying, then, boom, shards of blackened sludge burst outward in every direction. Nani. Hawk's composure shattered. His wings faltered for an instant, feathers fluttering wildly as he nearly dropped out of the sky. He caught himself, beating his wings hard, but his mind raced. What the hell just happened? A flash of black crossed his memory. The boy, the one is now leaning injured by the shop sign. His right arm, wasn't it coated in the same black substance that covered the villain? Hawk's pupils sharpened to eagle points as he scanned the boy. The boy slumped against the bent shop sign, a faint grin on his lips, an expression halfway between pride and collapse. And just before his knees buckled, Hawks caught the glimmer of that same shadowy power retreating from his skin. What a dangerous power. For the first time Hawks felt the cold prickle of unease crawl down the back of his neck. Meanwhile, on the high rooftop, Shigaraki crouched forward, elbows on his knees, binoculars pressed against his face. At first, he was grinning. Then the grin froze. He watched his preferred and potential villain league member turn from a dangerous mass of sludge into tiny, inert bits of mud that splattered across the pavement. Cheers rose from the barricades, civilians clapped and shouted in relief. Heroes who moments ago stood helpless sprang into motion, barking orders, securing the area, cleaning up the chaos. The schoolboy was saved. The sudden, swift defeat of the villain felt like a physical slap to Shigaraki's face. The black-haired boy leaning against the sign, the one with the ominous darkness around his arm, had flipped the entire situation in an instant. Shigaraki's teeth clicked together. Again, he whispered. He didn't realize his hand had risen to his neck until he felt the skin peel beneath his nails. Dust-like flakes drifted to his collar, but he didn't stop. He was filled with white-hot dissatisfaction. He hated this ending. He hated the easy triumph of the good guys. Nah, Kurogiri, why is it always like this? He whined, his voice thick with injustice. Why, just when the villains are about to win, does some stupid, unbelievable bullshit happen to flip the tables? His scratching grew harsher. This is unfair. This game is totally unfair. And I'm sick of it. Kurogiri's smoky form wavered beside him. Calm yourself, Shigaraki-san. He said calmly, as though soothing a child in the middle of a tantrum. Observe closely, the heroes were entirely useless. The victory was entirely due to that civilian boy's quirk. It was not a hero who won, but a teenager. He is injured, and the heroes had to rely on a civilian to clean up their mess. This is a profound embarrassment for the hero society. Kurogiri paused, his yellow eyes focusing. But Shigaraki, do you not find the nature of that boy's quirk quite familiar to your own? Shigaraki stopped scratching and immediately snatched up his binoculars, aiming them at the black-haired boy, Adam, who was slumping unconscious. That color, that feeling, it's destruction, he murmured. A power fitting for our side. A grin crept back up his face, slower this time, twisted and gleaming with terrible delight. Kurogiri, I've decided. We're going to take him. Right here. In front of all these heroes. He saved the day, wiped the heroes' asses, but they couldn't protect him from being snatched. That will be a perfect headline. The very citizens they claim to protect will despise them. Shigaraki-san, Kurogiri said cautiously. He displayed heroic intent. I do not believe he will willingly join us. Who said I want him to join us? Shigaraki sneered. I know for sure he can't be tamed with such a righteous heart. I will simply give him to Sensei. Sensei will be extremely interested in that quirk. We can transfer it to a more loyal member of the league, and grab that utterly useless sewage villain, too. He's a good pawn for lower jobs. Kurogiri gave a slow, misty nod. He began to shimmer, preparing to open a warp gate, when both villains noticed a sudden change in the scene below. Hawks was intensely focused on the black-haired boy, Adam. He had noted the destructive power, but his attention was abruptly pulled back to the chilling vocal feed coming from the feather he had placed near the two villains. Hawks processed the last exchange. I will simply give him to Sensei. Sensei will be extremely interested in that quirk. We can transfer it to a more loyal member. Hawk's head snapped up toward the villains. His sharp golden pupils constricted in sudden fright as the full gravity of the information hit him. Quirk transfer, their master can strip and transfer quirks. Hawks whispered, horrified, a certain existence with the same power, considered as myth by many, but as someone working in the Hero Public Safety Commission, know he is real. But according to what I know, All Might had killed him in the fight that broke few years ago. Is the HPSC hiding something? Is he what this newly formed League of Villains are going to rely on to destroy the symbol of peace and plunge society into chaos? League of Villains, you are far more dangerous than I thought. He quickly retreated deeper into the deep, cooling shadow of the water tank. The immediate situation below, the sludge villain, had been solved. His new, urgent priority was tracking the greater threat. This changes everything. Hawks closed his eyes, focusing his senses. He manipulated the feather he had already placed near the warp gate user. He concentrated, guiding the tiny piece of crimson until it gently and quietly shifted, sticking firmly to the back of the cold, metal brace on Kurogiri's neck. In this way, I'll track their location. I have to hurry though, before they discover the feather. I must avoid showing myself or using my main quirk around them so they can't associate the feather tracker with the number 3 hero. He took a deep breath, the casual cynicism replaced by cold, hard resolve. I just pray they are too arrogant to care about the number 3 hero, or else once they find the feather, they will be alarmed. Chapter 6, Hawks. The hero backdraft worked quickly, using his water quirk to carve a clean, safe path through the lingering smoke and debris so that medical personnel could reach the injured. Near the scene, medical staff and police surrounded the 2 conscious teenagers. Midoriya Izuku, the green-haired boy, was being harshly reprimanded by heroes for his reckless, quirkless charge into danger. Meanwhile, Bakugo Katsuki, the blonde with the explosion quirk, was being enthusiastically praised and solicited by the heroes into their agency. All Might, still concealed, kept his intense focus on Adam, the boy who lay unconscious near the shop sign. I can't be wrong, All Might thought, his breath held tight. That black light I saw in the morning, that pitch black color, it's identical to the substance that appeared on his hand and covered the villain. Could his quirk have lost control and caused the strange incident this morning? It seems to break apart anything it touches, but when it passed over me and the other civilians, it caused no damage. Why? Am I wrong? Is this just a terrifying similarity? No, I must confirm it myself. I must. All Might's golden eyes narrowed. Below, the scattered green sludge was slowly, agonizingly, drawing back together, condensing and reforming into its previous grotesque shape. The sludge villain was terrified and angry. He got shattered into tiny fragments by the boy's power, he had fought against his own molecular repulsion. Each part felt slippery, refusing to fuse. But through sheer, desperate will, he had finally managed to reclaim his form. He let out a shaky sigh of relief, instantly replaced by a roaring surge of hate. That brat. That bastard is the one who did it. The sludge villain's eyes, bulging with rage, turned blood red. His dream, acquiring a powerful vessel, rising up, had been ruined. I'll take your body as compensation. With a speed born of malice, the sludge villain shot toward the unconscious Adam. Nurses and medical staff screamed, scrambling backward in sheer, immobilized fright. Your power will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Swoosh. A golden flash tore through the smoke. Boom. Like a thunderclap of golden lightning, the massive, muscular figure of the symbol of peace appeared at the blink of an eye, materializing instantly between the villain and the vulnerable boy. As if I'll allow you. All Might roared. All Might. The green sludge villain shrieked, instantly freezing in midair, the panic draining all aggression from his body. He didn't even have a chance to turn and run before he heard the final, terrible verdict of his demise. Detroit Smash. The powerful fist never touched the villain. It slammed only into the air, compressing it violently and releasing a shockwave that tore through the alley. The invisible force sent the sludge villain's body flying away, ripped apart into countless inert pieces. The remaining fires were instantly extinguished by the hurricane force airwaves. People and heroes nearby were nearly swept away, saved only when Mt. Lady, reacting instantly, used her gigantic, quickly enlarged arms as a massive protective barrier. The immense shockwave generated a swirling tornado, sucking up all the leftover black smoke and debris. It rose into the sky, gathering nearby clouds and squeezing the moisture from them. It began to rain. All Might stood tall in the sudden downpour, steam visibly rising from his muscular body as he gasped for breath. His form was beginning to fail, but he used every ounce of willpower to steady himself, his hand discreetly wiping away a small trickle of blood that seeped from his mouth, a cost of forcing his body past its limit. For a full minute, the world was silent. Everyone stared at the enormous blonde man who had appeared from nowhere, wearing a simple white shirt and green army pants. All Might. Hey, he made it rain. With just one punch, he changed the weather with a casual blow. That's All Might for ya. The onlookers erupted in a frenzied, triumphant roar, the cheers drowning out the sound of the rain. All Might lifted his right hand high, declaring his victory with his characteristic, world-saving smile. Just hold it. Just for a moment longer. Huh. A sudden, sharp chill, cold as ice, ran up All Might's spine. What a pure killing intent. He turned, his enhanced senses instantly pinpointing the source. His eyes zoomed onto a building directly facing the shopping district. On the rooftop stood a teenager clad in all black. What made the hero's blood run cold was the disturbing array of pale, zombie-like hands covering the boy's face, neck, and shoulders. Beside him stood the swirling humanoid form of purple dark mist. Villains. All Might saw the hatred, a focused, almost materialized desire to kill, oozing from the young man. I should capture him right now. All Might thought, his vision wavering. But my body has reached its absolute limit. If I dare to use my power one more time, the whole world will see my true, weakened form. Damn it. But looking at the chilling figure of the teenage villain, All Might made his decision. He can't let the villain dare to do something now. He couldn't risk the exposure, but he could risk a bluff. He dropped instantly into a low, pre-running stance, channeling every remaining ounce of One for All into his posture. He radiated imminent, world-ending speed, within an unmistakable message. If you move, I'll be there before you blink. ... A few moments earlier, back on the observation rooftop, Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogiri tracked the renewed action below. Tamura, Kurogiri murmured, his misty form slightly relieved. It seems our candidate has regained consciousness. He managed to pull himself back together. Shigaraki laughed, a sharp, manic sound. Ha ha ha, I take back my words. The world is fair. Go, sewage. Go rebel against this hero society and kill that brat. The boy is in serious danger, Shigaraki-san. The sludge is purely driven by anger now. That's good. Shigaraki shrieked, scratching the skin below his facial hand. Kill him. That is the proper result for anyone who tries to be a hero, they must die. But before the sludge could reach its target, a thunderous bang erupted. A colossal, muscular blonde man in a simple white shirt and green trousers appeared instantaneously, positioning himself directly between the charging villain and the unconscious boy. The man clenched his enormous fist. Just the compression of his muscles made the residual smoke and heat around him shudder. Then, he smashed the air in front of him toward the sludge villain. The resulting shockwave was blinding. Shigaraki and Kurogiri suddenly saw nothing but a massive, opaque wall of air and wind. A miniature tornado manifested, soaring into the sky, violently swallowing all the black smoke. The clouds above instantly gathered, thickening, and squeezing out water. Rain began to fall, washing the filthy street clean. See, cheater. That's absolute cheating. Tamura. Shigaraki began tearing at his neck and face with intense speed, oblivious as flakes of skin peeled away. Next to him, Kurogiri involuntarily opened a small, black sliver of the warp gate, his tone heavy with fear and respect. The symbol of peace. All Might, he seems unaffected. Was he simply occupied? His strength is still as utterly ridiculous as always. Tamura, we must leave. With that man's speed and his sharpness, he can reach this rooftop in an instant. We cannot risk capture. Shigaraki screamed his rage at the unmoving, steaming figure below. Ah, game over. All Might. I'll destroy you. I'll destroy your fake symbol of peace. I'll destroy everything you have built. Just you wait. Kurogiri, still watching through the binoculars, suddenly saw All Might's massive head turn toward their rooftop. The hero then sank low, planting his feet into a terrifying, pre-running stance, the posture of a man about to launch himself at impossible velocity. Tamura, quickly, enter the warp gate. Tamura. Shigaraki, recognizing the difference in power, abandoned his screaming rage. He jumped backward, falling into the safety of the misty void. Kurogiri followed suit, his misty form flowing into the gate. He closed it instantly and tightly, worried that All Might somehow follow them through the dimensional tier. He did not notice the small, single red feather clinging tightly to the metal brace at the back of his neck. On the street below, seeing the two dark figures vanish in a flash of purple mist, All Might breathed a heavy, internal sigh of relief. Phew, they were fooled, he thought, holding his perfect smile. That warp gate user, his quirk is devastatingly dangerous, he can appear and disappear at will. But that kid, the leader. I felt a vile, cold intent from him. My gut is shouting at me that something truly terrible will happen because of that boy. I hope my bluff was the correct call, because I certainly couldn't have forced the capture. Hawks saw the entire events unfolding. He saw All Might's terrifying display of power, and he saw the two villains shrink back and flee. I guess luck is on my side, he thought, pulling his wings in tight. I don't have to show myself or confront them, which might have startled the snake. Should I tell All Might what I learned immediately? He noticed them himself, they were clearly scared of him. No, better safe. I should do this without the media frenzy seeing me interacting with the symbol of peace, he decided. I'll track him secretly and have a private conversation. As for the League of Villains, that was now a secondary, long-term operation. Hawk swiftly pulled out his phone and made a rapid call to his sidekick. Hey, where are you now? Okay, good. Remain there. I'm sending a feather your way. Follow its direction as fast as possible. Don't ask questions now. When you reach the destination, do not, under any circumstances, take action. Just watch. Hawks already had numerous covert feathers placed around the city, telekinetically guided the feather closest to his sidekick and delivered it. Hawks was sent specifically by the HPSC to find the source of the Quirks incident. In order to gather intelligence quickly, he had already put several of his feathers across the city. The task of tracking the unknown League of Villains was now delegated. Hawk's current, immediate priority was to close the distance on the number one hero and share his chilling discovery. After all, he seems to be the main target of the villains. After All Might delivered the final blast, the police officers moved in with practiced hands, gathering the scattered villain gelatinous pieces into black trash plastic bags. To Midoriya, the sight felt strangely distant, as if he were watching a scene unfold behind thick glass. Adam was rushed to the nearest hospital, still unconscious. All Might, pressed by his strict time limit, slipped away before the inevitable flood of journalists could arrive. Midoriya and Bakugo finished their official reports, then parted ways with the officers. The sun sank toward the horizon, its last rays stretching long across the city, the gold softening into amber. Midoriya began his walk home, his steps slow and uneven, his head hanging low. The lingering adrenaline had drained from his limbs, leaving a subtle, exhausting tremble. His palms felt clammy in the cooling evening air. He tried to breathe, but each inhale brushed against the tight, painful knot lodged under his ribs. Today had been too much. He'd almost died. He'd been saved by the hero he admired most. He'd discovered that hero's devastating secret. And worst of all, that same hero had spoken the words that had crushed every last shard of the future he'd desperately clung to since childhood. You can't be a hero without a quirk. As he walked, the pavement seemed to stretch longer than usual, like a thin ribbon pulling him farther and farther from the person he wished he could be. Each step felt like closing a chapter he wasn't ready to end. Maybe it's time to stop pretending, he thought, his chest tightening. Time to accept that ordinary is all I can ever be. And yet, in the middle of that profound ache, there was something strangely light. A small, flickering warmth. He had done something heroic today. It wasn't much. He hadn't fought. He hadn't saved anyone. He had only run forward like a terrified fool and been scolded by heroes and cops alike, but it had been the closest he had ever felt to the dream he loved. That small spark was the only gentle thing he carried from the entire day. He let out a tired sigh. It drifted upward, lost in the golden haze of the evening. Deku. The familiar voice cracked through his melancholy like an explosion. Midoriya stopped and spun around. Bakugo was approaching fast, breath harsh, steps heavy. His expression was a volatile mix of frustration and something he clearly refused to name. His shoulders shook slightly, either from the sprint or from the sheer pressure of everything he wouldn't admit. Kachan. Bakugo didn't acknowledge the fear or the question in Midoriya's voice. He squared his jaw, forcing his expression back into the sharp, bristling mask he'd worn for years. I never asked you for help. He snapped. You didn't save me. Got it, Deku. I was fine by myself. His glare landed on Midoriya with all the familiar heat, but Midoriya felt the tremor behind it. For the first time, Kachan's resentment wasn't aimed downward. It felt horizontal. A clash between equals, at least in the charged heat of that single moment. Bakugo's fists trembled at his sides. He wasn't only angry at Midoriya. He was furious at himself. He couldn't accept being saved, especially by the quirkless boy he had always claimed was beneath him. He refused to accept the sharp humiliation curling in his gut. He refused to think about how weak he'd felt in those moments when his struggle and efforts were meaningless in the face of that villain. And more than anything, he refused to acknowledge the truth clawing at him. If he had been quirkless, he doubted he would have run forward like Midoriya did. So he hid it all behind the only armor he trusted. I didn't need your help. Or that extra's help either. Bakugo barked, venom coating the last word. Don't start thinking you can look down on me. He leaned forward, voice low and fierce. Just watch, nerd. I'm the one who'll become the #1 hero. He turned away before anything truly real could slip through the cracks, but even from behind, Midoriya saw the tension in his shoulders, anger mixed with something much more fragile, something like desperate self-assurance. Midoriya watched him disappear down the street, confusion tugging at his expression. Kacchan's tone was harsh, but there had been something else underneath. Something like recognition. As if, for the first time, Bakugo had looked at him not as a nobody, but as a rival he absolutely refused to lose to. Midoriya let out a small, helpless sigh. Kacchan, thinking too much again, he murmured. How can a quirkless nobody compete with him? I did nothing. I only ran forward, that's all. It was all thanks to that black-haired boy who appeared out of nowhere and used his powerful quirk to defeat the villain. If he hadn't jumped in front of me, there was a high chance I would have died from that villain's attack. I hope he will be fine. Sigh, I'm envious of his quirk, it looks cool, powerful. What is that dark thing? Does it shatter anything it coats? It didn't do any visible damage to that sludge villain because of the special nature of his liquid body, but if it were used on other people, it would be deadly. It seems he needs to physically touch his target for it to function. That's a powerful quirk. It can be used for rescue, or incapacitating villains, but it seems its effects don't last long. The villain managed to gather his body back after a while. If it weren't for All Might, that boy would have been possessed. Fortunately, All Might appeared. That Detroit smash was so powerful. This is my first time seeing it directly. The previous time when I almost got killed by the villain doesn't count because I was dizzy. I'm so lucky. With one punch he made it rain. As expected of All Might, even though he is injured and past his limits, he still saved people with a smile. I should apologize for causing trouble. If I hadn't held on to his leg, nothing would have happened. Maybe I should send an apology message on his official website. Without knowing when, Midoriya had fully entered his rambling analysis mode. His quirk analyzing instincts kicked in, and his mouth became like a Gatling gun, firing analysis after analysis as his brain poured out ideas non-stop. I am here. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind stirred in front of Midoriya, snapping him out of his inner monologue. A muscular blonde figure dashed out of the left intersection road while shouting his iconic line. All Might, why are you here? I thought you left because you reached the time limit. Midoriya jumped in surprise. He even started doubting whether he had awakened a quirk that allowed him to summon All Might just by thinking about him. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, Shonen. I'm fine. Why? Because I'm All Mig, Poa. A spray of blood burst from All Might's mouth. The familiar steam rose around him, melting away his heroic, larger form until only the thin, skeletal figure remained. Midoriya's shoulders jumped. Even after seeing it earlier, the sudden transformation shocked him every time. Cough, cough, ahem. All Might wiped the blood away. He stood in front of Midoriya in his skeleton-like form, but his aura didn't diminish in the slightest. In fact, it seemed sharper and more focused than usual. He looked at him seriously and said, Shonen, I come with thanks, a correction, and a suggestion. Midoriya gripped the belt of his backpack, looking at All Might in confusion. All Might's voice softened as he started explaining what he meant. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I would have turned into a mere guy in a bodysuit who was all talk. So, thank you. Midoriya's throat tightened. That can't be, it was my fault in the first place. I got in the way of your work, and I said all those impertinent things even though I'm quirkless. Midoriya shook his head, unable to accept this thanks because of the consuming guilt. All Might cut him off with a small, definitive shake of his head. That's right. It was because none other than the timid, quirkless you was at the scene that I was able to act. Midoriya's eyes widened, green irises catching the last of the sunlight like glass. All Might continued, his voice steady with conviction. Top heroes have stories about themselves from their school days. Most of them have one thing in common, just like what you did back then for the blonde boy, their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. That was true for you too, wasn't it? Midoriya's green eyes started glittering, then misted over. His idol, the number one hero, recognized his feat and even said he was like the top heroes in their youth. Without realizing it, tears began to gush from his eyes. His body trembled, he crouched down, trying to hold back the sobs, but the warmth of All Might's words, the words he had longed to hear even from his mom, the words representing his dream and aspiration that had been denied by everyone around him, now came from the one he respected most. The memory of his mother's words, "I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm sorry," resounded in his mind. The faint, fragile memory echoed inside him, raw and painfully real. His fingers pressed to his chest as though something beneath his ribs was finally cracking open. All Might looked at the shaking, tearful boy. He understood that his words meant everything to this young man. He said what he felt he must say, no. He should say and correct his previous statement. You can become a hero. Midoriya couldn't control himself anymore. He dropped to the ground, crying out all the negative emotions pressed in his chest, the self-doubt, the discrimination he had suffered, and the dreams he felt slipping farther away each day. Sobs tore from his lips. Sniffle, hic, snuffle, echoing in the quiet street. His chest shook violently, hands clutching at his heart as though trying to hold the fragile thing in place. The warmth of All Might's words wrapped around him, melting the cold ice of self-doubt that had frozen him for so long. He cried until he felt the burden lifted. All Might silently stood, letting the boy untangle the knot in his heart. With a messy, tearful, snotty face, Midoriya looked up at the man he admired, a powerful thought forming in his mind. The ultimate compliment, the thing he had longed to hear most, was now being offered by the man he admired most. Could anything be more shocking than this? All Might raised his hands, then brought them down with a decisive motion, saying something that made Midoriya's mind screech to a halt. You are worthy to inherit my power. For a heartbeat, the world turned silent. Huh, Midoriya squeaked, tilted his head, his face a mask of utter blankness. His tear-streaked cheeks were frozen in disbelief. All Might took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to the dumbfounded boy. He lifted his hand dramatically, then dropped it to point at Midoriya. Listen, young man, he repeated, his voice booming with forced enthusiasm. You need to decide whether or not you will accept my power. He said it so loudly and excitedly that he immediately sputtered a mouthful of blood, which he swiftly wiped away with the back of his hand. What are you saying, All Might? Izuku yelped. Midoriya had literally understood the words, but the meaning was impossible. It was a solid, unchangeable fact in this world that quirks were something people were born with, something inherited, genetic like hair color etc. All Might instantly realized the young boy's confusion, seeing the panic behind his emerald eyes. He leaned in, his tone dropping to a serious, confidential murmur. Most people think I have superhuman strength, or some kind of muscle boost, quirk, and I constantly dodge the question during interviews with a funny joke. He puffed his hollow chest out for a moment, then winced visibly as his ribs protested the strain. Because the symbol of peace, All Might, had to be a natural-born hero, a singular force of nature. He paused, letting the silence settle like ash. Midoriya's eyes were glued to the skeletal hero, every nerve ending screaming. But young man, I'll tell you the truth, All Might's voice deepened, taking on a gravitas Midoriya had never heard before. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. All Might opened his arms wide, looking toward the sky at a 45-degree angle, and declared something that made Izuku's jaw dropped. Far behind a wall, hidden in shadow, another jaw dropped too. It was passed on to you. Midoriya and Hawks repeated the sentence in staggered, absolute shock. What the hell is going on today? Hawks inwardly groaned, pressing his back harder against the cold brick, feathers trembling in disbelief. I came for one simple conversation. 1. Instead I walk into a myth being real. Hawks had been secretly trailing all night, hoping to find a moment to discuss the intelligence he had accidentally gathered, specifically, the possibility of All for One's return under the guise of the League of Villains. He'd intended to wait until the green-haired kid left. When he heard All Might recognizing the boy's bravery, Hawks had scoffed inwardly. Telling a quirkless kid he could be a hero was recklessly pushing him toward disaster. But now, hearing All Might's latest bombshell, he realized All Might wasn't reckless, he was insane. A power that can be passed on, and All Might wants to pass it to this kid. This is something straight out of a comic book. Hawks stopped thinking and focused intensely on All Might's next words. Izuku was shaking his head repeatedly. That's impossible. Midoriya was muttering non-stop, a torrent of frantic denial pouring from his lips about the impossibility of such an ability. All Might cut him off mid-mutter. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. All Might's eyes held absolute, unshakable honesty. The power to transfer power, that's the true essence of the quirk I inherited. He lifted his palm, facing the sky. Midoriya swore he could see a faint, colorful light emanating from it, but when he blinked, it vanished, leaving only the sight of the frail hero. I was crowned with One for All. One, for, all, Midoriya repeated the name in a low whisper, his eyes wide with wonder and amazement, the sheer weight of the words settling over him. Hawks rested his chin on his hand, the hidden feathers of his wings instinctively tensing against the brick. His brain began to furiously analyze the new data. One for all for one, there has to be a connection. Passing down strength, maybe even quirks. But All Might never showed anything except brute force. What is he hiding? Midoriya clutched his chest, overwhelmed. Why are you giving something so great, a power like this, to me? Though happiness was blooming inside him like a fragile flower, Midoriya's lifelong low self-esteem made him feel profoundly unworthy. Wouldn't it be better if it was given to someone with an already powerful quirk, like Bakugo, or one of the top pro heroes? It was exactly what Hawks was thinking. Hidden behind the wall, Hawks' brow furrowed in serious disagreement. He folded his arms tightly across his chest, his posture shifting from casual observer to tactical analyst. A power like this, a world-class nuclear bomb of strength, and he's offering it to a quirkless kid. Hawks thought. Logically, it's an absolute waste of resources. With the intelligence I have on hand, we're facing a potential crisis. We need that power active, stabilized, and ready for deployment right now. If I had the superhuman strength of All Might, plus my Fierce Wings quirk, becoming the new symbol of peace wouldn't just be possible, it would be a guaranteed piece of cake. Maybe a student at the top of a hero program, someone proven, with a few years of solid training. Hawks shook his head in disappointment. This kid is a civilian. He's brave, sure, but he's zero capacity right now. All Might's heart is too big, it's clouding his overall situational awareness. He's choosing based on raw, instinctive guts, not tactical necessity. Hawks took a deep breath, the serious expression instantly dissolving back into his easy, almost lazy smirk. He unfurled his arms, leaning slightly off the wall. Well, not my problem to solve, is it? He gave a slight, almost imperceptible shrug. It's his quirk, his choice. And if he wants to gamble the world on a teary-eyed fanboy, I guess I don't have a say in it. All Might clenched his fist, the sinews in his gaunt arm straining. I have been looking for a successor, and after that incident, I realized you are the most suitable one to inherit it. His voice cracked with genuine pride. You were just a quirkless hero fanboy, but your body moved instinctively. You were more heroic than anyone else back there. Tears gathered in Midoriya's eyes again, but he resisted the urge to sob this time, taking a deep, shuddering breath. But I wasn't the only one who took action. In fact, that black-haired boy with the darkness quirk was far more heroic than me, and he was the one who defeated the villain, both to save me and save Kacchan. All Might nodded his head in acceptance. That's right, young man, but you only saw things from your perspective. That young man took action because he saw you take action. Your courage infected him, and it infected me. Moreover, that young man has a powerful, dangerous quirk. I'm afraid if I gave him one for all, it would run out of control and cause a disaster. All Might placed a heavy hand on Midoriya's shoulder. All right. The final decision rests with you. It's up to you to decide whether you want to inherit my power or not. Midoriya clenched his fist, breath trembling with conviction. He said all that, he shared his secret, he chose me. There's no reason to hesitate. None. He wiped his tears and snot on his sleeve with a frantic swipe, then stood straight, face set with a seriousness that looked too big for his freckled features. He drew in a breath. And then, wait. The voice came from directly behind them. The word was quiet, almost conversational, yet it detonated the solemn atmosphere like a flashbang. Nani. All Might and Midoriya jolted so violently it looked like their souls tried to eject themselves from their bodies. Puffff. All Might's eyes bulged, a jet of blood spurting from his mouth like a cracked fountain. Midoriya didn't spit blood, but the effect was similar. His eyes bulged so wide they looked like they might detach, and the color drained from his face entirely. For a sickening second, he felt his literal soul try to exit his mouth, leaving behind nothing but an empty, trembling shell. They whipped around in perfect synchronization, faces pale and horrified. Their exchanged glance screamed one unified thought. We are finished. All Might's neck creaked as he turned, stiff as a poorly oiled machine. In a flash of panic, he genuinely considered transforming into his buff form, blitzing forward with a knife hand chop, and praying amnesia was a real thing you could induce manually. Midoriya peeked out from behind All Might. And froze. MHA, Hawks. The #1 hero and his #1 fanboy screamed the name together like a duo caught doing something illegal. There he was, standing casually with his back against the wall like he'd been waiting for someone to offer him popcorn. Hawks lifted a hand in a lazy wave, smile bright and unbothered. Yo, All Might, he chirped. He cocked his head slightly toward Midoriya. And Greenette. Sorry to interrupt the dramatic destiny talk, but, Hawks paused for emphasis, letting the silence stretch for a while before he said. Inheritance, huh? Should I take a number, or is this one of those exclusive VIP lines? Midoriya's face turned sheet white. All Might's biggest secret. Exposed. I kept causing troubles to All Might, I deserve to die. All Might choked on air, then on panic, then on more air. You, Hawks. Long time no see. His voice cracked so hard it sounded like he swallowed his own dignity. He needed, to ask. How long were you standing there? What exactly did you hear? Is it too late to pretend none of this happened and physically throw you into the ocean? But all that came out was a trembling smile and a sweat drop that practically slid off him like a waterfall. As if he read his thoughts, Hawks said. Don't worry, All Might. I heard everything. Hawks stretched his arms with an exaggerated sigh, his sharp golden eyes narrowed playfully. From the moment you met the green-haired kid, it was like watching a movie. I almost shed tears, honestly. A quirkless kid getting the recognition of the #1 hero, who wants to pass his powerful quirk to him. I almost cried. Almost. If I had popcorn, I would have given the whole thing a solid 9 out of 10. All Might let out the weakest, ha-ha, of his career. His smile twitched, then died. His gaze turned heavy. Why are you here, Hawks? And why did you follow me secretly? I must ask you to keep everything you heard to yourself, you know the turmoil this news would cause if leaked. I'll even ask you to keep it from the Hero Public Safety Commission. All Might's tone was serious, a stark command. Hawk's easy smile also disappeared, replaced by a focused, solemn expression. He nodded slowly. While I do want to complain that you're quite reckless discussing something this serious in such a public place, don't worry. This information won't leave my lips. As for your questions, I was sent here by the organization to investigate the quirk incident from the morning. I didn't intend to follow you, but I accidentally discovered some shocking information I felt the #1 hero needed to know. That's why I trailed you. Discovered shocking information. Did you figure out the source of that incident? All Might asked, leaning forward anxiously. His gaze was intense, already calculating. Is it related to that black-haired shonen? Did Hawks figure out the same thing? Hawks shook his head, the movement tight. No, it's related to the two dudes you scared away, the dark purple mist guy with the warp gate quirk and the creepy kid with the palms clutching his body. All Might frowned deeply. Midoriya, standing slightly behind All Might, felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He wanted to turn and leave, the topic is something a civilian like him shouldn't hear, yet he also desperately needed to stay and deliver his answer. Without him realizing it, the atmosphere had grown heavy, the deepening twilight suddenly feeling oppressive. Both Midoriya and All Might had beads of nervous sweat tracing paths down their faces. At that moment, I felt a strong killing intent directed toward me, All Might admitted, his voice a low rumble. When I turned, I saw those two guys on the rooftop. They are undoubtedly villains. My gut told me they would definitely be troublesome, but I had reached my limit. I was afraid they would act, so I had no other choice except scaring them off. Please, Hawks, tell me what you discovered. Hawks let out a long, helpless sigh. He glanced pointedly at Midoriya, the gesture loaded with implication. Are you fine with him listening? What I'm about to say may be dangerous for him to hear. All Might turned to Midoriya. He looked into the boy's eyes and saw not fear, but a quiet, unyielding determination burning there. He has already decided, but let's confirm it. Young man, I didn't hear your answer. I'll do it. For some reason, Midoriya didn't stutter this time. The words burst out, fueled by a deep, absolute conviction. This was it, the chance, the only chance to achieve his lifelong dream, to become the hero he always looked up to. He would not, could not, hesitate. All Might's tired eyes crinkled in a genuine, warm smile. That's what I thought. He then turned back to Hawks. As you've probably heard, I have chosen to pass my power to this young man. He will become my successor, the successor of the symbol of peace. I think he has the right to know. Hawks exhaled in disappointment. That's your power, you can hand it to whoever you want. But All Might, this is a risky play. I hope you reconsider after hearing what I say. Midoriya felt a shock of frustration and defensiveness at the pro-hero's words. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, but managed to keep silent, watching. He looked at All Might and saw an expression of unwavering resolve. No matter what you say, Hawks, All Might said firmly, I won't change my decision. This boy will become a great hero one day. He gave Midoriya a thumbs up. Midoriya's breath hitched, the sudden pride and validation overwhelming him, tears welling up. All Mightu, compose yourself, young man. A future symbol of peace must save people with a smile, not with waterfall eyes. All Might gently scolded, though his voice was kind. Hawks watched the two emotionally flailing boys and sighed. Man, that's cruel, All Might. I was really hoping to snag one for all for myself. Midoriya and All Might froze, they stared blankly at the number 3 hero. Hawks grinned mischievously. Just imagine it. Super strength stacked on my fierce wings. I'd become unstoppable. The crime rate of Japan would drop to an unimaginable rate, and heroes would finally become less busy, alas. He sighed dreamily. But no, I guess I'm not this world's protagonist. You, green-haired kid, you sure you're not packing a luck quirk? Midoriya blinked at him, horrified. So you were just greedy for my one for all. Midoriya glared at Hawks, hostility flaring. This was his chance, and he wouldn't let anyone take it. He expressed his unyielding determination with his fixed, brave gaze and his clenched, ready fists. Huh, interesting kid, Hawks thought, noticing the shift. Timid, yet when it comes to critical times, he becomes so brave. Hawks waved his hands dismissively, a wide, easy smile back on his face. I was just joking to lighten the mood. Don't worry, boy, I won't steal your chance. I didn't, Midoriya stammered, quickly waving his hands in an embarrassed frenzy. All right, Hawks, let's go back to our topic, All Might interrupted, steering the conversation back to the serious matter. What did you discover about those two villains that made you follow me secretly? I'll skip how I discovered them. In short, I relied on my feathers acting as sensors, they capture the vibrations and transmit them to me. I relied on this feature of my quirk to eavesdrop on them. What the hell are you doing, boy? Hawks and All Might's attention snapped toward Midoriya. Midoriya had already whipped out a notebook, scribbling furiously. This is my hobby, Midoriya said shyly, his eyes darting left and right. I like to record and analyze the quirks of heroes and others. I had previously analyzed your quirk, Hawks, and never knew your feathers had this sensory skill, so I was updating my notes, sorry. What a weird hobby, Hawks muttered, though he chuckled slightly. All right, just don't spread it. All Might smiled faintly at Midoriya. He understood the boy's obsession, it stemmed from his quirklessness. He motioned to Hawks, his expression once again serious. Please continue, Hawks. Focus on the important matter. Right. So I heard some interesting things. First, the kid with the palms covering his body is the leader, and the warp gate guy is the subordinate. The first one is called Tamura Shigaraki, and the other is Kurogiri. Hawks paused, letting the names sink in. The second thing is, the guy who calls himself Tamura Shigaraki is aiming to destroy and kill the symbol of peace, All Might. And they even guessed you're getting weak, though they were doubtful after seeing your punch that changed the weather. What? Midoriya couldn't believe his ears, his face draining of color. Someone is targeting All Might. And they know about his injury. All Might wasn't entirely surprised, the killing intent he'd sensed from the young man was enough to tell him their goal. What did alarm him was the fact they knew about his injury or at least suspected his weakening. All Might asked calmly, let's assume they know about my injury and time limit. I believe they must be relying on something else. Looking at their reaction when they escaped, they can't achieve such a goal by themselves. Did you figure out their reliance or plan? Hawks nodded, his expression grim. That Tamura Shigaraki seems to be forming something called the Villain League. They're probably planning to gather villains under one banner. In fact, the reason they were watching from the rooftop was because they were interested in the sludge villain. They were intending to recruit him after he possessed the blonde boy, but because of the black-haired boy's intervention, they lost that opportunity. Midoriya whispered, Kacchan, thank goodness he was saved, if he wasn't. Even after all the bullying, he never wished something so awful on Bakugo. All Might shook his head. That's not enough to destroy the symbol of peace. In front of a huge gap in strength, numbers don't add any impact. Hawks grinned, a look of respect in his eyes. As expected of All Might, you saw through the crux of the matter. Yeah, you're right. Let me tell you what the guy called Tamura Shigaraki said to the Warp Gate user after they lost the opportunity to recruit the sludge villain. He told him to kidnap that black-haired boy in front of the heroes. Hawks lowered his voice. I remember Kurogiri also said that Shigaraki's and the boy's quirks were somehow similar. We can infer Tamura Shigaraki must have a destructive quirk. If that sludge villain didn't gather itself again, if you didn't interfere, they would have taken action. At that time, I would have had to make an appearance, which would ruin a certain arrangement I made in secret. Midoriya and All Might's eyes widened dramatically, a shared look of horror passing between them. Midoriya was shocked that such a thing was nearly inflicted upon the kind boy who saved him and Kacchan. All Might, however, was terrified of the possibility of that kid falling into the hands of villains who might use his power, which he suspect can erase quirks at large scale, as a weapon against the world. The street was quiet. Sakura petals drifted lazily across the asphalt, carried by the soft breeze. The lamps buzzed faintly, bathing the street in a warm, orange glow. Night had barely settled, but the weight of the conversation made the air feel colder. Midoriya stood stiffly, clutching his notebook to his chest. His voice trembled, yet there was conviction beneath it. That's, Mr. Hawks, I think that black-haired boy is a kind person. He forced himself to continue. Even if villains kidnapped him, he wouldn't do something evil. Even if they threatened him. He spoke with urgent sincerity, trying to defend the boy who had saved him earlier. Hawks tilted his head, watching Midoriya with a faint, thoughtful smile. Honestly, I agree. His feathers rustled slightly with the breeze. The two villains who tried to take him, they said the same thing. All Might and Midoriya blinked in sync. Wait, what? Then why intend to do such a futile thing? All Might analyzed, his brow furrowed in concentration. Could it be they have some kind of brainwashing or manipulation quirk? Could this be their reliance? They plan to manipulate villains. Something feels off. Hawks didn't intend to prolong the suspense. He needed to deliver the critical information. His voice dropped, suddenly grave. All Might, there's something more important. Something I came specifically to tell you. The lamps illuminated half of Hawk's face, casting the other half in shadow. That Shigaraki said he has a master. I believe he is the black hand behind the scenes. All Might straightened, waiting for Hawks to deliver the most important piece in the puzzle. Shigaraki said he will ask his master to transfer the quirk of the black-haired boy to someone suitable. Doesn't that sound like what All for One used to do? What? Boom. Unconsciously, All Might's body erupted in steam, transforming into his muscular, heroic form. Crack. The ground cracked under his sudden weight. If there was someone he feared and hated the most, it was, without a doubt, his lifelong enemy, All for One. Chapter 7. The Conspiracy of AFO. All for One. Midoriya repeated the name, his mind already racing, processing the implications aloud in a terrified rush. It sounds like the opposite of One for All. A quirk that allows him to transfer quirks. It's like how One for All is passed on, but from the name, we can assume all powers are gathered in one. Don't tell me he can use multiple quirks. That's unreasonable. That's too much. How can he be defeated with all kinds of quirks gathered in one person? There is no weakness. This isn't right. I must be overthinking. Hawk stared at Midoriya, momentarily stunned. This kid, his mind is very sharp. Just from the name alone, he inferred the quirk of All for One. Interesting, really interesting. He's suitable to be a detective. All Might didn't hear them. He winced and then violently spat blood. Cough, cough, bang. The muscle form collapsed into smoke, shrinking back into his thin, skeletal frame. His knees hit the pavement. All Might. Midoriya rushed to steady him, arm trembling. I think I finally realized why my gut was warning me and telling me to capture that young man. All Might gasped, the news draining the strength from his legs, resting his hands on his knees. All for One, that bastard is definitely behind this villain league. He is still alive. I thought he died from our last battle, but it seems he survived. Damn it. I can't think of anyone else on the villains' side who knows about my injury better than the one who caused it. Midoriya's eyes widened, recalling the secret of All Might told him on the rooftop behind the devastating injury, the damaged organs and limited time, caused by an unpublicized fight years ago. That All for One did this to him. Everything suddenly fit together far too perfectly. All Might, are you okay? Young man. All Might looked at the boy, and a shadow of hesitation, doubt, and fear crossed his face. Should he truly allow this innocent boy to inherit a destiny tied to facing a monster like All for One? And if a new battle is imminent, maybe he should find someone who could immediately wield One for All's full power. Midoriya was too thin, the power 100% would explode him. Izuku Midoriya, highly perceptive even in panic, immediately registered the shift in his hero's eyes. All Might stood up, not daring to look at the young man's eyes. He can't allow him to see his idol showing this pathetic look. His voice heavy and strained, each word dropping like a stone into still water. Young man, as you've already inferred, All for One is a powerful villain. To the current generation, he is almost a myth. His fingers twitched at his side, curling into a weak, useless fist. He has existed since the dawn of quirks. His ability, All for One, allows him to steal the quirks of others. Use them himself, or bestow them upon others like gifts from a devil. Midoriya swallowed hard, a dry, choked sound. The sharp streetlight caught in his eyes, reflecting the tremor in his heart. All Might's shoulders rose in a shallow, fragile breath. He is my sworn enemy. The one who killed every single user of One for All before me. Midoriya's lips parted, but no sound escaped. He'd known it was serious, but not this tragic. This is history, blood, and generations of sacrifice. The air felt colder, weighted by the sheer antiquity of the struggle. And in turn, All Might continued, his voice cracking with the immense pressure of that lineage. It is the responsibility of every One for All user to defeat him. To finish what the others could not. A painful, echoing silence fell. All Might's head deeply bowed, his thin hair swaying gently in the night breeze. His voice was thick with shame, the confession like peeling open an old, festering wound. Young man, I thought I had finished him in our last battle. He touched his scarred ribs instinctively, wincing at the ghost of the injury. The fight that left my body, like this. Midoriya's breath hitched. he remembered every horrific detail All Might had shown him on the rooftop. As the days passed, All Might whispered, my condition worsened. I knew my time as a hero was running out. That's why I searched for a successor. The next words trembled, heavy with guilt and misplaced hope. That's why I chose you. A long pause stretched between them. The street lamps hummed softly, but now, his voice broke completely, raw and desperate. His hands clenched, shaking slightly. I can't put your life, or the lives of your loved ones, in danger. I'm sorry. His shoulders sagged, his entire posture shrinking inward. The symbol of peace did not just deflate in size, he visibly shrank in spirit, collapsing beneath the weight of fear for his decision. Hawk stood silently. That's why he said at the beginning that All Might needs to wait his decision. He thought All Might will stick to his previous opinion, but he didn't expect that All for One had left such a huge impact on the symbol of peace heart to the degree of making him changing his mind. He looked at the green-haired kid. He expected to see the kid crying. After all, nobody could stand such a roller coaster of emotions, from hell to heaven and from heaven to hell, but this is reality, it's always cruel. Midoriya didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't cry. He only stared at the man in front of him, the man who had reshaped his world, now trying to unmake it out of protection. He's giving up. Not because he lost, but because he's afraid of what I might lose. Finally, Midoriya stepped forward. His heart hammered a desperate rhythm against his ribs, his throat tight, but his resolve was iron. He took a steadying breath, then spoke quietly, a quietness that amplified the sheer force of his belief. All Might. All Might flinched, his shoulders recoiling slightly as if expecting a blow of anger or disappointment. Instead, I don't care about your power. Midoriya's voice was steady, unshaking. True. All Might's widened eyes snapped up, searching Midoriya's face. I don't care how terrifying All for One is. Midoriya clenched his trembling fist, pushing down the tidal wave of fear with sheer stubbornness. You beat him once. I believe you can do it again. His voice thickened, emotions rising like a tide he refused to let drown him. So please, don't lose your smile. A tear rolled down his cheek, but he didn't wipe it. It was a testament to his seriousness. The All Might I look up to, the symbol of peace, saves people with a smile. Midoriya lifted his fist slightly, a shaky but determined gesture, and his lips quivered into a broken, utterly brave grin. It was small. It was messy, but it was defiant. All Might felt the world tilt. Midoriya's words struck him like a bolt of pure, cleansing lightning, splitting apart the internal storm of shame and terror, letting the light of his own faith pour back through the cracks. This boy. All Might felt the words echo inside his chest like a heartbeat he'd forgotten he had. Even Hawks, usually unreadable, usually aloof, found himself staring. The kid stood there, thin, trembling, eyes still wet. Yet an aura flowed from him, quiet but powerful, like a lantern lit in the darkest night. A hope that refused to die. A courage born not from strength, but from conviction. Hawks finally understood. So this is why All Might chose him. Not because of muscle, not because of talent. There was something in this boy, something you couldn't measure or define. Something spiritual, raw, and unbreakable. A light stronger than any quirk. A spirit that could move even heroes. All Might stared, truly stared, at Midoriya's trembling chin, at his watery eyes full of iron resolve, at the spirit burning beneath the tears. Something inside his core ignited, a forgotten furnace roaring back to life. His breath hitched. His fingers tightened, now with purpose. His spine straightened, a small, but monumental movement. I'm still. His voice wavered, thick with choked emotion, pathetic. He pressed a hand to his eyes, ashamed of the moisture gathering there. Forgive me, young man, I shouldn't. A powerful pulse radiated from his core. He lowered his hand, his eyes blazing with renewed conviction. I shouldn't allow fear to crawl into my heart. His muscles twitched, straining against the limits of his broken body. Why? Bang! A thunderous, cracking sound ripped the air as steam erupted around him like a flash grenade. Sakura petals scattered violently in the powerful gust. All Might rose, tall, powerful, radiant, his muscular form bursting forth like the glorious return of a fallen titan. For the first time, Midoriya saw it, a smile utterly serious. One meant not for crowds, not for cameras, but forged in commitment to him. Because, the street vibrated beneath his booming voice, a powerful, heroic declaration that shook the night. I am the symbol of peace. Steam hissed around him like a wave of thunderous applause. Then, puff, the mighty figure deflated instantly. All Might shrank back to his skeletal form, hunching over, coughing violently. Ah, goo, he wheezed, wiping the blood from his mouth. Too much emotion at once. Despite the shocking deflating in the blood, Midoriya laughed, a wet, shaky breath of immense, freeing relief. All Might exhaled, a small, sheepish, but honest grin finally creeping onto his face. Even now, even broken, he still radiated that invincible light. All Might, can you stop being emotional, please? Let me complete my words first. Hawks complained, massaging his temples in mild exasperation. Ahem, sorry, Hawks. I couldn't control myself. Please continue. Hawks let out a tired sigh, then continued, his focus back on the mission. Since there is a huge chance All for One is the one behind this villain league, I secretly stuck one of my feathers to the one called Kurogiri. It will act as a GPS. I can sense its location vaguely. I let my sidekick, who has a flying quirk, follow its location. That's why I came to talk with you. We should capture that Tamura Shigaraki. But if All for One is truly behind him, we will need your power to confront him. I hate to admit it, but even if all the top 10 heroes faced All for One, we wouldn't be able to stop him from escaping or defeat him without heavy casualties. All Might grinned, the adrenaline clearly back. Nice job, Hawks. Is this why you avoided appearing and followed me secretly? That's a wise move. If they saw you and then later found the feather, they'd link it with you and change their hideout. Midoriya, on the other hand, was totally immersed in excitedly noting the new function of Hawk's feathers. The feathers, besides transmitting vibration, can transmit their location. It's like a GPS locator. This is a strategic tool that can be used to track villains secretly. I wonder if Hawks can receive the vibrations and eavesdrop on the villains from long distances. That will be so cool. I need to ask him. Hawks and All Might looked at Midoriya in startled alarm. Green-haired boy, your analysis is so frightening that I feel I should burn your notebook for fear it gets into the hands of a villain. Hawks deadpanned, half joking, half serious. Midoriya quickly hid his notebook, looking at Hawks warily. The vibration transmission function has a distance limit, Hawks explained, needing to clarify. It's like Wi-Fi signals. Once they get farther from my wings, I can't receive those vibrations in detail. The only thing I can do is sense their location vaguely. Midoriya turned his back, guarding his notebook, and frantically jotted down the latest piece of information he received. This was an obsessive, compulsive disorder he couldn't stop. All Might patted Hawks' shoulder, his expression deadly serious. Hawks, I think we should go visit that black-haired boy and guard him. If he falls into the hands of the villain league, or let's say All for One, I'm afraid we will be finished. Huh. Both Hawks and Midoriya looked at All Might in shock, not quite understanding the gravity of his statement. Hawks crossed his arms over his chest, his golden eyes narrowed in assessment. Aren't you exaggerating a bit, All Might? Sure, it's a dangerous quirk, but what we saw hasn't shown anything close to a national-level threat. He then turned casually toward Midoriya, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. Kid, you were closest to him, right? And you're surprisingly good at analyzing quirks for someone who's quirkless. Think you can figure out what his ability really is? The irony wasn't lost on Hawks, but his tone held no mockery, only genuine interest in the facts. All Might also looked at Midoriya, expectation shining in his tired eyes. He wanted to hear the boy's thoughts, hoping to either confirm or silence a suspicion of his own that felt too dangerous to voice. Midoriya's heart fluttered violently. Two top heroes were waiting for his analysis. He swallowed his excitement, held back the tears of pride threatening to spill, and began speaking with the seriousness of a seasoned detective presenting a case. The black-haired boy's quirk seems linked to that dark substance he emits. I believe he's an emitter type. He raised his hands, unconsciously reenacting the fight. He can generate that dark energy from his body. When he defended us, I saw it gather in his right hand first. But from what I observed, it didn't enhance his physical power. He was blown away just like a normal person. Hawks nodded slowly, his full attention now fixed on the boy. Midoriya continued, faster now, passion overtaking his nerves. A few moments later, the sludge villain was completely coated in that black energy, almost like he was poisoned. Then he burst apart into pieces. At first glance, it looked like the boy imploded him, but I think the energy literally severed the connection between the sludge parts. His pen shook with excitement as he gestured in the air. If it were used on a human body, the effect could be catastrophic, the parts might be torn into tiny fragments. The sludge villain survived only because his body is a fluid mass. Midoriya leaned forward, his voice rising in conviction. What convinced me is that the sludge villain tried to reform himself afterward, but he couldn't. As if something invisible was stopping his pieces from reconnecting. He inhaled deeply. So if we were to name the quirk, something like shattering, or severing, would fit. He finally stopped, panting slightly, his analysis complete. Hawks stroked his chin, eyebrows raised. Damn, that actually sounds pretty solid. But All Might wasn't nodding. He was shaking his head slowly, his gaze distant. Midoriya stiffened. All Might, did I get something wrong? He asked timidly, the sudden disapproval hitting him hard. Hawks eyed All Might sharply. Pretty sure you're thinking of something else. Spill it, big guy. All Might looked between the two of them, then lowered his voice, the weight of the moment heavy. Hawks, if I tell you this, you must keep it secret. The same way you will keep the existence of One for All a secret. Hawks' expression froze. He stopped fiddling with his feathers, his playful demeanor vanishing. All Might, what exactly are you about to say? All Might exhaled heavily, the sound ragged. During the quirk disappearance incident at morning, I was affected by it. Midoriya's breath caught in his throat. He remembered the terror. Kachan losing his quirk. Mutant quirk students vanishing like they'd been erased from existence. All Might continued, his focus absolute. I saw the cause. I saw the phenomenon itself. Hawk's eyes widened. You saw the source. Then what does that have to do with the boy's quirk? All Might answered without hesitation, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. It was a black light. Fast, almost impossible to follow. Everyone it passed, especially those with mutation-type quirks, disappeared. A cold, dreadful silence fell over the street, chilling the drifting sakura petals. All Might clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked. And that black light, its color, its aura, its presence, was identical to the dark energy surrounding the boy's hands. Hawk's mouth dropped slightly. Wait, All Might. Are you implying that boy caused the quirk disappearance incident? Come on. That doesn't match what we saw. He waved his hand dismissively. His ability requires direct contact, and it's clearly destructive. If he was the cause, we'd have seen people exploding into pieces, not disappearing and reappearing later. Midoriya jumped in quickly, defending the logic of the known phenomenon. Yeah, All Might. The phenomenon felt more like the underground hero Eraserhead's quirk but massively amplified. It didn't destroy people, it erased the concept of their quirks temporarily. That's why they reappeared later, when the effect wore off. Hawks nodded. Exactly. And the sludge villain wasn't erased, he was physically torn apart. Two completely different effects. All Might's eyes remained troubled. He exhaled long and slow, then looked firmly at Midoriya. Young man, go home for now. Hawks and I will go check on that black-haired youth personally. He straightened his posture, his thin frame shaking with resolve. If he is connected to the incident, as I fear, we'll know when we speak to him. He took a step away, his shadow lengthening. If Adam overheard them, he'd immediately shout, Wallahi, I'm innocent. All Might turned his back to Midoriya, his voice bore the weight of a command. Sunday, 6 a.m. Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Don't be late. Midoriya watched the two pro-heroes' silhouettes recede until they disappeared. Chapter 8, Danger is Coming. High above the moonless sky, a lone silhouette drifted like a shadow given wings. A lean humanoid figure, owl-faced, with piercing amber eyes and a short, hooked beak framed by expressive feathered brows. Sleek, dark brown plumage wrapped his body, naturally muting every sound he made. Behind him, broad wings unfurled with the silent grace of a great horned owl. He was pro-hero Strix, the unseen partner of Hawks, an underground operative known only by rumor, active only when the world slept. His quirk, Owl Man, was a full mutation type: the eyes, the feathers, the night vision, the predatory instincts, all the gifts of an owl, enhanced to human scale. Tonight, under Hawks's direct orders, he followed the signal of a single, vibrant red feather, a meticulous tracker, acting like a magnet pulling him toward its target. He had been flying for nearly an hour when the landscape below shifted, swallowing the countryside and giving way to the brilliant, careless glow of Yokohama City. As he crossed the city limits, the feather clutched in his clawed grasp tugged sharply downward. Targets in Yokohama, he murmured, his voice soft, dry, and rasping like rustling leaves. Hawks said to only confirm the location. No engagement. Strix adjusted his wings, the massive span flexing silently, and began his careful descent, gliding soundlessly toward the city's darker, forgotten districts. His hero costume, matte, feathered, and shadow-colored, rendered him almost invisible against the deep velvet of the night sky. The red feather guided him with unwavering precision, pulling him across empty, neon-slicked streets and dim, graffiti-stained alleys until they reached the notorious Camino Ward. Minutes later, he hovered above an abandoned building. Strix stayed aloft in a state of motionless suspension, his wings beating so incredibly slowly they barely disturbed the stagnant air below. Beneath him, the red feather's powerful pull finally weakened, trembling as if acknowledging the trail's absolute end. The structure below was not merely dark, it was consumed by a stagnant, heavy darkness of neglect and rot. Weathered walls sagged under years of abandonment. Faded, crooked signs clung desperately to the facade. One old, bar, sign flickered weakly, its dying light stuttering in the faint wind like a nervous heartbeat. Rooftop railings stretched thin and skeletal, casting jagged, desperate shadows. Windows stared upward like hollow, eyeless sockets. No movement. No voices. No hum of life. Just an unnerving, heavy stillness. Strix rotated his head slightly, an owl's instinctive, predatory turn, allowing his sharp amber eyes to sweep the perimeter. He listened, his hearing calibrated to the faintest shift of air pressure. Only the wind answered, brushing over his sleek feathers. So, this is the place. My guts is telling me something dark, evil and unsettling is brewing inside. The thought was detached, and immediately dismissed. That is not my concern now. He folded his wings tight against his back, drifting downward in a slow, ghost-silent glide onto the rooftop of a neighboring, lower building. The deep shadows instantly swallowed him, his outline merged seamlessly with the night until he was little more than a shifting blur, a barely perceptible part of the darkness itself. He retrieved the red feather from where it was tucked securely between his breast feathers, tapping it once with a clawed fingertip. Location confirmed, he breathed, his voice an almost inaudible sigh. Reporting to Hawks. He kept his gaze fixed on the derelict structure below, amber eyes narrow, scanning every shadow with the patient, unblinking detachment of a nocturnal hunter. The feather had led him here. That was his job done. Whatever lurked inside, if anything at all, wasn't for the silent, unseen partner to disturb. He will just observe, and report the news to Hawks. Inside the abandoned bar, 1 hour earlier. The derelict bar was dim, dust coated the counters, the air smelled of stale alcohol and old wood. Then the silence warped. A swirl of purple-black mist blossomed in the center of the room, twisting violently before stabilizing into a doorway. Thud. Tamura Shigaraki leapt through it with an impatient grunt, landing near the bar's cracked floorboards. Kurogiri's swirling humanoid silhouette condensed behind the bar counter area and smoothly closed the portal. As if sensing their arrival, the large monitor mounted on the wall flickered to life. The screen showed no image, only darkness, but a deep, resonant voice rolled out of the speakers. Kurogiri, report what you discovered. And Tamura, why did you leave so abruptly? Kurogiri bowed immediately, placing his hand to his chest. Unseen by anyone, the red feather that had been clinging silently to the back of his neck, losing the telekinesis manipulation of Hawks, finally slipped off and fell to the dirty floor silently. Master, excuse my uselessness, Kurogiri intoned, his voice smooth despite the gravity of his report. I searched the entire city, spying on every pro-hero and police report, but couldn't find any useful leads. The only confirmed facts I gathered about the recent quirk phenomenon are the following. First, whatever the phenomenon was, it didn't merely erase quirks. If it did, then those with mutated bodies would not have vanished. Meaning, it targeted the entire supernatural phenomenon itself. Second, they were not erased. That term is inaccurate. They were more likely banished, perhaps to another dimension, since they reappeared. Third, upon returning, none of the victims remembered anything. No trauma, no time loss, nothing. As if time simply stopped for them. These are the most relevant deductions I could gather. A low, pleased hum rumbled from the speakers. Interesting. Well done, Kurogiri. That is useful information. Doctor, what's your interpretation? All for one asked the expert, seeking confirmation and perhaps new ideas. Behind the screen, in his lab, the doctor leaned forward, glasses glinting in the dim, sickly glow of the monitor. Fascinating, truly fascinating. His voice trembled with a manic excitement. This phenomenon fits perfectly within the framework of my quirk singularity theory. An event of this scale, instantaneous, indiscriminate, reality warping, can only mean two things. He paused, savoring the moment. Someone awakened. He tapped a finger against the table, each tap echoing like a countdown. There is a pro-hero, a UA instructor. Eraser head. His quirk nullifies power by sight alone. A marvelous ability, one I still cannot comprehend why we have not acquired. He chuckled darkly. With it, the Nomu I am crafting for you would become a nightmare even All Might could not stand against. The doctor tilted his head, voice dropping to a whisper. Perhaps he, Eraserhead, has awakened, unintentionally releasing a wave that nullified the entire concept of quirks. Although the conditions of his quirk do not match the nature of the phenomenon. He is still highly suspected. So if we remove this option, it leaves only one conclusion. A wicked grin spread across his face. A child, freshly awakened, a powerful new quirk bursting into existence, one potent enough to disrupt the very laws of power itself. This theory aligns with everything we know. He leaned back, eyes narrowing. What say you, All for One? The room dipped into stillness. Then All for One's laughter unfurled, slow, deep, echoing like a distant earthquake. As expected of you, Doctor, you always manage to peer into the cracks I overlook. His tone shifted, velvet and dangerous. Perhaps that underground hero has awakened. I'm definitely greedy for his quirk. But my injury has kept me from pursuing him, and his quirk is irritating, even for me. And UA is not yet within our reach. He exhaled thoughtfully. Moreover, I favor your second theory. His voice grew darker. If it were Eraserhead, the event would have manifested during the night, his usual hunting hours. And his power requires sight. Yet this anomaly struck even those hidden behind walls, inside cars, in schools. He chuckled again. Doctor, perhaps we are witnessing the birth of something new. A child whose awakening released a field that interferes with quirks themselves. A pause. A smile behind the mask. Monitor every newly registered quirk. Every child who manifests late, every anomaly. His laughter grew cold and delighted. Who knows, perhaps fate will deliver this treasure straight to our doorstep. Shigaraki had been quiet, too quiet, scratching frantically at the peeling skin of his neck, twitching with raw irritation. But the moment All for One's low, satisfied laughter filled the decrepit bar, the raw tension snapped. Sensei, All Might hasn't weakened at all. His voice cracked, raw and trembling with barely contained frustration, echoing sharply off the damp walls. The laughter faded abruptly from the speaker. A long, measured breath followed, patient, ancient, and chilling. Tamura, All for One's voice dipped into a calm, chilling register. I am the one who injured him. What I did cannot be undone, not even by Recovery Girl. Unless he has somehow acquired regeneration, a soft, dismissive exhale. Which he has not. But Shigaraki's voice spiked again, higher, laced with panic and failure. But that punch. How can we defeat someone like that? A chair screeched sharply across the floor as the doctor snapped upright. Gaki. He barked, his eyes gleaming with insulted, obsessive pride. Are you doubting my work? The Nomu I am building would give Prime All Might trouble. And you think an injured All Might is beyond its reach? His words echoed like a shrill, dangerous threat. All for One interrupted, a stabilizing force of cold, absolute authority. Tamura. The voice soothed like a hand on the shoulder, yet carried the indisputable weight of a guillotine. Your fear is not weakness, it is awareness. You finally understand your enemy's height. Good. A calculated pause. Then his tone sharpened, but do not let it devour you. You will grow. You will gather subordinates worthy of your ambition. Not trash, elites. Pieces in the game you intend to play. He chuckled faintly, dangerously. The heroes stand in the light. Their cards are visible. But we thrive in the dark. Our cards remain hidden. That is your advantage. Shigaraki's eyes glowed red beneath his hand, an unhinged grin tore across his face. Sensei, there's something else. He stepped closer to the screen, giddy with renewed malice. When I left the base earlier, Kurogiri showed me a villain. A sludge-like creature with a mutation quirk. He can possess bodies. A low, excited, hungry laugh escaped him. And I thought, if we capture All Might, just long enough, then let that sludge take him. His grin widened to something truly feral. Imagine it. The symbol of peace, turned into a villain. The very person who bring peace to the society, will bring them terror. All for One's delight was evident even without a face to show it. Oh, Tamura, that is wonderfully twisted. Well done. His praise was warm, purposeful, a reward, a subtle leash, and a chain binding Shigaraki's ego. The doctor, however, leaned forward, greed burning visibly in his eyes. Then where is this sludge now? Why didn't you bring him? If I replicate his quirk and implant it in the Nomu, combined with shock absorption, its defense will be extraordinary. At that question, Shigaraki's triumphant smile evaporated instantly. His raw, exposed hand slammed into the wall beside the screen hard, dust and decaying plaster erupting in a violent cloud. It was that damned boy's fault. His voice cracked into a desperate, humiliated snarl. I'll kill him. No, killing him is too kind. Sensei, steal his quirk first, then I'll destroy him. All for One's response was unnervingly calm, the control a sharp contrast to Tamura's frenzy. Tamura, which boy? What is his quirk? Shigaraki turned, his eyes burning with humiliation and impotent rage, the memory replaying like torture. Everything was perfect. The sludge villain found a vessel, a teenager with explosion quirks. I wanted that quirk too, Sensei, it's beautiful. His breath quivered, reliving the moment of failure. But then, two brats interfered. One useless green-haired, the other, with black hair, he. Shigaraki's hand trembled where it gripped the edge of the bar. He touched the sludge. And then, this dark matter spread from his hand. Covered the sludge. And the moment it finished, the villain shattered. Like glass. He spat the next words, venomous. His quirk destroys anything wrapped in that darkness. I want it. Silence stretched again, heavy with calculation. Then All for One spoke, thoughtful, and ultimately pleased. A fascinating power. Similar to yours, yet distinct. A slow breath. Very well, Tamura. We will bide our time, and take him when the moment is right. Shigaraki's grin returned, twisted, hungry, and ecstatic. His master had promised. And that promise was all the permission, and validation, he needed. The following day, mid-morning, 10 a.m. Adam was dragged through a long, endless nightmare. He dreamt of being chased by the sludge villain, who was screaming and shouting angrily in Japanese, threatening to swallow him whole. Adam ran for his life, but the villain was faster, capturing him, and beginning to pour its viscous body inside his mouth, and into every orifice. Adam felt breathless, suffocated, and shamefully helpless. He tried activating his negation power, but it wouldn't work. It wasn't until he screamed with all his might, the sound ripping from his very soul. Allahu Akbar, that the dream shattered, and he awoke, slick with sweat and profoundly frightened. Adam shot upright in the hospital bed, his heart hammering against his ribs at an intense speed. His breathing was heavy and ragged. Where am I? Hospital. No, I have to run. If the police come and find out I'm a ghost in the system, they will detain me. He quickly scanned his surroundings. It was indeed a hospital room. On his wrist, a clear serum tube was taped, his right hand felt perfectly fine, the bone fracture he received had miraculously healed. Someone with a healing quirk must have treated him. Adam felt a rush of gratitude mixed with mounting panic. He was thankful for the healer, but escaping was paramount. He had no money for the bill, and the threat of police investigation loomed large. He quickly peeled off the tape, tossed the tube aside, and jumped out of the bed. He tiptoed toward the door, trying to make his escape silent and swift. Just as he reached the knob, the door opened inward, silently, on its own. Adam froze, terror seizing his limbs. Pretend to be asleep. Get back in bed. His mind screamed commands, but his body, weakened and operating on below-average fuel, couldn't keep up. He stood helplessly, paralyzed, until the door was fully open. The first thing he saw was someone even thinner than him, a tall, blond, hunched, skeletal man with piercing blue eyes. "You finally woke up, young man." The man spoke, his deep voice carrying a strange, gentle rumble. All Might was clearly delighted to see the young man standing upright. Adam didn't understand the words, except perhaps the underlying tone. He stared at the familiar person he had never met directly. Even with the transformation from 2D design to realistic 3D, he couldn't be mistaken. This man, without a doubt, was All Might. Adam blurted out, the name escaping him unconsciously. He instantly realized his catastrophic slip. No, young man, I'm not All Might." All Might let out a genuinely surprised sound, quickly waving his thin hands in a panicked, vigorous denial. But Adam just stared at him blankly, the Japanese words lost on him. From the man's frantic body language, however, he could clearly infer that he was denying the name, All Might. "I don't know how to explain how I know he is All Might. Can I just say I feel he is familiar to All Might?" Too weak. Need an excuse. Adam's mind scrambled for a defense. Toshinori-san, there is no use in denying it. From his instinctive body gestures, it shows he doesn't have a hint of doubt. Interesting. How did he recognize you? Adam heard another voice. All Might shifted reluctantly to the side as the person behind him entered. A tall man with short, black hair and somewhat rectangular, keen black eyes. He wore a tan overcoat and a matching hat, beneath which was a black suit, a green tie, and crisp white gloves. "Tsukauchi-san. Even if he knows, we should pretend he is wrong. What if it was just a mistake? Now you have confirmed it for him." All Might complained to his friend, his shoulders slumping further. The detective just smiled faintly, then motioned for All Might to look at the dumbfounded Adam. "He doesn't look like he understands Japanese, so don't worry." All Might looked at Adam and saw the genuine ignorance and puzzled confusion in the young man's eyes. He let out a deep sigh of relief. But Tsukauchi continued, his voice calm. "He still believes you are All Might, 100%. All Might looked like he might cough blood again. He turned to his friend. "How can you be sure? Your lie detection quirk only works upon skin contact, doesn't it?" "I told you, I can read body language," Tsukauchi replied with a slight tilt of his head. "And also, Toshinori-san, you don't have to worry about being recognized. In the follow-up questions, for his safety, we will have to tell him about that person, and there is no one more suitable than the symbol of peace to convince him and extract information. After all, you are a trustworthy person." All Might let out a tired, defeated sigh. He hated letting an ordinary person know about his injury. He needed to keep his image as the undefeated symbol of peace intact, so people could live in peace without worry. "Isn't he that detective friend of All Might? That means they checked my background and found nothing. They are here to interrogate me. But why All Might? Shouldn't he be with Midoriya? Did I cause a butterfly effect? No, it doesn't matter. What's important now is to figure out how to fool the police." Amnesia. No, wait. This detective comes from a family known for their lie-detecting quirks. Lying won't work. That's it, I won't lie, but I won't say what shouldn't be said. In fact, I had always wanted to mention this to All Might. His hair, eyes, even in this form, are very similar to the muscular All Might. Though most people wouldn't connect the two because of the difference in size and power. How did this young man confirm it so quickly? Suddenly, a playful, unexpected voice appeared right behind him. What da? Adam yelped, leaping back in fright and almost teleporting next to the symbol of peace. He was terrified to hear a voice suddenly materialize behind him. He saw another familiar character sitting casually on the windowsill, gazing lazily inward. A slim, average-height young man with messy, ash-blonde hair swept back in soft arcs. Golden brown, sharply angled eyes gave him a bird-like look, the small black markings around them only adding to the effect. Behind him, a wide pair of bright red wings rose even when folded. He wore a tan, fur-lined jacket cut to fit around his wings, a patterned black shirt beneath it, dark gloves, and a yellow visor resting over his eyes. His piercings were mostly hidden under bulky yellow headphones. He was smirking playfully at Adam's frightened, undignified reaction. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," Hawks chirped, raising his hands in mock surrender. "But there's no choice. I had to secretly enter through the window, or else I'd attract attention. Who made me the number 3 hero so famous? Alas, the tax of being famous. Hawks. Why is he also here? Damn, don't tell me I'm being targeted by the hero organization. Did they think my quirk is dangerous after seeing what it did to that sludge villain? And because I'm of unknown origin, I'm being treated as a threat. That's why they specifically sent All Might, Hawks, and this detective to interrogate me." Adam's paranoia kicked in immediately. He couldn't help it, being alone and adrift in this strange, dangerous world made him feel completely insecure. He automatically speculated the worst from these people. Even if they were familiar, good characters, to them, he was just a stranger who appeared out of nowhere with a powerful, dangerous quirk. Adam unconsciously distanced himself from All Might, his body language communicating clear fear and mistrust as he warily eyed the 3 powerful figures who effectively blocked his only escape route. Seeing his stiff posture, the 3 men quickly realized what he was thinking. "Young man, calm down. We don't mean any harm," All Might said, his voice a booming yet gentle rumble. "We just want to ask you some questions, that's all." All Might raised his hands in a placating gesture, trying to soothe the boy. Adam looked at him warily. He didn't understand a single word of Japanese, but he could read the vibes, and the vibes were currently interrogation. Hawks leaned against the window frame, his wings twitching slightly as he watched with a frown. Why was this kid so terrified of the symbol of peace? Could All Might's guess be right? Hawks wondered. Is he really the one behind the quirk incident? Is that why he's looking at us like we're about to imprison him? Hawks felt he was closing in on the truth, unaware that Adam was simply terrified of being a ghost in the system. To Adam, no legal ID plus unauthorized quirk usage equals a one-way ticket to a dark cell. All Might is probably telling me to chill, Adam thought, forcing his breathing to slow. I'm overthinking this. If they really saw me as a villain, I'd be in chains, not a hospital bed with a view. Deep breaths, Adam. Don't be suspicious. If you screwed it here, just forget joining UA, becoming a hero and returning home. Adam nodded and spoke in careful, heavily Japanese accented English, so the communication can be clear. It's easy, just change L to R, add O at the end of random words, and voila, Japanese accent acquired. He put on his most helpful, serious face, squinting his eyes so he will look Asian, as if that would somehow assist his vocal cords. Haro, he began, his voice dropping into a rhythmic, staccato beat. My namo is Adam-sama. I no speak Japanazu. I no understand. He paused, brow furrowing as he searched for the words. Can you speak English, please? Quote. 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 Silence. A sacred, oppressive silence descended upon the room. All Might stared at Adam with eyes wide and unblinking, like an old action figure that had been left in the sun too long. His mouth hung open, trying to form words that refused to arrive. Beside him, Detective Tsukauchi stood paralyzed. I see, he said gravely. So this is what cultural whiplash feels like. Even the morning breeze seemed to stop blowing through the window, as if the atmosphere itself was too embarrassed to move. Then, the seal broke. PFF'd. Hawks almost fell from the window. He had been trying to maintain his cool pro-hero aura, but he simply couldn't resist laughing. He clapped a hand over his mouth, his wings fluttering violently as if they were trying to fly away from the cringe. Ah ha 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 ha, Hawks erupted, pointing a gloved finger at Adam. He was laughing so hard he nearly tumbled off the window frame. He said hysterically, Haro, Japanazu. Preece. Pwahahahahah. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. Sorry, I know I'm not supposed to laugh, but... Man really said that with a straight face. All Might finally blinked, his hollow eyes wide with a mix of pity and utter confusion. Adam Shonen, he said in clean English, his voice cracking. I lived in USA for years. My English is quite good. You don't have to do that accent. Tsukauchi rubbed his temples, looking like he'd aged a decade in 5 seconds. Young man, please speak normally. That sounded like a very poorly dubbed B-movie from the 80s. It's actually a little offensive. My ears are ringing. Adam's serious MC mask didn't just crack, it shattered into a million pieces. A wave of heat rushed from his chest to his ears, turning his face a shade of red that would make a tomato look pale. The realization hit him like a Detroit smash to the soul. Oh no, oh no, oh no. He felt his soul attempting to leave his body through his throat. He had tried to be culturally sensitive, and instead, he had accidentally become a walking, talking racist caricature in front of the number 1 and number 3 heroes and a high-ranking detective. I want to die, Adam thought, his eyes darting around the room for a hole to crawl into. Forget becoming a hero. Forget the UA. Just let me use negation on my own existence right now. Delete. 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 He stammered. I thought, Japanese people speak English like this. Adam unconsciously forgot to remove the accent. Hawks slapped the wall. No, stop. He wheezed. Please stop before I pass out. All Might let out a soft, wheezing chuckle, reaching out to pat Adam's shaking shoulder. It's all right, young man. Your heart was in the right place, even if your phonetics were in a very, very dark place. Adam-kun, please, sit. You must be exhausted after what happened yesterday. Adam nodded his head stiffly, and walked like a rusted robot with a reddish face and a gloomy depressed aura surrounded him. He sank into the couch. A small glass table sat between them, reflecting the fluorescent lights. Hawk stayed by the window, wiping his tears, while All Might and Detective Tsukauchi pulled up chairs directly across from him. When Tsukauchi produced a notebook and a pen, Adams woke up from his embarrassment. His stomach did a somersault. He wanted to blurt out that he had the right to remain silent until he got a lawyer, but he knew he was a nobody here. In his head, he was already bracing for the standard procedure back home. Ya Latif, he thought, back home, even if you're just a witness, the cops act like they're starring in a Hollywood thriller. 1 minute you're walking by, the next you're getting the treatment, slaps, cold floors, no food, and 24 hours of convincing you to confess to something your great-grandfather did. These guys look nice, but a notebook is still a dangerous sign. I must carefully weight every word before I say it, or it will be used against me. Seeing the sweat on Adam's brow, All Might spoke up quickly. Young man, first, I must thank you. What you did yesterday was heroic. You saved that boy from a terrible villain. You did good. Adam felt a flush of shyness and relief. Fortunately, All Might still held him in high position even after that embarrassing thing he did. Before he could humble brag that it was nothing and make his shonen protagonist speech to pay the aura debt, the detective tapped his pen and looked at All Might with a stern edge. Toshinori-san, you are encouraging illegal quirk usage. That is not how the symbol of peace should conduct himself. He turned his sharp gaze to Adam, switching to English. Listen, young man, I appreciate your heart. There were no pro-heroes suited for the rescue, and your sacrifice deserves respect. However, his voice grew heavier, you must not use your power for trivial reasons. This society has only recently regained its order. If everyone acted on impulse, it would be chaos. Do you understand? All Might rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. I'm sorry, Tsukauchi. I didn't mean it like that, but the boy has the spirit of a hero. I hope one day he can use that power legally to do great things. Adam's anxiety suddenly crystallized into a cold, sharp focus. This is it. My chance to redeem my serious MC moment. He thought of Luffy, always grinning, always eating, always dumb, but when the dream was on the line, his eyes went sharp. Channel the protagonist energy, Adam. Make them believe I'm not an idiot. He cleared his dry throat, his expression shifting into a mask of solemn determination. PFFFFTT. The sudden shift in his expression made Hawks recall the previous scene and unconsciously laugh. Adam's mouth twitched, All Might and the detective turned back to the playful number 3 hero and scolded him. Hawks-san, this isn't time to laugh. All Might said in a serious voice, but his body was shaking and his lips twitching, trying hard to prevent the laugh from escaping. The detective was the one taking things seriously, after giving Hawk a glance to not interrupt the interrogation process again, and turned back to Adam. Adam cleared his dry throat, his expression shifting into his normal face. He doesn't want to be mocked by Hawks again, or else he won't resist negating him. Do not worry, Adam said, his voice steady. My goal is to become a hero. I do not wish to break rules or cause danger. But at that moment, I saw the heroes waiting. I saw the green-haired boy run in when no one else would. I could not stay a spectator. My power was the only thing that could help. I am sorry for the law, but if I must choose between a rule and a life, I will choose the life. All Might and Tsukauchi shared a look. The sincerity in the boy's voice was palpable. It wasn't the talk of a wannabe hero, it was the conviction of a person with genuine righteous kind heart. You have a fascinating power, Hawks said, hopping down from the window and strolling closer. We're all dying of curiosity. What does it actually do? All Might leaned in, his piercing blue eyes searching Adam's. Adam-kun, if you don't mind, could you explain your quirk? This is why we are here. And please, be at ease, this stays between us. They think I'm a nuke, Adam realized. The black aura of negation looks like something out of a villain's origin story. I need to, Halal ify, this. Make it sound like a gift, not a curse. Adam took a deep breath, his face still tingling from the anguish disaster. He needed a win. He needed to rebrand. In his head, negation sounded like something a final boss uses to delete the universe. It was too dark, too edgy, too Shaitan adjacent. I need to give it a name that sounds like a blessing, Adam thought desperately. Something that says, I am a gift from the heavens and not, I am a walking cosmic eraser. I need to put some baraka on this quirk. He straightened his back, his expression shifting into something unnervingly solemn. He clasped his hands together and looked toward the hospital window, the morning sunlight catching his eyes to create a perfectly timed, dramatic glimmer. Actually, Adam began, his voice dropping into a resonant, sacred tone, his English now perfectly clear and overly formal, the voice of a man with a divine mission. My power is a blessing for all humanity. It is not merely a tool for battle, but a sanctuary for the weary. Its true name is the celestial radiance of absolute evil nullification and the sacred cleansing of worldly impurities. He let the words hang in the air, a savior, half-smile playing on his lips. He felt like a shonen protagonist in the middle of a 2-page spread. Surely, they were moved. Surely, they saw the newer light radiating from his very soul. The room didn't just go quiet, it went subterranean. All Might, in his skeletal form, stared at Adam with a look of profound, soul-deep pity. Poor lad, Toshinori thought, a single tear almost forming in his sunken eyes. He must had suffered a trauma in the past, he's retreated into a fantasy world to cope with the pain. He needs a very, very long hug and a therapist. Hawks was a different story. His lips were twitching so violently they looked like they were having a seizure. He squeezed his eyes shut, his entire body vibrating as he mustered every ounce of pro-hero willpower to keep from howling. His wings were puffed out, feathers rustling in a frantic, stifled rhythm. Radiance of what? Hawks screamed internally. This kid is hilarious. Detective Tsukauchi, however, didn't laugh or cry. He simply sighed, the sound of a man who had seen too many teenagers watch too much late-night television. He looked down at his notebook, his pen scratching across the paper with clinical precision. Subject: Adam. Observation: likely suffering from severe Chunibyo 8th grade syndrome. Delusions of grandeur and divine mission. Quirk: official unnamed quirk that probably allows him to nullify certain things, need further information. Sukauchi muttered, ignoring the celestial part entirely. So based on his description of cleansing impurities and nullification, it's likely a conceptual eraser or a high-level cancellation type quirk. It doesn't just destroy, it removes the properties of matter entirely. It's a high-level erasing class ability, like Eraserhead's quirk but plus ultra version, All Might added, nodding seriously to the detective. Basically, a no you button for reality, Hawks added, his expression turned serious and heavy. Adam's savior smile faltered. He looked from the detective to All Might, then to Hawks. No one was using the word celestial. No one was talking about sacred cleansing. They were talking about nullification and erasers, all means danger. Wait, the sacred cleansing part. Adam whispered, his face turning a fresh shade of red. Doesn't that sound better? It sounds like a detergent brand, kid. Hawks snickered. Adam slumped back into the couch, his head in his hands. He looked like he wanted to use his quirk to negate his own existence. The halalification project was a total disaster. He had tried to be a saint and ended up making a fool of himself again. Fine, Adam muttered through his fingers, his voice dripping with disappointment. Fine. Just call it negation. It's fine. Everything is fine. Negation. Simple. Efficient, Sukauchi said, finally writing it down in bold letters. I like it. I hate it here, Adam thought. I really, really hate it here. This is not my Hero Academia, it's my Hell Academia. Interesting, Hawks hummed. So you cancel things. Cancellation is just a manifestation of its usage, it's denying the existence of things. Adam explained, leaning forward. I can negate physical or biological properties as long as I can perceive them. Quirks, I don't fully understand yet, but I can cancel their effects. With the sludge villain, I simply negated the cohesion of his liquid body. He couldn't hold himself together anymore. Wait. Adam paused, his eyes widening. He is still alive, right? I have never used it on a person before. I did not mean to kill him. Just kidding, that weld LHRAM, son of a sin, bastard deserved to be negated from existence for trying to kill a kid, he added mentally. Hawks let out a long, low whistle. You're a walking bug in the Matrix, Adam-kun. All Might and the detective exchanged a heavy glance. The same thought mirrored in both their minds, we cannot let a power like this fall into the hands of All for One. Young man, All Might said, his tone turning fatherly but firm. It is an incredible gift. Do not worry, the villain survived, but you must be careful. Using this on an ordinary person could have severe consequences. Alhamdulillah, Adam muttered under his breath, pretending to sigh in relief. Then, the atmosphere shifted. The air in the room felt like it dropped 5 degrees as Detective Sukauchi slowly began to peel off his gloves. Adam's heart skipped a beat. Here comes the boss battle of the conversation. Young man, I have some final, vital questions. Please answer them honestly. They concern your future, and perhaps the fate of this country. Adam felt a bead of sweat roll down his neck. You calm down. Why is this escalating so fast? 1 minute we were discussing my heroic power, I did everything to show you I mean no harm and I want to be a hero, the next I'm a country-level threat. If you keep pushing me, I'll have a villain awakening, just out of spite. Despite his internal screaming, he managed a polite, innocent smile. Ask whatever you wish, sir. I will answer what I can. Sukauchi reached out his hand. My quirk allows me to detect lies through physical contact. Please, hold my hand. This is a formal investigation. He held up a document Adam couldn't read. Really Nika, it can be a bill or something, how am I supposed to read Japanese, Adam thought bitterly. But fine, let's play. He placed his palm against the detective's. The contact felt cold. First question, your full name, age, and place of birth. Adam Al-Hantakor, 15, from Morocco. Sukauchi's brow furrowed, not with suspicion, but with genuine confusion. Morocco. All Might, does that ring a bell? I can't say it does, All Might admitted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. A small island nation, maybe. Hawks chimed in, leaning back with a shrug. Adam felt a familiar spark of irritation. Of course they don't know it, he thought. In this world, if it isn't Japan or the States, it might as well be on the moon. Typical Japanese anime stuff. Morocco is in North Africa, Adam clarified, his tone flat. Just across the water from Spain. As for how I got here, I don't know. I just woke up on a beach surrounded by mountains of trash. Africa. Hawks blinked, his golden eyes scanning Adam's features. Then why aren't you, well, black? Adam didn't even bother with a verbal response. He just leveled Hawks with a look so deadpan it would have made Shodaizawa proud. North Africa, Tsukauchi muttered, his thumb flying across his phone screen. He turned the device around, displaying a digital map to the others. Whoa, that's over 11,000 kilometers. Hawks barked a laugh of pure disbelief. How do you even cross that kind of distance? Teleportation, kidnapped, or... He trailed off, his playful grin faltering as he considered the darker possibilities. Your parents must be worried sick, All Might added softly, his blue eyes filled with paternal concern. Adam's gaze dropped to the glass table. For a split second, his stoic, protagonist, mask slipped, revealing a hollow, genuine ache. I have no relatives in this world, he said quietly. The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. The three heroes exchanged looks, their expressions softening. To them, the subtext was clear, a tragic orphan from a struggling nation who had risked everything to cross the globe for a fresh start. I am sorry, Adam-kun, All Might said, his voice thick with sincerity. I did not mean to reopen such a painful wound. Adam waved it off, letting the silence hang. He couldn't exactly explain the multiverse thing without sounding insane, so he let them settle on their own version of the truth. It's fine. You said you found yourself at a coast near junk. Tsukauchi asked, his eyes narrowing. Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Yes. I don't know its name but it's mostly likely the one. Tsukauchi didn't linger on the how. He needed to hit the what. He looked Adam dead in the eye, his grip on Adam's hand tightening slightly. According to our investigation, the first manifestation of a strange phenomenon happened right there, at Takoba Beach. Satellite data showed buildings disappearing and reappearing. Like what happened to the mutation-type quirks holders being blinked out of existence. Too much of a coincidence, Hawks muttered. What are they talking about? Adam's pulse quickened. What phenomenon? Young man. Tsukauchi's voice was like lead. Are you the one behind the quirk disappearance incident? Adam felt like the floor had dropped out from under him. I don't know what you are talking about. Tsukauchi stared at him. Truth. He isn't lying. How strange. Maybe it was unconscious. All Might whispered. Sirs, please, Adam interrupted, his voice rising in a mix of confusion and genuine fear. Don't throw the pot on me. My power requires touch. I can't negate something I didn't touch. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Regardless, Tsukauchi said, putting his gloves back on. You are our primary suspect. And because of that, you will be placed under strict supervision. For your safety, and the world's. Adam started to panic. Supervision. That was just a pretty word for prison. If he was locked up, he couldn't level up. If he couldn't level up, he'd never find a way home. Wait, am I going to prison? Just because I saved someone I was helping. Adam started getting anxious and irritated as he felt being treated unjustly. It's not like that, All Might intervened, his hand resting on Adam's shoulder. The illegal quirk usage has been cleared. I've taken responsibility for it as your acting supervisor for that moment. You won't be charged for the sludge villain incident. Adam exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. Okay, All Might is a real one. He's not going to let them Guantanamo me. But, All Might continued, we are keeping the disappearance incident a secret from the government and the commission for now. To protect you. Hold on, if they aren't sent by the government because they think my quirk is dangerous then. Adam blinked. Protect me. From who? I'm just a homeless kid with no ID. It hadn't even been few hours since I stepped into this beautiful country. I didn't offend anyone, except that villain. And why you keep repeating, for the safety of the country, thing. I honestly believe I pose no danger to anyone, even though my quirk looked dangerous, but I can control it as I wish, so what's going on? Hawks let out a sharp, joyless chuckle. Kid, you're being targeted by people much worse than that thief. They've been sniffing around for the source of that incident since the moment it happened. What? Who? When? Adam's eyes pooped up from their sockets. This was unexpected. Chapter 9, The Safest Place in Japan. Hawks let out a sharp, joyless chuckle. Kid, you're being targeted by people much worse than that thief. They've been sniffing around for the source of that incident since the moment it happened. What? Who? When? Adam's eyes pooped up from their sockets. This was unexpected. Yeah, you're just unlucky, Hawks said, his tone so casual it was practically cheerful. That sludge villain incident you jumped into. It caught the attention of at least two dangerous groups. The first calls themselves the League of Villains. The other is a well-known Yakuza group, the Shihasaikai. Hawks' nonchalance didn't make Adam feel safe, it made his blood turn to ice. His mind went momentarily blank. On the surface, he looked paralyzed, but that was only because the shock had traveled straight to his soul. First came the denial. Are they trying to bait me into confessing? Adam wondered, his heart hammering against his ribs. No, the League of Villains shouldn't even be a known name yet in this time period. And the Shihasaikai, overhaul, why me? Why now? Is it because of that quirk disappearance incident they keep talking about? Adam's brow furrowed as he fought to steady his breathing. He had to play this logically. Are they searching for the source of that incident? He asked, his voice a bit tight. Are they like you, suspecting me? But I didn't show anything like that yesterday. The way I used negation on the sludge guy, it was more like shattering. Why would that put me in danger? Ho ho, interesting fella, Hawks thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. Still playing it cool, still denying it. Let's see how long that lasts. You're right, they were sniffing around for the cause, Hawks continued. And I happened to spot them. The leader of the Shihasaikai, Kai Chisaki, for some reason, he's obsessed with finding the source. Adam's eyes flickered. Chisaki, overhaul. I know exactly why that germaphobe is interested. Then, Hawks added, there was this suspicious guy, dark, purplish mist. He was using a warp gate quirk to eavesdrop on the police and heroes. He got pulled toward the explosions at the sludge incident, and then he summoned another guy. Hands all over him. Creepy fellow. Seems to be the leader. They're looking to form a criminal group, with the sole purpose of destroying the symbol of peace, and they wanted that sludge villain for their ranks. Hawks leaned in a little closer. Your intervention ruined their recruitment drive. They lost a member because of you, so out of revenge, or maybe curiosity, they were seconds away from kidnapping you. If that sludge villain hadn't managed to gather his body and tried to possess you, and if All Might hadn't appeared to blast him apart, you'd be in their hideout right now. Oh, and I almost forgot, they have someone who can steal quirks. They intend to steal yours and give it to someone else. They don't even know you're behind the citywide incident yet, but they're already drooling over what you did show. I've said my piece, Hawks finished, stretching his wings. All Might, you take it from here. My throat is dry. The room started to spin. Adam felt the gravity shift as his legs gave out. He fell back, the back of his head hitting the hospital wall with a dull thud. The sharp pain was the only thing that woke him up from the trance of terror. AWILIIIII. No way. I am cooked. Overhaul. Adam's thoughts raced, frantic and jagged. He's after my power. He'd use it for his quirk erasing plan. If I fall into his hands, I'll suffer a fate worse than Eri. That monster was cruel to his own godfather's granddaughter. Imagine what he'd do to a stranger like me. A grown, Moroccan boy. The mental image of his body being disassembled and reassembled, day and night, over and over in a cycle of infinite agony, made his skin crawl. He felt a literal shiver run down his spine, raising goosebumps on his arms. Poor Eri, he thought, his heart aching for the girl he knew from the screen. She's going through that nightmare right now. For the first time, the fictional tragedy felt horribly, viscerally real. And the mist guy, Kurogiri. The hand fetish creepy guy. Shigaraki. They're searching for me too. And to top it off, I'm the one who ruined their plan to recruit the sludge guy. They were probably interested in Bakugo's quirk, but because I showed a power that looked evil and destructive, they pivoted to me. They want to take me to All for One. They want him to steal it. Adam's internal survival mode was operating at 200% capacity. If I'd been kidnapped, if All Might hadn't shown up, I'd be on a dissection table right now. That crazy bald doctor, Garaki, and All for One would realize I don't even have a quirk. My negation is a system gift. I'm just a vessel. I don't think All for One can even steal it, but that's worse. If he can't steal it, they'll be even more fascinated. A power outside the quirk system. To them, I'm a heavenly treasure that just dropped into their laps. The League, the Yakuza, those are just the ones Hawks saw. What about the others? The Meta Liberation Army. Those rebels wouldn't pass up a weapon like me. Their hacker is probably already scanning every CCTV camera in the city, eavesdropping on these very police reports. He looked at the three men in front of him. I have the meta advantage. I know their natures. I can predict them. All Might probably wants to keep me under wraps to prevent me from becoming AFO's ultimate weapon. When the detective said they have to keep me in check for the safety of the country, he wasn't exaggerating. Even if they can't steal my power, they can manipulate me. Or worse, that doctor could turn me into a mindless Nomu that just follows orders. Adam sat there, frozen. To the heroes, he looked like he was in shock. They didn't realize that for more than 10 minutes, his brain had been connecting every dot in the MHA universe, calculating 1,000 ways his life could end in a laboratory or a dungeon. The silence in the room became heavy, thick enough to choke on. The three men in the room watched Adam in silence, fascinated by the chaotic theater of his facial expressions. He went from bug-eyed shock to pale-faced terror, then finally, slowly, he settled into a contemplative pose, resting his chin on his hand like a young philosopher. The heroes exchanged impressed glances. Such resilience, they thought. To be told you're being hunted by the two dangerous evil organizations and immediately begin strategizing, this boy has the soul of a warrior. Adam's internal monologue. Resilience. Soul of a warrior. I want to scream. I want to stand on this hospital bed and curse in 3 different languages until the windows shatter. I'm just a 15-year boy from Morocco, I can't stand this anime shit. The last time I was in a fight was in the 5th grade. And now I'm being hunted by a germaphobe who turns people into meat puddings and a hand fetishist who wants to decay my very existence. And behind him the final boss of this world, the potato spirit with infinity quirks, and that crazy doctor. Mom, I want to go back home. Calm down, Adam. Think. You're from 2025. You've read the spoilers. You know the lore. You need to use these heroes like a human shield. If I play my cards right, I can send them off to fight the villains while I enjoy a nice, peaceful 1-year training arc in some high-security basement. Yes, the ultimate meat shield strategy. Detective Tsukauchi glanced at his watch and gestured to All Might. It was time to pull the kid out of his tactical trance. All Might stepped forward, waving a bony hand in front of Adam's glazed eyes. Adam Shonen, wake up. Don't worry, we will keep you hidden. The villains won't touch you. We just need your cooperation, and perhaps, eventually, we will need you to lend us your power to defeat the mastermind behind the Villain League. All Might's sunken eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying, righteous blue fire. He clenched his fist, his spirit radiating a pressure that made the air feel heavy. Just like how All for One could become unstoppable if he managed to steal Adam Shonen's quirk, they too, with this Shonen's ability, can end that villain career. He was ready to end All for One, once for all, clearing the path for young Midoriya. Adam's focus snapped back. He blinked, processing All Might's words. Lend you my power. To fight. All for One. All Might chill. Adam screamed internally. You want me, a guy who barely knows how to trigger his quirk, to stand in front of a man who has lived over 100 years and has a buffet of quirks? The shockwave from one of your punches would turn my internal organs into Moroccan harira soup. But then, a spark of genius hit him. A way to delay some time for himself until he prepare mentally and physically for this kind of things. All Might, Adam said, his voice dropping into that serious MC register again. That mastermind, he's the one who gave you that injury, isn't he? The one who forced you into this form. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. All Might and the detective froze. Even Hawk stopped preening his feathers, his playful smirk vanishing. How could you possibly know that? All Might asked, his voice sharp with suspicion. Adam leaned back, crossing his arms. Time to unleash the otaku intellect. Let's cook. It's simple logic, Adam lied smoothly. Hawk said this villain league wants to destroy the symbol of peace. To even dream of that, they'd need someone who can match you. The man who steals quirks is a perfect candidate. It was just a guess, but your faces just confirmed it. All Might sighed, a weary touching his lips. You were sharp, Adam Shonen. That villain is called All for One. Years ago, we nearly destroyed each other. I thought he was gone, but he is planning a comeback. And that is why your negation is so vital. If he steals your power, it's game over for the world. But All Might's grin turned, mad scientist, levels of excited. If we train you, if we can teach you to control your power, to selectively select what you can negate, and achieve something like what you did in yesterday quirk disappearance incident, we can plan a raid. With Hawks already located their hideout and my strength, you could be the silver bullet. You could snipe All for One's quirks away while I fight him from close range. Adam Shonen, please, lend us your power. The symbol of peace excitedly extended a hand toward Adam, his face full of hope. Adam's internal monologue. No, All Might, Azu Billahi Minas al-Shaitan al-Rajim. That is the worst plan in the history of plans. Snipe him. What if he teleports behind me and says, nothing personal, kid. You're asking a level 1 rookie to join a level 100 raid boss fight. I plan to spill the beans. I was going to tell you about the Nomu, the crazy doctor's secret hospital, Overhaul's basement. I was going to give you the GPS coordinates to every villain hideout so you could go do your jobs while I stay home and pray. I see it now, the butterfly effect is real. My accidental quirk fart yesterday was so powerful that it accelerated the entire plot. Hawks found the league early, All Might is fired up, and now the plot is moving at 100 miles per hour while I'm still stuck in first gear. With all honesty, Adam said, shaking his head frantically, that is a stupid plan. What if he steals my quirk? You're just hand-delivering him the ultimate weapon. Don't worry, Adam-kun, Hawks added playfully, though his eyes remained cold and calculating. We'll train you until you can repeat that feat from yesterday. You negated an entire city's worth of quirks. If we can just teach you to focus that power on specific targets, we can achieve an instant win. Well, you wouldn't want to be a coward, would you? Hawk's smile turned solemn, almost mocking. You risked your life for a stranger yesterday. Don't tell me that was all just a show-off. Because if it was, we might have to reconsider your illegal quirk usage. Adam's eyes narrowed. This Farouge rooster thinks he can manipulate me with 2010-era shonen tropes. Oh, don't tell me you're a coward. Please, I came from 2025. I've seen every manipulative villain twist in the book. You think I'm going to jump up and say, I'll show you, and run into a fire? I yearn for true gender equality and a safe retirement. Adam remained silent, a frown etched deep into his face. He wouldn't be baited. Heroism was a tool for survival, not a suicide pact. Hawks, that's enough, All Might said, his fire cooling into regret. He is only 15. It was wrong of me to ask. We will find another way. Huh, interesting, this kid isn't hot-blooded. Hawks smiled inwardly as he got another important piece about Adam's character. Detective Tsukauchi cleared his throat. Regardless of the raid plan, the fact remains, you are a target. We cannot leave you in a public hospital. I need to guide their thinking, Adam's brain screamed. I need to give them a replacement. If I don't give them a bigger fish to fry, they're going to keep trying to turn me into a trump card. Adam's heart was hammering against his ribs, but his mind was already miles ahead, weaving a web of strategic cowardice. Fighting All for One? Absolutely not. He hadn't even finished his growth spurt yet. He wasn't about to let his life end as a smudge on a sidewalk just because All Might was feeling inspired. Wait, Adam thought, his eyes widening as if he'd just had a revelation. If they want to nullify AFO quirks, there is another person who can achieve this mission. The image of a cute little girl appeared in his mind. A small white-haired girl with a small unicorn-like horn on her forehead. This is the way out of this dilemma. Adam thought. This method can allow me to save Eri, and more importantly, allow me to save my own ass from that potato-headed tentacle monster. If I point them toward the Shihasaikai, they'll find Eri. Her, rewind, is the real cheat code. She can turn all for one back into a harmless baby. Of course they won't allow here to face him, but if they get those quirk erasing bullets overhaul is developing, they can just snipe him to erase his quirk. Then I won't be needed at all. Mr. Hawks. Adam suddenly shouted, his voice cracking slightly but firm. What is it, Adam-kun? Hawks asked, flashing an innocent, breezy smile. Internally, he was preparing to soothe a panicked teenager with some classic hero platitudes. You said the leader of that Yakuza group was also searching for clues about the quirk incident, Adam began, his eyes narrowing as he leaned into the serious MC persona. Doesn't that strike you as weird? Why would a Yakuza boss come all the way here searching for the cause, unless he's planning something far worse than just being curious? The three adults paused. The air in the room grew heavy as they actually sat with the thought. Tsukauchi was the first to break the silence. We considered it, yes. But the threat level of the League is objectively higher. We had to prioritize. Why bring them up now? Hawks watched Adam closely, his golden eyes sharp. He knew this kid wasn't as simple as he looked. Adam was shrewd, a little paranoid, and, if Hawks was being honest, strikingly self-serving. It was a mystery why such a selfish kid had risked his life for a stranger yesterday, but right now, Hawks wanted to see where this kid was going. Maybe he was just curious, Hawks suggested playfully. Or maybe he just happened to be there. Why are you so focused on the bird mask guy, Adam-kun? Adam cleared his dry throat, feeling the weight of their gaze. It's a feeling. Yakuza are sneaky. The League is like a fire, you see it coming. But Yakuza, they're like mold in the walls. What if they want to use a power like mine to negate everyone's quirk? Not just yours, but the villains, too. If everyone is quirkless, the Yakuza regain their old prestige. They become the fishermen, who wait for the hero and villain whales to kill each other, then they just swoop in and take the sea. Tsukauchi stood up abruptly, his notebook nearly slipping from his hand. All Might's blue eyes trembled. The logic was terrifyingly sound, it fit the desperate, fading nature of the Yakuza perfectly. This boy, his mind is something else, Hawks thought, a chill running down his wings. That is an oversight we cannot ignore, Tsukauchi admitted, his voice grim. The possibility of a third criminal party waiting to capitalize on a war between heroes and villains, it's a nightmare scenario. All Might, we need to take the safe route. We should investigate the Shihasaikai immediately. Secretly. If they're hiding something problematic, we need to remove that hidden danger before we even look at All for One. All Might nodded solemnly. He wasn't a fool, he understood the weight of a pincer attack from the shadows. The detective turned toward Adam, his gaze now filled with genuine gratitude. Adam-san, thank you. You may have just saved us from a catastrophic blind spot. I'll start the investigation. If your hunch bears fruit, I won't forget this merit. In the meantime, you must stay hidden. I'll use my authority to get you a legal identity, and we'll find you a safe house. Tsukauchi-san, just handle the ID, All Might interrupted, his voice returning to its warm rumble. I'll handle the housing. I wouldn't be able to sleep if the boy lived alone. I'll be his guardian for now. Very well. I'll leave him in your hands. Tsukauchi bowed slightly in respect, then turned to leave, his mind already racing with investigation plans for the Shihasaikai. Take care, Tsukauchi-san, All Might called out. Hawks, meanwhile, was already drifting toward the window, his feathers rustling as he prepared to take flight. He looked back and switched to English so Adam could follow. My sidekick already found a lead on a League hideout. I should have checked it last night, but I was busy with you. I need to get there and collect intel before they notice my feather. See you later, All Might. And Adam-kun. Hawks gave a sharp, challenging grin. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, I hope you'll be even stronger by then. Thanks for the hard work, Hawks, All Might nodded. Keep me updated on everything. With a sudden burst of wind, Hawks was gone. Adam sat there, nodding his head like a dazed chicken. The silence of the room settled over him, and for the first time since waking up, the reality of his situation hit him. He was talking to the All Might, Hawks, the detective. He was being targeted by Overhaul, by the Villain League. AFO threat is looming over his head. All these characters, which were just fictional a day ago to him, now he is talking with them, and going to fight with them or fight them, referring to AFO, Villain League, Overhaul. I hate this, Adam thought, screaming internally in agony. I'm not prepared for this. I'm a procrastinator. I'm the guy who says, I'll start hitting the gym this year, and go pay a full year subscription only to stop going after a week or two. How did I get dragged into this high-stakes crisis trope? He sighed, his shoulders slumping. But, if I'm honest, maybe this is what I need. If I lived alone, I'd probably just waste my days on the entertainment industry in this world, to be honest, and putting minimal efforts, even though I want to return home. But that desire isn't strong now, and I'm afraid it will slowly fade away with each new day I spent in this world. But with this sword over my neck, the threat of being turned into a Nomu or a lab rat is the only thing that's going to force my lazy ass to actually train. I always wondered how those transmigrated MCs suddenly became disciplined gym rats the moment they hit another world. Back home, they were probably shut-ins who couldn't find their own socks, but put them in a fantasy world and suddenly they're masters of the sword. Adam looked at his hands, a faint flicker of black aura dancing between his fingers. Fine. If I have to be a hero to avoid being a puddle, then I'll be the best damn reluctant hero Japan has ever seen. Just as long as it allows me to get stronger, and figure out a way back home, and probably marry 4 wives, amass enough wealth, bring them back with me to the real world. Since I could arrive with my physical body here, the possibility of the people and things from this world being eligible to teleported to the real world is very high. Adam Shonen, All Might said, you haven't had breakfast yet. Let's get some fuel in you. Gurgle, roar. Adam's stomach didn't just growl, it let out a sound like a dying engine pleading for mercy. He hadn't eaten since yesterday, and his digestive tract was currently staging a full-scale protest against his life choices. The two stood up and left the hospital chamber. Thanks, All Might, Adam said, looking at the skeletal man with genuine, soul-deep gratitude. You really are my hero. Adam-kun, please, the hero whispered, glancing around the hospital corridor. In this form, I am not All Might. My true name is Toshinori Yagi. Now, to the world, I'm just a tired old man, you can call me Yagi. I understand, Yagi-kun, Adam nodded. He didn't forget to add the Japanese suffix they add after names. He doesn't know when to add san, shan, kan, sama, or kun, etc., but he felt kun fit with the name Yagi, so he used it. All Might's lips twitched awkwardly but didn't care to correct him, but he noted in mind that he must teach Adam Japanese. After finishing the discharge paperwork, which All Might handled with the practiced ease of someone who spent half his life in hospitals, they stepped out into the crisp Musudafu air. They hit a nearby restaurant first. Adam stared at the spread before him like it was a mirage. Back home, breakfast was a battle of attrition, a glass of mint tea so sweet it could cause instant cavities, a hunk of crusty bread, and olive oil that tasted like the earth itself. It was the hardcore Moroccan survivalist diet he had been eating since he gained awareness. But this was a symphony of stuffs he doesn't even know their name. Ya Rabbi, oh my lord, thank you, Adam thought, inhaling the steam. No offense to mom's cooking, but this smells like actual progress in social class level, from poor class to middle class. Once his stomach was no longer trying to digest itself, All Might took him to a nearby clothing store. Adam walked out 10 minutes later feeling like a brand new person. He caught his reflection in a shop window, a thick black leather jacket over a crisp white shirt, clean tight black jeans, and white Quirkass sneakers that didn't have a single speck of dust on them. He looked human. It had been a long time since I bought clothes. It feels like Eid, holy days of Muslims, where I used to go with Dad to the local souk market. As they walked down the street, Adam watched Yagi's back. The man walked with a slight hunch, his shoulders weighed down by an invisible mountain. For a fleeting, painful second, the image of Yagi's thin frame overlapped with the memory of Adam's own father. It was the same back. The same heavy, tired gait of a man who carried the world so his children wouldn't have to. One held up the peace of a nation, the other had held up the peace of a small house in Morocco. Different scales, same burden. Adam's eyes suddenly felt hot. He blinked rapidly, the moisture blurring his vision. What's wrong, Adam Kuhn? Yagi noticed the change in pace and turned around, his hollow eyes searching Adam's face. He saw the red rims of the boy's eyes. Nothing, Adam forced a grin, wiping his face with his sleeve. Just, Japanese sand. It's very aggressive. Got right in my eye. Oh, that's no good. Let me see, Yagi squinted, clearly not buying the aggressive sand excuse. He looked at Adam's fresh clothes, then at his face, and his heart sank. I have no relatives in this world, he recalled what the boy had said. Poor kid, Toshinori thought, a wave of fatherly protectiveness washing over him. He's probably been through hell just to get here. An illegal immigrant, alone, with a power that terrifies people. I'll make sure he knows he's found a home here. I'll make him love this country as much as I do. No, I'm good, Yagi-san, Adam stammered, trying to regain his composure. By the way, where are we actually going? Call me Uncle Yagi from now on, Toshinori said with a small, wheezing chuckle. Now I'm your guardian. For a moment, a genuine warmth seeped into Adam's chest, melting the ice of his paranoia. Alhamdulillah, Adam thought, I've just been adopted by the symbol of peace. I am officially the ultimate second rich generation of this hero society. This is the biggest W in the history of isekai-adjacent experiences. Okay, Uncle Yagi, Adam said, the words feeling strange but right. Because I can't be with you 24/7, the world still needs its symbol. After all, I've decided to put you in the safest place in all of Musudafu. The safest place. Adam's eyes widened. Ooh, a high school. All Mai said in his epic heroic way. Ha ha ha, that's way too fast. Adam's internal fanboy let out a high-pitched scream. Ooh, the setting of 90% of the plot. The place where legends were forged and where the budget for school festivals was higher than most third-rate countries' GDPs. I'm going to Ua. I'll see the dorms. I'll see the training grounds. I'll see the girls. Astig Varula. Adam slapped his own mental head. Restrain yourself, Adam. You've been blessed with countless blessings, and the first thing you think about is the female cast. Control your gaze. Control your nafs ego. The first step to being a hero is not being a pervert. I'll be starting as a teacher there next year for the hero course, Yagi explained, his eyes glowing with excitement. They don't have a dorm system yet, but we'll find a place for you to live on campus. Most importantly, you can train your quirk recklessly without worrying about endangering others. Yagi looked at the boy, his mind already spinning with plans. If I'm training Adam Shonen, maybe I should bring young Midoriya into the fold too. I was going to have him clean the beach, but the world is getting dangerous. Adam is thin and fragile, Midoriya is the same. I can train them both simultaneously. Two birds with one stone. Adam, unaware that he had just been signed up for a Hell training program, stepped onto the bus behind Yagi. He stared at the interior of the bus in mute shock. It was clean. It was quiet. People were actually sitting in seats instead of hanging off the doors like grapes, or squeezed tight against each other like canned sardines. Man, Japanese buses are incredible, Adam thought, settling into a cushioned seat. Back home, a bus ride is a contact sport. Here, I feel like I'm in a first-class lounge. He looked out the window at the passing city, his hand twitching. The sword was still hanging over his neck, but for the first time, he felt like he had another motivation to fight it. I must enjoy life in Japan a little bit, just a year or two. Mom, sisters, stay strong. UA, high school, the Hogwarts of Heroes, the most prestigious hero training academy in Japan. The academy sat atop a forested hill like a king on a throne, looking down on the metropolis of Musudafu with a vibe that said, I have more money than you, peasants. The surrounding environment was dominated by dense woodland, stretching far beyond what the eye could easily measure. These forests were not decorative landscaping. They were part of the campus itself. UA A was enormous, swallowing nature whole and repurposing it into training zones where students learn to fight, survive, and occasionally demolish the scenery. Scattered across this massive property were multiple training facilities. Ground Beta, the replica urban zone used during the entrance exam. Ground Gamma, the one where the fight between Class 1A and Class 1B happened. And a bit from the campus lay the unforeseen simulation joint, the USJ, a place where they trained students how to deal with various disasters like floods, fire, landslide, and rescue people from them. The bus came to a stop. Adam and All Might stepped down near the main gate of UA High School. They stood before an imposing, high-security barrier. It did not simply block the entrance. It dominated it. The gate stood like a sealed mouth, wide and unyielding, as though daring anyone foolish enough to approach without permission. It was a massive gate frame, carved into a deep octagonal shape. Thick blue alloy bordered the opening, its surface polished yet scarred. At the top center, embedded directly into the metal itself, was the emblem, UA, not painted, not bolted, it was fused into the gate, gold-toned and heavy, catching the light without dazzling. Within the frame, the real barrier doors were visible. Towering segmented plates of dull gray metal, etched with faint geometric lines and recessed panels. Thick enough to stop more than trespassers. Along the inner edges were dark circular recesses. Probably sensors, ports or hidden cameras. Adam could not tell which. But he felt them watching. Even standing still, he had the unsettling sensation that the gate already knew his name, his blood type, and his search history. This was not something meant to get bypassed casually. It was something meant to decide who was allowed to exist on the other side. Chapter 10. Adam Al-Hantakor in UA High School. How the hell am I supposed to sneak in here when I'm late? Single quote. The question popped into Adam's mind automatically. It was a reflex. Throughout his entire school life, being late was a recurring saga. Walls were jumped. Guards were negotiated with. Excuses were forged with the skill of a veteran diplomat. Sneaking in was practically a life skill. But this was not a wall. This was the final boss in the tragic side quest known as, I overslept. Wait, I have a superpower now. Single quote. Adam blinked, his brain finally catching up. La hawla wala quwwata illa billah. There is no might nor power except with Allah. He muttered under his breath. My thinking is still stuck in Adam version 1.0, I'm now Adam version 2.0, it seems I need to update my software, it isn't keeping up with the hardware. He straightened slightly. With the realization of being Adam v 2.0, his brain didn't just calculate, it underwent a full-scale industrial revolution. If I negate my own weight, I'm a human helium balloon. If I negate my friction, I'm the world's fastest ice skater on dry land. And if I negate my own visibility, if I make it so light refuses to bounce off my skin. The logic hit him like a freight train. I would be invisible. Completely. Undetectably. A literal ghost. For a split second, Adam's otaku survival brain took a sharp, unauthorized turn into degenerate protagonist territory. A mental image of the girls' locker room flickered across his mind. A slow, suspicious, and highly illegal grin began to creep onto his face, the kind of look that usually precedes a, to be continued, screen in a heavy lawsuit. Then, the faith and Morales firewall slammed shut. A'udhu billahi minimum al-shaytan al-rajim. Adam suddenly roared, his voice echoing off the high-tech steel of the UA barrier. All Might, who was currently drowning in a nostalgic memory of his youth in UA, nearly leapt out of his skin. He stumbled back, hands clutching his chest where his heart was currently trying to beat its way out of his ribs. Adam Shonen. What's wrong with you? Adam didn't answer. He was too busy shaking his head so violently he looked like a wet golden retriever trying to dry off. He started slapping his own cheeks with both hands, smack, smack, smack. Stay away, you evil thoughts. Adam screamed internally, his face turning a shade of red. Not today, you damned ibilis. You followed me all the way to a 2D world. I didn't get isekai and get the hero system just to end up as a Mineta, trash tier creep. If my mother saw what my brain just suggested, she'd develop a quirk specifically to throw a leather slipper across the Mediterranean Sea and hit me in the back of the head. Astaghfirullah. Adam muttered frantically, performing a literal exorcism on his own imagination. He looked up at the sky, his expression one of pained, holy determination. All Might just stood dumbfounded watching Adam going berserk. Uncle Yagi, Adam gasped, clutching his chest as he tried to regain his breath. I was just negating a spiritual intrusion. The air here in Japan, it's very, spiritually polluted. Very tempting. I had to perform a quick emergency purification of my soul before the rot set in. All Might stared at him, a single bead of cold sweat dripping from his pointed nose. He looked at the boy, who was currently vibrating with the intensity of a man who had just chugged 12 espressos while seeing a demon, and then at the empty, peaceful, and very mundane sidewalk. Adam-kun, All Might said, his voice trembling with a mix of paternal concern and genuine fear for the boy's sanity. He had already diagnosed the kid with a high-level case of 8th grade syndrome, but this looked like a full-blown psychiatric breakdown. And a breakdown from a kid who could delete a city was a very, very bad day for Japan. Do you need to lie down? All Might asked, his voice cracking with a mixture of pity and genuine alarm. Maybe some sleep. Or, perhaps we should visit a doctor. A quirk psychologist. Someone who specializes in internal spiritual illnesses. No, Adam said, his voice dropping an octave into a tone of chilling, absolute sobriety. His cheeks were still glowing a vibrant, throbbing pink from the self-inflicted slapping, but his eyes were like flint. He looked like a man who had just seen the heat death of the universe and decided it was his fault. Uncle Yagi, medicine cannot cure what ails me, Adam continued, straightening his jacket with trembling hands. I don't need a doctor. I need to do wudu. I need to pray 2 rakat. And I need to recite Surah al-Baqarah from beginning to end before my nafs ego decides to ruin my life forever. I have to be careful, Adam thought, this power is dangerous. Not because it can destroy the world, but because it knows exactly what a lonely 15-year-old fanboy wants. I am my own final boss. May Allah protect my purity, because my quirk certainly won't. Sigh. All Might let out a long, weary sigh that seemed to drain the last of his remaining energy. Deciding that the best way to handle a mental crisis was to pivot back to a script, All Might cleared his throat and gestured toward the imposing gate. Anyway, Adam Shonen, this is the UA barrier. It's an advanced security system. Without a student ID or special permission, it stays shut. It keeps the paparazzi, the villains, and the unwanted out. It ensures the students have a peaceful environment to, well, plus ultra, things up. Adam turned to him slowly. Uncle Yagi, he asked cautiously, how are we getting in? Are you going to jump over it? If you transform, the students will see you and it'll be a riot. All Might laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I have permission. He stepped toward the gate. The moment his foot crossed an invisible boundary, the sensors turned a judgmental red, scanning the skeletal man. Beep, beep. The sharp scanning sound echoed, sending a chill down Adam's spine. He quickly hid behind All Might, for fear the sensors doesn't recognize All Might's skinny form and start attacking them by some laser beams or stuffs like that. He saw that happen in movies. Ding. A second later, they chirped a happy green. Bang. Clang. Rumble. The massive iron plates retracted into the ground with enough force to vibrate Adam's teeth. He scrambled back 2 steps. This is a death trap. Adam shouted, pointing at the retreating metal. Imagine if a student forgets his ID and tries to run through, and the gate decides to rise right then. He'd be squashed into a panini. He'd be a human sandwich. Adam Shonen, you have a very vivid imagination, All Might said, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. The sensors are highly advanced. They won't squash anyone. At most, they'll give you a little electric shock to push you back before closing. Adam stared at the gap. That doesn't make me feel better, it only recognize you. Adam's paranoia, honed by years of surviving in Moroccan shady street corners, kicked into overdrive. What if it thinks I'm a stowaway? What if it triggers mid-walk? I don't want the symbol of peace's obituary to read, died because Ua High School gate, it's embarrassing. Determined to survive this boss fight, with a literal gate, Adam's right arm suddenly flared. A pitch black, light-consuming aura shrouded his limb like an advanced form of armament hockey. He stood in a combat stance, glaring at the pavement. Adam-kun, why are you activating your power? Yagi asked, his voice dripping with nervousness. Uncle Yagi, life is precious. I'm not risking it, Adam said, his eyes scanning the gate for any sign of betrayal. If this monster mouth tries to bite us, I'll negate its very existence. I will delete this door before it deletes me. All Might's smile stiffened. Adam-kun, you are quite paranoid. Life is fragile, Adam replied solemnly. All Might sighed. Just walk beside me, and don't lag behind. All Might stared at the boy. This kid is a walking contradiction, he thought. He's so paranoid, yet yesterday he threw himself at a villain for a stranger. He's like young Midoriya, fearful and cautious, but when the chips are down, his bravery overrides his brain. A true hero seed. The principal would be delighted. All Might placed a reassuring hand on Adam's shoulder and gently pulled him closer as they walked. It's good to be cautious, he said kindly. But being constantly alert will exhaust your spirit. Balance is important. Adam felt the weight of the hand. Thin, yet heavy with reassurance. His nerves eased. The moment he stepped fully inside the campus, the sheer scale of UA hit him like a physical blow. He stood at the start of a wide, impeccably paved reddish-orange brick path stretched toward the heart of the campus. This is UA, A-A Allahu Akbar, MASHA Allah. The words burst out of Adam like a pressure cooker exploding. He wasn't just praising the school, he was practically shouting at the sky, his hands raised as if he were warding off an incoming meteor. All Might jumped in fright, his skeletal frame rattling like a bag of dry branches. The sudden shouting of Adam Shonen in Arabic language is so alarming, as if a villain is going to launch a powerful move. He stared at Adam in pure, unfiltered bewilderment, his sunken eyes darting around the empty plaza. Adam Shonen, what are you saying? Is that an activation chant? Are you negating something right now? Adam didn't even look at him. He was too busy marveling at the towering glass, with the intensity of a man staring at a solar eclipse. Uncle Yagi, Adam said, his voice dropping into a low, terrifyingly serious tone. We Muslims, when we see something this majestic, this beautiful, we have to praise the Creator, Allah, immediately. Why? Because the evil eye, we call it the Ain, is real. Evil eye, All Might repeated dumbfounded. He wanted to face-palm himself. And we Arabs, we have eyes like thermal-seeking snipers. If I didn't say MHA Allah right now, I'm 90% certain those beautiful glass windows would shatter into dust just because I appreciated them too much. All Might's mouth hung open, a single bead of cold sweat rolling down his hollow cheek. He looked from the pristine building to the shaking teenager. Are you joking? You think your compliments bring such a bad luck? Adam Shonen, surely that's more outrageous than any quirk I've ever seen. Adam turned to him, his face becoming stone-cold serious. There wasn't a hint of a smile, no twinkle of a joke, just the grim, soul-deep conviction of a man who had seen a perfectly good car break down just because a jealous neighbor said, "Nice engine." Uncle Yagi, Adam began, leaning in until he was inches from the hero's face. You think the mastermind behind the villain league you talked about is dangerous? Please, if a guy like that ever stepped foot in an Arabic country, he wouldn't last a month. He'd walk in with his stolen quirks, feeling all-powerful, and some jealous aunt, whose own kid only awakened a quirk that lets him change the color of his hair, she would look at him and say, "Look at this big man with all his many powers. So lucky." Adam mimicked a subtle, malicious squint. And that's it. Game over. That villain would trip over a flat pebble, his quirks would glitch out, and he'd catch a mysterious flu that defies all modern medicine. That is the power of the evil eye, Uncle Yagi. It doesn't care how many quirks you have. All Might stared at him, his brain struggling to process this new, non-scientific classification of supernatural bad luck. And don't even get me started on the black magic, Adam continued, waving a dismissive hand. We Arabs have been dealing with the unseen since before the first glowing baby was ever born. Quirks are just, new update, for humanity. We're still running the original legacy software of the universe. So yes, I'm saying MHA Allah. I'm not letting my first day at UA end with the building falling over because my eyeballs were too enthusiastic. All Might let out a shaky, awkward laugh, patting Adam's shoulder as he led him toward the entrance. I see. Well, thank you for being so safety conscious, Adam Kuhn. I suppose the UA barrier doesn't have a filter for jealous aunts' evil eyes. We'll have to rely on your prayers for now. Adam nodded solemnly. Better safe than sorry, he thought. I'm not risking getting blamed for a national disaster just because I forgot to say MHA. As they walked toward the entrance of the H-shaped building, Adam noticed rows of stone busts, heroic statues of legendary figures from UA's past. Their faces were set in expressions of eternal, jaw-clenched courage. I really hope the students don't bring these things offerings, Adam thought, his internal, monotheist alarm, ringing softly. But as his eyes drifted past the statues toward the main building, his sarcasm was temporarily short-circuited by sheer awe. The architecture was a middle finger to the laws of physics, 4 massive glass towers joined by a central bridge, forming a giant, glittering letter, H, that seemed to be drinking in the sunlight. Ya RBI, Adam thought, his jaw slack. If we had just one building like this back in Morocco, it wouldn't be a school. It would be a national landmark. People would travel from Tangier to Lagouira just to take a wedding photo in the lobby. The king would probably declare it a new capital city. A deep, instinctive ache settled in his chest, the psychology of the fan hitting its peak. This wasn't just a set on a screen anymore. It was real. He wanted to walk the halls of this building every day, sit in the oversized desks, and complain about homework like a normal hero course student. He wanted to belong to this place where, plus ultra, was more than just a catchy phrase you shouted before a fight. Beside him, Yagi-san noticed the boy's starstruck expression and let out a small, proud cough. This is UA, young man, Toshinori said, his voice raspy but warm. Those towers house the general education, support, and management departments. The specialized gyms and training grounds are hidden in the woods behind us. It's quite the hike. Now, Adam Kuhn, let's head to the principal. I spoke with him briefly, but I kept the details of your situation vague. You can't be too careful with phone lines these days. Adam just nodded, his brain already fast-forwarding 10 months into the future. He could see it now, him in the UA uniform, walking this very path, debating the merits of different tagine spices with Kirishima, the manliest bro, or engaging in a who can be more cool contest with Tokiyami. I'll have to take Mineta and Kaminari under my wing, Adam decided with a holy sense of mission. I can't let them stay submerged in that swamp of lust. I'll be their spiritual guide. Every time the grape midget tries to peek at girls' temptations, I'll use negation to erase his sight. I'll purify his heart if it's the last thing I do. And for those of you waiting for him to mention the girls. Brother Ryu. Adam shook his head internally. Looking at the 1A girls with anything but professional respect. That's haram. My gaze is lowered. My heart is guarded. Lost in his daydream of becoming the Halal guardian of Class 1A, Adam followed Yagi into the main building. The transition from the outdoor serenity to the interior of the main building was instant and overwhelming. The moment they stepped into the building, a wall of bustling noise hit them. It was the morning break, and the hallways were alive. The interior was sleek and modern, featuring purple flooring and wide windows that let in natural light. Students of every imaginable shape and size navigated the halls. Some looked like aliens, and others looked completely human. They chattered in tight-knit groups, their laughter echoing off the high ceilings. As the odd duo, a skeletal, sickly-looking blonde man and a wide-eyed Moroccan teenager, moved deeper into the crowd, the ambient noise shifted. The loud laughter and chatter died down, replaced by a wave of hushed, intense whispers. Hundreds of eyes turned toward them. Then, the finger-pointing started. Especially at Adam. Hey, isn't that the guy from the news? A student whispered, nudging his friend. The one from the sludge villain incident yesterday. Yeah, that's him. The Apostle of Darkness. Damn, Apostle of Darkness is here. Man, he really won the genetic lottery with that quirk. If I had a quirk like that, I'd be in the hero course on a scholarship, no questions asked. Tisk, look at him. He's not even sparing us a glance. Typical. He looks so arrogant. They say quirks affect your personality. I bet that dark, destructive power made him think he's some kind of edgy demon lord. Adam felt the weight of 1,000 gazes. He didn't understand a word of Japanese, but he didn't need a translator to know he was being talked about. He saw a girl holding her phone, shouting in broken heavily Japanese-accented English, "Aposateru obu dakunasu." The screen showing a blurry freeze frame of him from yesterday's sludge villain incident running toward the villain with his right arm coated in darkness. Great, Adam thought, his social anxiety flaring. I'm a viral sensation in a country where I don't even know how to ask where the bathroom is. They probably think I'm some edgy transfer student here to challenge the status quo. If only they knew I'm currently one minor inconvenience away from crying. Then, a voice cut through the murmur that made Toshinori Yagi stiffen so hard he practically rattled. Hey, doesn't that skeleton guy kinda look like All Might? Like, if he was dying of a very long, very sad illness. The skeletal man stiffened visibly. Yagi's eyes darted around, his shoulders hunching even further. Uncle Yagi, Adam whispered in English. Why do you look like you just saw a ghost? Or did someone just insult your baggy suit? They are wondering if I am a dying version of All Might, Yagi hissed back, his voice trembling. Adam's heart skipped a beat. Before he could think of a solution, another student laughed loudly, waving a hand dismissively at Yagi. Don't be stupid, he's probably just a die-hard fan. You know the type, the guys who try to cosplay the Golden Age, look but get the sizing completely wrong. Look at those clothes. He looks like he's wearing a tent. True, his friend agreed. All Might is a mountain of muscle. You're just hungry, your brain is making things up. Let's hit the cafeteria before the break ends. Yagi let out a breath so long it sounded like a tire deflating. He gave a mental thumbs up to the student who had just unintentionally saved his secret identity. What did that guy say? Adam asked. He called me a die-hard fan, who got his cosplay sizing wrong. Yagi sighed, looking a mix of relieved and slightly insulted. He told his friend that All Might is a mountain of muscle and that I'm just a tent-wearing enthusiast. Uncle Yagi, Adam hissed out of the corner of his mouth, seriously, we need to talk about your hair. Put on a hat. Wear a wig. Anything. You have the most recognizable, two-strand, bangs in human history. It's like wearing a neon sign that says, I am the symbol of peace diet version. I will seriously consider it, Adam-kun, Yagi whispered back, picking up the pace. The whispers trailed behind them like a bad smell. Is he a transfer student? Probably he got recommended by the pros after yesterday. Adam felt his social anxiety reaching boss battle levels. His heartbeat was accelerating like a Ferrari, and his legs felt like they were made of overcooked pasta. He tried to walk with a cool, Madara Uchiha swagger, keeping his eyes forward to maintain the mysterious vibe the students had already assigned to him. But he was failing miserably. His eyes were betraying him, darting left and right with the speed and intensity of a Sharingan tracking a high-speed projectile. He couldn't help it. The sheer concentration of anime aesthetics was overwhelming. Everywhere he looked, there was a high-tier character design. His gaze involuntarily drifted downward as a group of girls walked past. The UA uniform skirts were as iconic in 3D as they were in the anime, and seeing them in real time sent Adam's teenage brain into a catastrophic short circuit. My god, the character designs are actually top tier, he thought, his face turning a vibrant shade of sunset orange. I need to study here. I need to live here. As expected of UA. Hi, this is truly plus ultra. Wait, Astagfirullah. He bit his tongue. Restrain yourself. Lower your gaze, Adam. Stay halal. Stay focused. Following behind the scurrying Yagi, they reached a wide staircase with distinctive purple steps and blue handrails. Large windows overlooked the lush, impossibly green campus trees. They climbed in silence, the noise of the students fading as they entered the administrative wing. They stopped before a massive, imposing door. All Might knocked once, a firm, polite rap, and pushed it open. The principal's office is a spacious room with blue-gray floors and gray walls, with the back wall being a huge window, a massive wooden desk positioned in front of a window. The room contains a large wooden desk and a swivel chair adapted to the small size of Nezu and several file cabinet of different sizes. There are a pair of black sofas with a coffee table in between. But Adam's attention wasn't on the furniture. It was on the man standing in front of the principal desk. Shota Aizawa. Eraserhead looked exactly like he hadn't slept since the Shogunate era. He was draped in his signature black jumpsuit and that capture scarf that looked like a very aggressive roll of toilet paper. The human personification of a Monday morning. This is how Adam used to describe Eraserhead when he watched the anime. "Ah, Aizawa-kun," All Might greeted, sounding like a man who had accidentally walked into a funeral. All Might. It seems the principal wasn't joking. All Might will start teaching here. I doubt his teaching capabilities, not to mention the unnecessary attention he will bring to Ua. Sigh. Aizawa grunted. His gaze slid from All Might to Adam with the speed of a glacier. There was a flicker of confusion in his bloodshot eyes. He didn't say anything, but the vibe was clear. Who is this kid? Why he is with All Might? His tired eyes sliding from All Might to Adam. Aizawa isn't interested in the news, so he is clueless about Adam. He didn't speak, but his gaze demanded an explanation. Who is this kid? Being under Aizawa's microscopic scrutiny was like being scanned by a TSA agent who's having a bad day. Adam felt his social anxiety start to do the tango. Okay, Adam, be cool. Think like a mysterious transfer student from a dark past, he commanded himself. If I don't look at him, he can't intimidate me. All Might, sensing the awkwardness thickening, cleared his throat. This is Adam. He's the son of a very close friend from overseas. Passed away recently. I'm his legal guardian now. Aizawa simply nodded, thinking All Might is probably recommending him to Ua. He walked past them toward the door, his scarf trailing behind him like the cape of a very tired superhero. It seems you have something to say with principal. I'll take my leave then. Sorry for interrupting your discussion, Aizawa-kun. As the door clicked shut, the tension in the room evaporated. Adam and All Might simultaneously let out a breath they'd been holding since the hallway. All Might apologized with an awkward smile. Sorry about him, All Might whispered. He's a bit intense. Adam maintained his cold MC persona, visualizing Todoroki face expression in his mind. He just nodded his head, as if saying, "Humph, that's pressure is a breeze for me." The two looked at the desk. Sitting in the large black leather chair was Principal Nezu. Adam knew Nezu. He knew he was a chimera of a dog, a mouse, and a bear. He had seen him on screen a lot of times. But seeing him in real life was a shock to the system. It wasn't cute. It was disturbing. The fur was too detailed, the scar over his eye looked like actual jagged scar tissue, and his paws moved with a precision that screamed, "I could calculate your tax returns and your cause of death at the same time." The creature smiled, revealing rows of small, sharp teeth. "Welcome to UA. Hi, Adam-kun," Nezu chirped, his voice high and polite, contrasting wildly with the animal visual. "Principal, it has been a long time," All Might said, bowing with the practiced grace of a man who had spent decades as the face of Japanese society. Adam, however, stood as stiff as a board. He didn't understand a lick of Japanese, and he certainly wasn't about to start bowing. As a Muslim, his forehead only touched the ground for the one. Instead, he lifted his right hand and offered the greeting of his people. "Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you." Nezu paused, his paws mid-air. He tilted his head, his whiskers twitching in fascination. "Oh, an interesting greeting. I've seen this in digital archives of the Middle East, but this is my first time experiencing it in person." "Fascinating. Principal, I apologize," All Might interjected in English so Adam wouldn't feel like a piece of furniture. Adam-kun is not Japanese. He is from Morocco, in North Africa. We must speak English for now so he can participate. The chimera hopped off his chair, his tiny suit perfectly tailored, and began walking toward Adam. "Ya Satir." Adam's internal alarm screamed. "He's walking. The giant, sentient mouse is walking toward me. It's like a Disney movie directed by David Lynch. He looks like he's about to bite my ankles off to see how I taste." "Stay calm, Adam. Don't negate the mouse. Don't negate the mouse. Don't worry, young man," Nezu said in flawless English, his eyes twinkling with a predatory intelligence. I don't bite or scratch. Unless, of course, there's a very good reason to. Sorry, Adam blurted out, realizing he was staring. I didn't mean to be rude. It's just, quote, nonsense. I am a biological anomaly, I expect a reaction, Nezu chirped, gesturing toward the black sofas. Please, sit. I am eager to learn of your culture, your religion, and your country. You represent a blind spot in my database, and I find those irritating. They sat, Adam and All Might on one side, the tiny principal perched on the other. He elegantly placed cups and filled them with tea. So, All Might, Nezu said in English, his gaze sharpening. Is this your successor? I saw the news. His quirk, his character, both seem top-notch. Is he the one you've chosen to inherit the torch? All Might's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. He started waving his hands frantically, winking so hard it looked like he was having a facial tic. Adam resisted the urge to laugh. Nice one, Uncle Yagi. You're about as subtle as a car crash. Principal, you've got it wrong. All Might stammered. Adam San's situation is much more complicated. Nezu's expression shifted. The playful mouse was gone, the hyper-intelligent tactician remained. Please, explain everything. All Might took a deep breath. Principal, Adam Kuhn is the suspected source behind the quirk disappearance incident from yesterday morning. Nezu, who had been elegantly sipping a cup of tea, suddenly turned into a biological fountain. Cough. PFF'd. Principal. All Might leapt up to pat the mouse's back before he choked to death on a tea leaf. Nezu waved him off, gasping for air, his black eyes wide with a burning, scientific hunger. He switched back to Japanese in his excitement, leaving Adam in a subtitles-free vacuum. Yesterday morning, Nezu hissed. I was in a meeting. Smintas and we flickered. We were told we vanished for a second. The news said it hit the whole city. You're telling me this boy, this teenager, did that? Adam sat there, calmly sipping his own tea like it had nothing to do with him. I can't understand the words, but Nezu looks like he wants to either put me in a cage or dissect me. Either way, I'm not liking the vibe. He's got that mad scientist glint in his eye. All Might leaned in, his expression sharpening into the kind of look that usually precedes a major plot revelation. He began speaking rapidly in Japanese, dropping data points like they were classified war secrets. Although Adam Kuhn hasn't acknowledged it himself, I believe my gut is right, All Might said seriously. There was a wave of black light that caused the incident, I saw it. It had the same vibe as the energy Adam Kuhn used against the sludge villain. Furthermore, he was located at Tacoba Beach Park, the exact ground zero where the phenomenon first manifested. Most importantly, his quirk is called negation. He told us himself he can negate any physical or biological property. My guess, he's likely an illegal immigrant who was washed ashore. He probably had a near-death experience from drowning, causing his power to erupt on a massive scale as a survival mechanism. Nezu took a moment to let the sheer weight of that theory sink in. The hyper-intelligent chimera calmed his initial agitation, his brain already cross-referencing the city-wide chaos with the boy sitting on his sofa. So you saw him use it against that villain, and relying on your instincts, you went to confirm it with him. Nezu mused, his paws tapping against his chin. Negation, that fits. A city-wide negation of quirks. No, it's deeper, it's a negation of the quirk concept itself. It doesn't just erase, it cancels. That would explain why even those with mutant-type quirks were so fundamentally affected. Are you the only one who knows? The police. The Hero Commission. Don't worry, Principal, All Might reassured him. I've called my friend Detective Tsukauchi, and Hawks is also in the loop. Together, we've managed to cover up the fact that Adam Shonen was the cause. We all know what the Commission or the government would do to this kid if they knew he possessed such terrifying power, especially given his status as an illegal immigrant. Nezu let out a long, weary sigh of relief. His eyes turned toward Adam with a flicker of genuine sympathy. Well done. I'm afraid if they found out, Adam Kuhn would receive treatment far worse than what I endured back then. But, why involve Hawks? You know how deeply he is entangled with the Commission. Actually, Principal, Hawks was sent to investigate the incident himself, but he stumbled upon some troublesome matters. What matters? Nezu asked, his whiskers twitching. During his investigation, he found the leader of the Shihasaikai and his subordinate. They seemed to be searching for the cause of the quirk disappearance incident, All Might narrated. The Yakuza. Nezu gripped his chin. That group has been dormant for years. Why move now? The true question is, what benefit do they gain from finding the source of this incident? Something is fishy here. As expected of the principal, All Might nodded. We reached the same conclusion. Though we didn't prioritize it at first because something even more dangerous appeared. Thanks to Adam Shonen's own remarks, we realized the Shihasaikai must be investigated immediately. They may be plotting a conspiracy against heroes. Something more troublesome. Nezu's voice was laced with dread. Yes, Hawk spotted someone with a warp gate quirk searching for the source of the incident as well. Warp gate. An extremely rare ability, Nezu muttered, his interest piqued. That user was attracted by the sludge incident, All Might continued. He opened a gate, and a man with hands grabbing his face and body stepped out, his leader. These two are villains, and they intended to recruit the sludge villain to their yet-to-be-formed villain league. Villain league. Nezu's exclamation echoed in the spacious office. That is a crazy ambition. We've feared such a thing since the Dark Age. Villains are lawless, unifying them under one banner is no easy feat. How do they plan to achieve it? All Might's voice turned gravelly. Because they have the one goal every villain wishes for, to destroy the symbol of peace. Nezu's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Meanwhile, Adam was currently fighting a battle of his own, boredom. Being excluded from a conversation in a language you don't speak is a special kind of torture. He sat there, eyes glazing over as he studied the office room, occasionally nodding like he understood everything. Damn, if only this world had subtitles, Adam thought. I'm dying of curiosity here. Uncle Yagi looks like he's narrating a horror movie, and the mouse is having a midlife crisis. Nezu, oblivious to Adam's internal monologue, was connecting the dots at light speed. So that explains it. The warp gate user wants the source of the quirk disappearance to use against you. They'll use the collective hatred villains feel toward you as the bonding rope for their league. This is plausible, and terrifying. All Might, we must stop them before they take shape. If they gather enough strength, the casualties will be severe. Nezu paused, his analytical mind hitting a snag. But I don't understand one thing. If Hawk spotted them, why didn't he capture them? And you were on the scene. Together, you could have ended this easily. Something feels amiss. All Might took a shaky breath. Principal, I haven't finished. Hawks didn't act because he discovered a critical piece of information. Nezu felt his breath hitch. He had already received enough bombshells to last a lifetime, and there was still more. Let me prepare myself mentally, the principal whispered. His instincts told him this final piece of the puzzle would be the most impactful of all. He closed his eyes, slowing his breathing to a meditative rhythm while All Might waited in respectful silence. A minute later, Nezu opened his eyes, braced for the impact. Go on, Nezu gestured. Hawks told us that because young Adam defeated the sludge villain and rescued the explosion quirk boy, he indirectly prevented them from recruiting that villain into their league. Because of that, they intended to kidnap him instead, All Might said, his voice heavy with the weight of the near miss. Hiss. Nezu took a sharp, jagged breath. The many terrifying possibilities of a boy with negation falling into the hands of villains flashed through his high IQ brain like a horror movie. With that warp gate user, they could manifest a portal beneath Adam-kun and snatch him away in an instant. Yeah, thankfully, we were lucky. All Might continued, his hands beginning to move frantically as he started rambling with the obsessive energy of Midoriya. The sludge villain managed to reform himself after Adam-kun negated his liquid body's cohesivity. It seems Adam's negation is only temporary, it's not permanent, erasing, as we first feared. Anyway, that villain intended to possess Adam, and I saw it. It forced me to act. I smashed him, and that smash scared the villains, the warp gate user and the leader with hands on his body, from making a move. I felt their killing intent and spotted them, then I intimidated them. I didn't have enough time to pursue, my duration reached its limit, so I was forced to allow them to escape. All Might paused, his eyes glowing with a grim intensity. Returning to your question, Hawks didn't take action because he heard something crucial. They intended to kidnap Adam because the leader, the man with hands on his body called Shigaraki, said he would tell his sensei to steal Adam's quirk and give it to another person. All Might let the final sentence hang in the air, watching it sink into Nezu's brain. Nezu, who had mentally prepared himself for any shock, began to tremble. The porcelain teacup he held began to rattle against the saucer, a rhythmic clink 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 of pure psychological horror. His sensei could steal quirks and give them to others. Nezu whispered, his fur standing on end. That's like, all for one, they both said simultaneously, their voices echoing off the office walls. Huh, that's so mean, Adam complained inwardly, his eyes darting between the two legends. Why don't you guys speak in English? Let me say it with you too. It looks so cool, I've always wanted to do the simultaneous revelation trope. Peak anime aesthetics and I'm just the background character. Adam sighed, leaning back into the sofa as the two continued their Japanese power session. Since they mentioned All for One, they must have already discussed the Yakuza and the Villain League. This boring discussion is finally wrapping up. Alright, back to brainstorming. How can Adam Hantakor-sama look the coolest in front of the students? Impress the anime girls. Maybe I should stick to the silent, cold MC persona. And I definitely shouldn't smile. If they see my fangs, they'll treat me like a vampire. Nezu was still shaking. If the threat of the Villain League was an A- tier problem, the shadow of All for One had pushed the situation into SSS tier. How could he still be alive? Nezu's voice cracked. You said you blasted his head. It's true the body wasn't found, but with the injuries you inflicted, it should have been impossible. Nezu's mind raced through the implications. All Might had sacrificed his stomach and respiratory system to build this piece. If that monster had survived and was now collecting villains while All Might was at his weakest, the future of the Hero Society was in dire straits. Wait, Nezu muttered, his high IQ brain connecting the dots. All for One is likely heavily injured. He's probably relying on his ability to steal and gift quirks to gather his forces from the shadows. That hand-covered guy, he must be the leader because AFO gave him a powerful quirk. I wonder what it is. We also need to be wary, they are targeting talented kids with strong quirks. That explosion boy, he must be protected in secret. And Adam-kun must stay in UA at all costs. We cannot allow them to fall into the villain side. Principal, we can't be sure of his state. All Might added seriously. He might have acquired a powerful regeneration quirk or found someone with a healing ability. But Hawks managed to leave a feather on the warp gate user without him noticing. He's figured out their hideout. Our plan is to deal with the Yakuza first, then raid the villains before they can begin. As for the leader of the league, I don't know why he exhibits such hatred toward me, but Hawks overheard something interesting about his quirk. When the Warp Gate villain saw Adam use his negation to scatter the sludge villain's body, the Warp Gate user said it was similar to the leader's power. We believe he has a destruction-type quirk, something that shatters or disassembles things. As for your last point, we overlooked the explosion kid in the chaos. We need to keep an eye on him. My successor seems to be his friend, I'll find a way to protect him. You have given me so much information. Nezu said, his paws rubbing his temples. I'll need time to analyze and come up with a plan. Essentially, the heroes now have two enemies. Both think they are operating in the dark, but thanks to Hawks, no, thanks to Adam-kun as well, we have the advantage. If he hadn't caused the quirk disappearance incident, Hawks wouldn't have investigated and stumbled upon these groups. We shouldn't rush. I must talk to Hawks personally. We need to prepare the other heroes without leaking the news. But we must hide Adam-kun and his full ability. Let's register it as something less catchy, a simple physical attribute cancellation. We'll call it, cancellation coat, based on that dark energy he emits. Nezu continued, his eyes glittering with tactical fire. The contributions of Hawks are huge. He's revealed 2 future conspiracies. We must seize this strategic position while the enemy thinks we are blind. We have their hideout. We know one has a destruction quirk and the other has warp gate. But the first obstacle that must be removed is that warp gate user. His risk factor is too high. He could raid Tartarus and release the prisoners in an afternoon. Any raid on their hideout is meaningless if he remains, as they could easily escape. We cannot lose our strategic surprise element. Nezu was now rambling at a speed that made Adam dizzy. All Might was nodding along, fully synchronized with the principal's frantic logic. To Adam, watching the two of them speak Japanese at 1,000,000 miles per hour, they had officially both entered Midoriya mode. Damn, Adam thought, resting his chin on his hand. They really do look like Midoriya when he starts muttering. I'm sitting 3 feet away from the smartest mouse in Japan and the symbol of peace, and I have no idea what they are saying. This is the true struggle of the isekai protagonist that most anime neglected. The language barrier is the ultimate villain. We must dismantle the Shihasaikai first, Nezu said, his voice dropping into a cold, tactical register. He set his saucer down with a soft clack. They are like opportunistic fishermen waiting to cast their nets in muddy waters. Any large-scale conflict we have with the villains will only weaken our front, creating a golden opening for the Yakuza to strike. They are a variable we must resolve before the real storm begins. Nezu paused, lifting his cup to take a slow, refined sip of tea to quench his thirst. All Might leaned forward, his hands resting heavily on his knees. Tsukauchi-san is already coordinating the initial investigation. In the meantime, I've decided to act as Adam Kun's legal guardian. I brought him to UA for 3 specific reasons. All Might glanced toward Adam, who was currently daydreaming, before turning back to Nezu. First, he is homeless and completely alone in a foreign land. I can't allow him to wander the streets where that Warp Gate villain could snatch him in the blink of an eye. Bringing him here wasn't the secret I hoped for, especially since the students saw us, but it's the safest move. The villains won't dare siege UA yet, they aren't ready to lose their surprise element any more than we are. I want this place to become a home for him. He's an orphan who clearly struggled to reach these shores. I want him to learn to love this country. All Might's expression grew more complex, a mix of guilt and grim determination. The second reason is selfish. You've seen his potential. If he can pull off something like that citywide quirk negation again, but in a targeted way, All for One will be reduced to an ordinary man. A single smash would end his reign forever. And third, there is no better training ground than this. The facilities, the staff, they are the boosters he needs to control that nuclear bomb of a quirk. All Might sighed, the sound rattling in his hollow chest. But there's a hurdle. He has no records. Tsukauchi is handling the ID, but if he wants to be a student, he needs a history. He has 10 months to learn the language and the curriculum. If he doesn't have a paper trail, he'll be flagged during the Pro Hero license exams. We need to bridge that gap. Nezu placed a paw over his heart, his eyes glinting with empathy. It was the right decision. Adam Kun is a walking tactical deterrent. Fortunately, only the 4 of us, you, me, Tsukauchi, and Hawks, know the true scale of his power. As for his history, leave that to me. I will use my connections to fabricate a flawless overseas transfer record. We will base it on whatever identity Tsukauchi provides. Nezu's expression turned stern. However, I cannot backdoor his enrollment. He must be qualified within 10 months to pass the entrance exam legitimately, or the lie will collapse under its own weight. He will have to study harder than any student in the history of this school. Suddenly, Nezu's ears perked up. By the way, All Might, did you choose that green-haired boy as your successor? The one from the incident. All Might stiffened, his eyes widening in surprise. You noticed Midoriya Shonen. I saw the footage, Nezu chirped, a small smile appearing on his snout. A boy rushing headlong into danger to save a friend while the pro stood by. Seeing as he wears the same uniform as the explosion boy you mentioned, the connection was easy to make. All Might nodded slowly, a look of profound pride washing over his gaunt face. He is quirkless, but I believe he has the potential to become a new symbol of peace. No, a symbol of courage and hope. I also plan to bring him here for training. Principal, I don't know if it's possible. Nezu froze for a heartbeat, his black eyes unreadable. Then, he let out a soft, high-pitched chuckle. Just like you were. I'll trust your hunch. Bring him to UA. I have no objections. However, if you intend to train them both, you must do so in total secrecy. Choose hours when the staff and students are occupied. We cannot have rumors leaking out. All Might smiled wide, his skeletal face lighting up with genuine gratitude. Thank you, Principal, truly. Now, about Adam Khan's living situation, is there somewhere suitable? Somewhere private where he can live and train away from prying eyes? Of course there is, Nezu replied with a faint, knowing smile. The principal then turned his head toward Adam, switching seamlessly back into English. Adam Kuhn, I apologize for the wait. We had to navigate some rather urgent news that required our full concentration. Adam snapped out of his trance, the fog of boredom lifting as he realized the tiny principal was waiting for him. He quickly waved his hands in a dismissive, humble gesture. It doesn't matter, Principal. I understand the gravity, Adam said, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. The Villain League and this Yakuza group, they aren't just threats, they are planning to turn this country into a graveyard. Fortunately, you have the intelligence advantage. If you plan this right, you can end them before they even take their first breath of action. Nezu's black eyes brightened. This boy seems to know a lot more than he let on. Adam Kuhn, Nezu said, leaning forward, his paws clasped. I have 1,000 questions for you, about your home, your culture, your negation quirk, and how you manage to negate an entire city's population quirks. But since you will be living here at UA, we will have plenty of time for that. For now, I only need you to answer one thing. It is the foundation of everything that follows. Nezu's gaze became piercing, stripping away the cute mouse persona to reveal the hyper-intelligent judge beneath. Why do you want to become a hero? The room went silent. All Might shifted in his seat, his deep blue eyes watching Adam with a look of both hope and fear. The air in the room grew heavy. Nezu needed to know why Adam wanted to become a hero, if Adam was a fame seeker, or something far more dangerous. If he lacked the heart to do good, he would be a guest under heavy surveillance. If he possessed the fire of a true hero, they would pour every resource into turning him into a diamond. Why do I want to be a hero? Adam thought, his hand drifting to his chin. The sarcasm in his brain tried to offer the easy answers. Because the hero system can make me stronger through heroic deeds. Because I want to look cool in front the girls. Because I want to return back to my world, etc. But then, the memories of his old world, the real world, surged forward like a tidal wave. He saw the grainy clips of children slaughtered mercilessly in Palestine, the forgotten victims in Sudan, the oppressed, the starving, and the absolute powerlessness he had felt behind a glowing screen. I spent my whole life hiding behind the excuse of my own weakness, he thought, his chest tightening. I watched the world burn and did nothing because I was powerless. But now I have a power that can rewrite the laws of physics. If I don't use this, I am worse than the villains. Adam lifted his head. His dark brown eyes were no longer those of a delusional teenager, they were glittering with a terrifying conviction. He clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. Our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, once said, Adam began, his voice echoing with a sincerity that made All Might sit upright. Whoever among you sees an evil action, let him change it with his hand, if he cannot, then with his tongue, and if he cannot, then with his heart, and that is the weakest of faith. He let the words hang in the air. Nezu and All Might both nodded instinctively. Brilliantly said, Nezu whispered. I have often overlooked religious texts, but that single sentence summarizes the entire meaning of heroism. All Might blue eyes seemed to brighten, a thought surfaced in his mind. I must find time to read the biography of this man, maybe it will help me teach the students in the future and teach Midoriya Shonen. The two continued listening, they know what Adam said was just the beginning. I spent my whole life with the weakest of faith, Adam said, his voice trembling with a quiet rage. I hated the evil in my heart, but I was too weak to use my hands, but now it's different. Uncle Yagi, Adam said, turning his gaze toward the skeletal man. I think you are a great man. You are the inspiration for every child who dreams. But I do not aspire to be like you. Huh, All Might's eyes widened. He wasn't offended, he was fascinated. Am I doing something wrong, Adam Kuhn? Uncle, Adam said, his voice dropping into a heavy, cinematic bass. Your justice is limited. All Might frowned, leaning in. Please, enlighten me. He didn't look down on Adam for being a teenager. He knew that sometimes young people see the world more clearly. Let me ask you a question, Uncle Yagi, Adam said. Suppose a country A is the strongest in the world. They give weapons to a terrorist group that is pretending to be a country. This group occupies country B and kills the people who have lived there for centuries. The rest of the world is too afraid to speak up because of country A's power. Country A says they protect the peace, but they start wars just to take resources like petrol. You are a hero in country C. You have no connection to them. According to your justice, you only help the people in your own country. You were limited by borders and nationality. Adam stood up, his voice getting stronger. We Muslims believe that whoever kills one soul, it is as if he has killed all of mankind. And whoever saves one, it is as if he has saved all of mankind. Because of this, the whole world is my battlefield. All of humanity are the people I want to save. Evil people are my targets, even if they are top leaders or run the strongest countries. I won't follow the rules of a broken system. Villains aren't just the people causing chaos on the streets. Corrupt leaders who make millions suffer are even worse. Wherever there is injustice, my justice will be there to stop it. I hate seeing people suffer when I can't help. I hate that the bad guys can roam free because the law protects them. I must negate such evil. Without Adam even realizing it, his power activated. A heavy, dark energy burst out of him. The air and the light around him started to distort, looking like it was being sucked into a black hole. Principal Nezu and All Might sat there with their jaws dropped. The room felt cold and the shadows seemed to move on their own. They looked at each other with very grim expressions. They didn't need to speak. They both had the same thought at the same time. This kid needs therapy immediately. Chapter 11 Adam Estate. The room fell into silence. Not the tense kind, or the confrontational kind. It was the kind of silence that came from two experienced adults choosing restraint over rebuttal. Neither Nezu nor All Might argued with Adam. They did not refute his ideals, nor did they attempt to discourage him. They did not lecture, scold, or try to bend his convictions through authority. They let him speak. And when he finished, they let the weight of his words linger. Hero society, as it existed in the modern age, was not built on ideals alone. It was built on structure, regulation, and compromise. Heroes were not judges of the world, nor enforcers of morality. They were licensed professionals, bound by law and practicality. Their duty was simple: to stop those who used their quirks illegally to harm others. Villains. Nothing more. Anything beyond that crossed into vigilantism. And vigilantism, no matter how noble it is, had proven time and again to be dangerous. When individuals decided their justice outweighed society's, others followed. Subjective justice multiplied. Conflicts chained together and chaos spread. The system existed to prevent that collapse. All Might understood this better than most. He even agreed with parts of Adam's outlook. His justice is limited, corruption existed. Injustice existed. But heroes were not equipped to uproot governments or police morality on a global scale. Those battles belong to institutions, not symbols. Adam's vision was vast, too vast, and incompatible with the world as it currently stood. Both Nezu and All Might reached the same quiet conclusion. This discussion would not end today. And forcing it would only harden positions. The conclusion was unanimous: this kid needed life to uppercut him a few times. So All Might gently redirected the conversation. He cleared his throat. "Principal," he said, turning toward Nezu, "you mentioned a place where Adam Shonen could stay. I don't remember UA had any dorms yet. Where exactly is he going to live?" Adam snapped out of his dark, serious mood. He sat up straighter, listening carefully. Just yesterday, he was mentally preparing to sleep in a discarded fridge. Now he will live in UA High School. Wait, hold on. Where exactly are they shoving me? Adam's internal monologue began to churn at a frantic, high-definition speed. The dorms aren't canon yet. Am I going to be a classroom hobo? He visualized himself curled up under a chalkboard, using a stack of history textbooks as a makeshift pillow while janitors mopped around his head. The anxiety spiked, sharp and cold. Ya Rabbi, don't let them hand me one of those yellow cocoons. I am not mentally prepared to live the life of a sedentary, sleep-deprived caterpillar like Aizawa. I have standards. I have a spine that requires actual support. He paused his chaotic thoughts as he realized the positive in the negative, the yang and the yin. Actually, who am I kidding? If the floor is heated, I'm sold. Even a drafty classroom is a 5-star resort compared to a rusty fridge. Curiosity and a very specific, poverty-induced dread warred behind his eyes as he waited for the verdict. Nezu noticed All Might's intention to change the topic instantly. He did not comment on it. Instead, he smiled. He stood up, his small paws tucked into his pockets. He had a mysterious, almost playful smile on his face. I have the perfect place. It's a spot where he won't be disturbed and can train until his heart is content. He adjusted his suit and gestured toward the door. Follow me. They stepped outside, took the school bus, and headed toward the massive training grounds. The bus came to a halt with a heavy pneumatic hiss, its tires crunching against the gravel of the restricted UA outskirts. As the doors folded open, Adam stepped down, and the first thing that hit him was the scale of the place. A massive, towering gate stood before them, built into a thick concrete wall that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky and across the horizon. It wasn't just a fence, it was a fortification, as if it were prepared for a direct assault from Godzilla. This, if I remember correctly, this is where the entrance exam happens. Adam swallowed hard. He remembered the anime earlier episodes, Midoriya's desperate leap, the zero-pointer being reduced to scrap metal with one smash from the One Snap Man. It had been the first real showcase of One for All, and it impacted his mind and left a deep impression. I didn't realize it from my small phone screen, but this gate is massive. MHA, it's like the Zoldyck family gate. Am I going to have to push open 10 tons of steel just to go out buy grocery? The ground beta gate in the anime, it looked like a cool movie set. In reality, it was a terrifying monument to how much money UA had to burn. Adam craned his neck back until his spine protested. Principal Nezu, Adam said mindlessly, his voice echoing flatly against the concrete. I have to ask, what's with the obsession with big things? Is this some kind of deep-seated insecurity because of your height? Do you feel the need to compensate with all this external girth? The words hung in the air like a lead balloon. Adam's brain caught up exactly 1 full second too late. Adam's eyes went wide. The realization hit him a second too late. The filter between his brain and his mouth had completely evaporated. It was happening again. The more comfortable he got with someone, the more his internal monologue started leaking out like a cracked pipe. Smack. He slapped his own lips with the force of a thunderclap. My damned, treacherous mouth. I just insulted the boss of this fortress. I'm finished. I'm going back to the fridge. No, the fridge would be a luxury. At this rate, he's going to turn me into a sentient lab rat specimen. Fix it. Adam, deploy the emergency butt-licking maneuvers. Now. Peef. Cough. Hack. All Might didn't just cough, he performed a violent, full-body convulsion that nearly sprayed the pavement with the symbol of Peace's lifeblood. He let out a choked, panicked sound, his skeletal frame rattling like a bag of dry bones as he tried to process the boy's suicidal bluntness. He couldn't count how many times this kid had nearly given him a heart attack, but this was the pinnacle. The symbol of peace wouldn't be ended by All for One, he'd be taken out by a shonen with no social breaks. Cough. Adam Shonen. His shoulders shook with the force of a man fighting for his soul. That is not an appropriate. Principal. All Might looked at Nezu nervously, then turned back to Adam with a look that clearly said, you are on your own. I am not dying with you. All Might do the, don't worry cuss I am here, thing. Why are you stepping back? You traitor. Are you really going to let a mouse eat me? Adam sent a pleading, desperate look toward the hero, but All Might simply shook his head and retreated another 3 steps to safety. Nezu slowly walked toward Adam. Very slowly. Too slowly. Tap, tap, tap. His tiny footsteps sounded like a death knell, his face turned dark, his shadow stretched long across the pavement, and for a heartbeat, his eyes glowed like 2 tiny LED flashlights of pure malice. The temperature of the air seemed to drop 10 degrees. Adam stiffened, his survival instincts finally screaming at him. In order to not return to that fridge, in order to live in his dream place. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, sir. His voice climbed an entire octave, reaching a pitch of pure desperation. My mouth has a separate consciousness. It's a biological defect. A neurological glitch. I accept full responsibility. Please don't expel me. I'll polish every tile in this school with my own body. Enzu reached 2 steps in front of Adam. He lifted his head. His small, dark eyes were shadowed, and for a moment, the air around him felt 10 degrees colder. A heavy, suffocating pressure radiated from the principal. Height, insecurity. Nezu's voice was a low, dangerous whisper that made the hair on the back of Adam's neck stand up. Gulp. The sound of Adam swallowing his saliva was loud enough to echo. I meant, it's a very efficient use of space. A testament to your architectural genius. You are truly the greatest brain in this hemisphere. Adam's words were coming out in a frantic, oily stream of flattery. Nezu ignored the flattery and said coldly, "Do you know how many titans of industry I have dismantled? How many people thought I was cute right before I seized their assets and left them with nothing but the clothes on their backs?" Adam froze, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was dead. He was definitely dead. He'd be turned into a laboratory experiment by a chimera. He could almost see the specimen jar labeled, "Unique Species, Disrespectful Moroccan Shonen Number 001. All Might," Nezu said softly, far too softly. "Do you know how many ways this facility can be used to quietly dispose of a body?" Adam's face went the color of bleached bone. "Sir, All Might," Nezu continued, completely ignoring Adam's existence, "do you prefer the acid vats, or the high-intensity incineration tunnels?" Adam's brain finally short-circuited. The sheer, overwhelming agitation of his soul took over. He didn't scream. He didn't cry. Instead, he did the only thing his body knew how to do when the stress reached a 10 out of 10 level. Ha ha ha. When Moroccans are emotionally agitated we start barking literally. Look at this video at 104. I was joking. I swear I respect short kings. Don't you guys need my negation power to fight against that villain? I'm still useful, please don't kill me. Nezu stepped right up to Adam's feet. He looked up, his face a mask of cold, calculating authority. He paused. Then, PFFTT. He burst out laughing. It was high-pitched. It was bright. It was absolutely, terrifyingly unhinged. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that was hilarious. Nezu clapped his paws together, the scary aura evaporating like mist. You should have seen your face. Your pupils actually dilated to 90%. A classic stress response. And what's with the barking? A unique cultural mechanism in African countries. Fascinating. Simply fascinating. Adam blinked, his heart still trying to exit through his ribcage. All Might finally lost the battle. He bent over, hands on his knees, laughing so hard that actual tears began to stream down his face. Principal, you can't. You'll give Adam Shonen a heart attack before he even see his house. Adam stood frozen like a malfunctioned robot. Adam Shonen, All Might wheezed, wiping his eyes. The principal was merely testing your spirit. And you showed great spirit in your, highly rhythmic barking and begging. Adam returned to his sense. It was a prank. They were joking. Ha, ha, the joke is not funny. I nearly saw the white light at the end of the tunnel. Adam screamed inwardly, though outwardly he just looked like nothing happened. He must let them forget his pathetic self. Act carefree, Adam, act nonchalant. Nezu wiped a tiny tear from his eye with a paw. I couldn't help it. I was curious to see how you would respond under genuine pressure. But seriously, Adam-kun, if it were someone else, like Aizawa-kun, they wouldn't hesitate to give you a physical correction. Be careful. Not everyone is as lenient as I am. His expression softened, just a fraction. But, I am glad you've become comfortable enough to speak your mind. It shows trust. Thank you for that. Adam exhaled a breath he felt like he'd been holding since the previous century, rubbing his chest. I genuinely thought I was about to become ground fertilizer. My life flashed before my eyes and it was mostly just me laying on bed watching anime. Well, Nezu said pleasantly, his tone shifting back to that of a polite, albeit slightly sadistic, host. He turned toward the massive fortification. Welcome home, Adam-kun. He pressed a button on a small remote. For a moment, there was only the sound of the wind whistling through the high tensile wires. Then, the earth began to groan. Rumble, clang, hiss. The massive doors began to divide with a thunderous, low-frequency grind that sent vibrations straight through the soles of Adam's shoes and up into his teeth. A plume of pressurized air hissed from the seams as the pristine, artificial skyline of ground beta revealed itself beyond the threshold. It was a concrete ghost town, silent and waiting. "Wait," Adam stammered, his eyes darting from a fake skyscraper to a mock-up convenience store. Am I actually living here?" It finally dawned on Adam why they arrived here. He misunderstood why they brought him here, probably to see his power, but didn't expect this outcome. Nezu pointed toward the concrete horizon, toward a cluster of mock building used for hero course students' training. "There, you have an entire city to yourself. No neighbors, no distractions, it's the ultimate training and living environment. Choose any building you like." Adam's jaws dropped to the ground, an entire small city for him to live in. He can choose any building. This is something he hadn't even imagined in his wildest dreams. Adam inhaled sharply, his chest swelling until his shirt strained. Then, with zero shame and the maximum volume of a man who had just won the life lottery. "Allahu Akbar." "What?" Nezu nearly performed a backflip in pure fright, his fur standing on end like he'd been struck by lightning. His paws flew up in a defensive stance, his black eyes wide with the genuine fear that Adam had just triggered a forbidden ultimate move. All Might, who was becoming a veteran of Adam's sudden outbursts, quickly stepped in with a shaky, placating hand. Principal, please, lower your hackles. He's not exploding, well, not physically. He just likes to express his emotions at a volume that defies physics. You'll get used to it, probably around the time your hearing starts to fail." Adam didn't wait for permission. He lunged into ground beta like a golden retriever that had just discovered the world's largest tennis ball. He spun in circles, grinning at the streetlights, petting the concrete walls, and marveling at the lack of rust. "Subhanallah," he whispered, his voice cracking with genuine, soul-deep awe as the adults followed behind him. "Yesterday I was literally calculating if a cardboard box could be made waterproof with enough duct tape. Turns out my good deeds and that one Prophet Moses' supplication really did pay off. The interest rate on those blessings is insane." Adam suddenly skidded to a halt, a look of profound, high-stakes curiosity crossing his face. He turned back to the two adults, his expression as innocent as a newborn lamb. "Can I live in a different house every single day? Like a nomadic urban king?" All Might burst out laughing, the sound echoing off the fake buildings. "No, Adam Shonen, absolutely not." Nezu chuckled, smoothing down his ruffled fur. "The buildings are currently unfurnished shells. Transporting a bed and a refrigerator across city blocks every 24 hours would be, logistically offensive. Pick one and stay there." Adam nodded sagely, though his eyes were already scanning for the building with the best balcony. "Fair point. But principal, this is a hero training ground. What happens when the students and the scary teachers find me lurking in the shadows like a city-dwelling cryptid?" Nezu smiled, his whiskers twitching as they walked deeper into the district. "That is why your base must be in the deepest sector of the city. Our students generally operate in the outer perimeters. As long as you don't go strolling through the middle of a high-intensity combat exercise, you won't encounter them. As for the staff, they will be briefed on the existence of our special guest." Adam followed, but his mind had already pivoted to the only thing that actually mattered in the 21st century. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial, life-or-death whisper. "Principal, let's talk about the essentials. Is there Wi-Fi? And does the electricity actually stay on, or is it for show?" He could handle the lack of grocery stores. He could handle the loneliness. He could even handle the lack of running water if he had to. But a world without internet was a world without oxygen. Nezu's eyes twinkled with a hint of warning. "UA operates on a highly secured, military-grade private network," he replied smoothly. "I would strongly advise against visiting shady websites. Our firewall is quite sentient, and to avoid being targeted by the various hacker groups that constantly assault our servers, I keep a very close eye on all traffic." Adam waved his hands frantically, his face turning a light shade of pink. Understood. Don't worry, I'm a man of culture, not a man of crime. I just need social media to check the world hasn't ended, anime for soul sustenance, and educational content to learn Japanese so I don't keep insulting people by accident. Adam Shonen, All Might interjected, his voice dropping into a stern, mentor-like rumble. You likely won't have time for a social media scrolling or binge-watching. You have the entire Japanese national curriculum, from elementary to junior high, to cram into your brain. Not to mention physical conditioning, quirk mastery, and language immersion. In the next 10 months, you won't just be living here. You will be going plus ultra every waking second. Adam's grin didn't just fade, it flash froze. Ya Latif, I forgot I have a hellish training waiting for me, a crash course to participate in the battle against All for One. Cursed potato head ruined my dreams of a carefree life in a private city, it just went up in smoke like this, sigh. I don't know where am I even heading. He looked up at the sky, his eyes twitching. Sigh, I'm being forced into a shonen trope. You, author, I know you're watching. This is blatant exploitation. Where are my human rights? Where is my free will? You're just railroading me into the plot. Stop banging my destiny without my consent. But then, a spark of fire ignited in his dark eyes. He clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white. No, this is fine. I always wanted to transform. To become a man, to become strong, cool, without being forced. I won't muster any will to change, I should go plus ultra. If I master this negation power, I can become the strongest hero in this world. Once I accumulate enough heroic deeds, I may have opportunity to go back. Maybe I won't even need the system help. Maybe I can reach the level of negating the dimensional barrier and be able to travel back to my old world. At that time I will bring wealth, treasures, wives, children with me to Earth. Mom and sisters will be surprised. The determination on his face was so intense it was almost frightening. He turned to All Might, his gaze burning like a furnace. Bring it on. Please, don't hold anything back. Adam shouted, his voice echoing off the fake skyscrapers of ground beta. I want you to be as rough as possible with me, Uncle Yagi. I'm ready to be completely broken and remade by your hands. Don't worry about my screams, just keep going until your heart is content. All Might's jaw twitched. He opened his mouth to say something, but Adam was just getting started, fueled by a terrifying cocktail of passion and delusion. I promise to be perfectly obedient. I'll do whatever you tell me to do, no matter how hard it is or how much it hurts. I'm yours to command. Adam stepped closer to the skeletal hero, his eyes burning. Remember, Uncle Yagi, we Moroccans are like cumin. You won't get the best out of us, you won't truly get that deep, spicy scent, until you really grind us down. So please, don't be gentle. Don't show me an ounce of mercy. Grind me, Uncle Yagi. Grind me until I'm finally useful. The silence that followed was so heavy it practically had its own gravitational pull. A single, dry leaf blew across the concrete between them. All Might looked like he was trying to phase out of reality. His face went from its usual gaunt pale to a shade of crimson. His hand trembling as he reached for a handkerchief to wipe the blood, and the sheer awkwardness, from his lips. Nezu, on the other hand, was perfectly still. His whiskers were twitching at a frequency that suggested he was recording this entire interaction for future blackmail. Wait, why are they looking at me like I just confessed to a crime? Adam thought, his smug grin wavering. I just gave the most fire, hard work, speech in history. The cumin metaphor was a stroke of genius. I'm showing them I have the grit. The spice. Wait, why is All Might backing away like I have a plague? Adam Shonen, All Might finally managed to wheeze out, his voice cracking. I appreciate the fervor. But please, for the love of all that is holy, never, ever say those words in that specific order ever again. Especially not to me. Especially not in public. It seems we need to add English, or at least, contextual expressions, to your curriculum. Your choice of words is, highly inappropriate when taken literally. Adam's eyes widened, his heroic pose collapsing. Did I say something wrong? Seeing the boy's genuine innocence, All Might felt a surge of guilt for his own, dirty, interpretation. If only he knew that the mind of the boy in front of him was filthier than 100 monedas packed into a single uniform. Ahem, Nezu interjected, expertly steering the conversation away from the linguistic abyss. Before we settle in, I want to see this negation ability in action. Let's do a preliminary test right here. Ah, yes. All Might agreed, grateful for the lifeline. Adam-kun, show us what you can do. Let's see the spark of that fire. Adam's eyes lit up. This was it. The moment to prove he wasn't just a loud-mouthed squatter. Time to show off. Finally, a chance to pay back some of that aura debt. Ya Rab, please don't let me embarrass myself in front of this smart-ass mouse. Adam cleared his throat. Ahem. Okay. So, what's the protocol here? Am I allowed to actually break stuff? Because let's be clear, I don't have a single yen to my name. If I chip the paint and you send me a bill, my only payment option is cleaning toilets. Nezu waved a tiny paw dismissively, his expression radiating the casual wealth of a being who owned a significant portion of Japan's infrastructure. Think nothing of it. This is a controlled environment. Damage is expected, even encouraged. I wouldn't mind if you leveled the entire district, provided you don't accidentally incinerate the symbol of peace or myself. Adam's eyes gleamed with a dangerous, delusional spark. He straightened his back, puffing out his chest. All right. Watch closely. I'm going to turn a whole building into literal stardust. Nezu's whiskers vibrated with intellectual greed. Oh, so you intend to negate the molecular bonds that hold the structure's materials together. Absolute disassembly at a subatomic level, fascinating. I'm curious to see if the release of potential energy results in a heat bloom or a silent collapse. All Might, however, didn't share the mouse's scientific glee. He stepped forward, his hand coming down on Adam's shoulder with the weight of a stern father. Adam Shonen, listen to me. This is very important. All Might put a heavy hand on Adam's shoulder. His face was very serious. Yesterday, you made quirks disappear in the whole Musudafu city. That was like turning off a light switch. When your power stopped, the light came back on. The people and their powers came back. Everything was okay. He pointed at the concrete building in front of them. But today is different. You want to break the glue that holds this building together. If you use your power to break those pieces, the building will fall down. It will become dust. All Might looked Adam in the eye. Even when you stop your power later, the building will still be dust. It will not fix itself. If you break a glass into 1,000 pieces, it stays broken. There is no undo button for this. So, you must be very careful. If you lose control, you will break things that can never be fixed. Nezu's beady eyes narrowed to slits. He'd been so absorbed in the mechanics that he'd missed the obvious risk. His small body leaned forward, voice sharpened by urgency. Adam Shonen, listen carefully. Monitor the range. Start small. Keep it contained at all costs. Adam answered by flapping his hands like he was brushing dust off the air, confidence oozing out of every pore. Relax, Principal. You're stressing too much. I've got full control. That reassurance convinced exactly no one. Nezu glanced at All Might. Just one look. A quiet, mutual understanding passed between them. If this goes wrong, smash him immediately. Adam, oblivious to their worry, began scanning the concrete horizon. Let's see. These are all going to be my houses soon. I can't just blow up the nice ones. I need the smallest, ugliest one. Adam kept looking around until he found the suitable test subject, a 2-story plain-looking building, the smallest one he could see. He began to walk toward it. In his head, a heavy, epic anime soundtrack began to swell. He took slow, cool strides, imagining his back looking 10 feet tall and imposing, like Saitama walking toward a world-ending threat, ready to unleash a serious punch. But to All Might and Nezu, the epic walk was a disaster. They watched a thin young man marching forward with his right leg swinging way out to the west and his left leg thrown way out to the east, his fists clenched tight like he was fighting the air. Their lips twitched. It was a battle of wills to keep the laughter from exploding out of their mouths. Still riding his wave of ignorant confidence, Adam reached the building and slammed a palm against the gray wall. Okay, what's the line? I need a cool line. His brain immediately opened an internal archive labeled anime quotes I've been waiting my whole life to use. Scrolling, too edgy, too long, too cringe. Bingo. Adam closed his eyes. He visualized the dark energy of negation erupting forth, coating the building like an abyss swallowing reality itself. Go 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 Shotty, he declared confidently, cover the whole building for me, baby. Adam suddenly opened his eyes like an ancient anime character who unleashes sudden pressure on a junior, like Rayleigh unleashing his domineering hockey. He used his secret trick, the only way he knew how to move the energy. He focused everything on his lower abdomen, squeezing his muscles with the same desperate pressure of someone trying to win a battle on a toilet seat. Hakai. He screamed the word for destruction at the top of his lungs. He still remembered Beerus from Dragon Ball using that power to delete planets, and he wanted that same energy. All Might and Nezu tensed in expectation. All Might was ready to transform at any moment to knock out Adam if his power got out of control. A black, ink-like energy began to bleed from Adam's palm. It spread across the wall like a drop of ink falling into water. It moved fast for the first 2 meters, but then, it hit a wall. Suddenly, Adam's muscles felt like they were being stretched on a rack. It was heavy. It was painful. It felt like trying to touch his toes while his legs were made of solid iron. What's happening? Why is it so heavy? Don't tell me, this is my limit. Sweat poured down his face as he pushed. He had only covered the first floor, one side of its walls. He had promised to turn the whole building to dust, but right now, he was just handing the universe a giant paddle to slap his face with. He refused to let his aura go into more debt and struggled with all his might to push it. Move, Adam screamed, veins bulging, for me. Twos. The sound didn't come from the building. It didn't come from the black energy. It came from the sheer, unfiltered pressure of Adam's Dantian finally finding an exit. It was a loud, high-pitched, and incredibly resonant Moroccan trumpet blast that echoed perfectly off the surrounding buildings. -9,999,999,999 aura. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that ends civilizations. Nezu and All Might didn't move. For a solid 3 seconds, they stood like statues in a museum of shattered expectations. Slowly, with the synchronized grace of a professional dance troupe, they both took a long, exaggerated step backward. In perfect unison, they raised their hands to cover their noses. I was ready to sacrifice my life, All Might thought, his blue eyes glassy and distant. I was standing here, prepared to throw my body into the path of a molecular vacuum to save the principle. I was visualizing the future of hero society. And instead, I am standing in a cloud of Moroccan street food aftermath. He looked at Adam's trembling back, a cold dread settling in his stomach. Can he really participate with us against All for One? Will the final battle of this era be decided by gastrointestinal pressure? Nezu's mind, usually a supercomputer of infinite calculations, had completely blue-screened. The data, it doesn't align. The energy signature was rising. The dark matter was expanding. And then, a sudden release of pressurized methane. Is the negation power fueled by the digestive system? Do I need to change his training regime to include more fiber, or less? No, more importantly, why is it so spicy? Adam stood frozen, his palm still glued to the wall, his face a shade of red that shouldn't be biologically possible. Author, if you're there, just delete this scene, Adam pleaded silently to the void. Take me back to the fridge. The fridge didn't judge me. The fridge didn't have the symbol of peace smelling my spicy Moroccan fart. All Might asked, concerned, Adam Shonen, is this your limit? How can this be possible? He couldn't believe it. If this was all Adam could do, how much training would be needed to go from yesterday's quirk incident to anything useful? How long until Adam could actually help against All for One? 6 months. A year. Or more. They don't have that time. It seems this is his limit, Nezu said, calm as ever. That incident was clearly a special case, a short burst of potential squeezed out. I had that possibility in mind, so I'm not shocked. Adam was vibrating with shame, sweat pouring down his face like a leaky faucet. He turned his head slowly, a shaky, desperate grin fixed on his face as he tried to perform a tactical cover-up of the biological sound he'd just produced. I did that on purpose. Adam stammered, his voice an octave too high. My mom always taught me not to waste things. Destroying a whole building it's a sin. I'm just being eco-friendly. All Might watched the boy's shoulders tremble, the silence of ground beta magnifying the sheer, heavy awkwardness of the moment. He sighed, a long, weary sound that seemed to deflate his very spirit, and rubbed his temples. The raid was coming. It could be 6 months at max, it could be 1. That ticking clock had been screaming in All Might's ears since yesterday. But as he looked at the boy, red-faced, sweating, and desperately trying to act cool, to hide his shame, the symbol of peace felt a sharp pang of guilt. What am I doing? All Might thought, his gaze softening as the heroic fire in his eyes dimmed into something more fatherly. I am putting too much expectations on a kid, how pathetic am I? He realized, with a jolt of clarity, that the pressure of the League of Villains had warped his own perspective. He had been treating Adam like a strategic asset, a negation weapon, to be pointed at the enemy, rather than a boy who had been thrust into a world of monsters without a map. I was blinded by my own fear, he admitted to himself, the tension in his jaw finally relaxing. He isn't a weapon. He is a student. He needs a teacher to show him how to stand. If I force him to grow too fast, I won't be making a hero, I'll be breaking a soul. The urgency was still there, lurking in the back of his mind, but All Might pushed it aside. He decided, right then and there, to let go of the raid timeline. He wouldn't train Adam for a war, he would train him for a life. The plus ultra fire was still there, but now, it wasn't a furnace to melt Adam down, it was a hearth to keep him warm. Adam Kuhn, quirks are like muscles. They grow with the body. To break this 2-meter limit, you need intense physical training so you could push past this. For now, focus on what you can do. Nezu said calmly. Adam turned back to the wall, setting his jaw. _T most 2 meters radius, he thought. This is my range. My nerf. My limit. It'll grow with my body, like in every anime I saw. I have to prove myself even with this tiny range. If I look useless, I'll lose my value. All Might seems like a good, trusting uncle. Principal Nezu looks harmless and easygoing. But they're human. Emotions change fast. Right now I'm valuable, talented, useful, maybe even heroic, in their eyes. If I stay mediocre, that favorability will fade until we're strangers. He took a deep breath, squeezing his glutes with a grip of iron, determined that no further chi would escape the back door. He raised his hand, his eyes glowing with the manic energy of a man who has watched too much Bleach. Ban. Kai. Senbon Sakura Kajiyoshi. Adam shouted, throwing the last of his aura into the word. He pinned his hope to the move, to regain his aura, his value, his prestige. His scream resounded through the entire empty ground beta, echoing through the empty building. The sound sent a chill through All Might and Nezu, not because it was cool, but because. All Might. Adam Shonen, can't be saved, Nezu murmured, voice heavy. He is too far gone. The Chunibyo has reached the bone marrow. It is terminal. Principal. I know, All Might said softly. From the first moment, I've suspected we can't save him from this. We can only direct it toward villains. We must be careful, delusional shonen are unstable. They can fall into darkness easily. Adam was oblivious to their whispering and visualized the negation not just coating the wall, but diving into it. He targeted the intermolecular forces, the invisible glue, holding the calcium silicate and illuminate particles together. If a microscope had been present, it would have seen a horror movie. The black ink of negation flooded the subatomic spaces, canceling the electromagnetic bonds. The particles were suddenly freed from their social contract. In less than the blink of an eye the coat vanished, and with it the bonds. The concrete, once solid and durable, fell apart into fine particles. For a heartbeat the wall kept its shape, then wind swept the loose grains away. It wasn't the cinematic collapse Adam had pictured, the freed particles simply returned to earth and air, dispersing into dust and sky. Adam, All Might, and Nezu stood dumbfounded. All Might felt dread like a shadow passing over his heart. Could I resist that? If he touches me, I don't just die. I become a cloud of dust. All it took was one contact and a person could be finished. And this was only one of many possible uses of Adam's quirk. At the same time, All Might felt a sliver of fortune. Fate had put this volatile asset in their camp before a villain could recruit him. This power could turn the tables if they learned to control it. Nezu's paws were trembling, his claws clicking like a rapid-fire telegraph. He wasn't just looking at a broken wall, he was looking at the end of physics as he knew it. He began to mutter, his voice a high-pitched blur of terrifying excitement. Subarashi, truly marvelous, Nezu whispered, his eyes wide and unblinking. He negated the intermolecular forces, the invisible, magnetic glue, that keeps molecules together. Usually, you need massive heat to turn a solid into dust, but he did it for free. It's like he told the wall to simply, forget, how to be solid. He took a step closer to the shimmering haze of what used to be a wall. The applications, they are endless. If he can negate the strong nuclear force, the power that holds the center of an atom together, he could take nuclear waste and just make it stop being dangerous. And in a fight, he wouldn't even need to hit a villain. He could negate the friction under their feet so they can never stand up, or the surface tension of their skin so they literally melt like water. Nezu's breathing hitched, a manic light glowing in his eyes as his thoughts went even deeper into the dark side of science. But the big one, the ultimate potential, what happens if he negates the quantum state of matter? Every particle has a plus, or minus, identity. If he negates the normal identity of a particle, he could flip the balance of the Dirac sea, the invisible ocean of energy that fills the universe. By negating normal matter, he would be left with the opposite, antimatter. Nezu's voice dropped to a shaky, terrified whisper. If he touches a building and negates its normalcy, the antimatter he creates would touch the air and annihilation. Pure energy. A boom that makes a nuclear bomb look like a firecracker. He's not just a destroyer, he's a walking factory for the most dangerous substance in existence. I must be careful. I must teach him physics and chemistry profoundly, or else he will cause unexpected disasters without knowing. Even Adam was stunned. Allahu Akbar, I actually did it. I'm a beast. Plus 9,999 aura. But the aura debt was high, he had a long road to repay it. Then the mental strain hit him like a physical blow. His vision began to spin, the world tilting at a 45-degree angle. His legs turned into overcooked noodles. I'm a king, Adam muttered, his eyes rolling back as he began to tilt toward the floor. Adam Shonen, stay with me. All Might surged forward, his long limbs blurring as he caught the boy before his face met the concrete. He held the youth with the care of a man holding a priceless, ticking time bomb. Are you all right? Talk to me. Adam's breath came in ragged, disorganized hitches. His legs felt like they were made of wet cardboard, and his hands trembled with the frantic rhythm of a man who hadn't eaten in a week. It was a familiar, hollow sensation, one he'd felt months ago during his deepest depression, where even the air felt too heavy to breathe. Ya Latif. As if I had slain my dragon 5 times continuously. Adam's head lolled back, his voice a pathetic, airy whisper. I feel empty, Uncle Yagi. I need food. I need an entire buffet. In his mind, Adam felt like Luffy after a Gear 4th transformation, completely drained and ready to eat a literal sea king. If he weren't so exhausted, he would have grabbed Nezu by the collar and screamed, meat. Bring me meat. Nezu trotted over, his black eyes scanning Adam's dilated pupils and twitching fingers with clinical precision. It appears his negation consumes his biological fuel at an alarming rate, Nezu muttered, stroking his whiskers. He's burned through his active glucose. If he pushed further, his quirk would start eating his own fat reserves, drying up his blood, and literally consuming his life force just to stay active. He's essentially a high-performance engine with a fuel tank the size of a thimble. All Might looked at the boy, then at Nezu. Principal, how do we fix this? How do we expand his area of attack and his stamina before the raid begin? Nezu's eyes twinkled with a spark of dark, educational joy. All Might. We must build the vessel to hold the power. I assume you are already designing a hellish physical regime for him. Suddenly, Adam's head snapped up. Despite his shaking limbs, his eyes sparked with a manic, terrifying light. Hellish training, Adam rasped, a twitchy grin spreading across his face. Uncle Yagi, how hellish are we talking? Give it to me straight. Am I going to see my ancestors? Am I going to vomit my own soul? I'm excited. Both Nezu and All Might froze. They stared at Adam as if he had just grown a second, even more annoying head. Adam Shonen, Nezu said slowly, his voice laced with genuine doubt. That is not a reaction a sane person has. Most people run from pain. You are, welcoming it. I truly cannot classify you. Are you a new type of masochist? Adam's grin widened, revealing his sharp fangs in a look so creepy it would have sent a seasoned villain running for the hills. If Adam ever tried to say, I am here, with that face, the victims would probably die of heart failure before he could save them. I've spent my whole life watching this in anime. Adam shouted, his Moroccan-accented English vibrating with a sudden, desperate passion. I wanted to do it, but my lazy ass and my social anxiety kept me locked in my room. The desire to change has been eating me alive for years. I'm tired of being mediocre. I'm tired of being the invisible guy in the back of the class, in family circle. I want to shine like a star, and if I have to walk through hell to do it, then let's go. My mental pain was way heavier than some dumb muscle ache. It's time to explode. The two adults felt the raw, unpolished weight of his spirit. It wasn't the noble, self-sacrifice, of a traditional hero, it was the pure desperation of a man who refused to be a loser for one more second. Nezu smiled, a sharp, toothy expression. Admirable, truly. All Might, I believe your standard methods won't be enough for a spirit this volatile. I will deploy every resource UA has. Support gadgets, recovery girls healing, and a customized diet. We will achieve a soaring speed of progress for both Adam-kun and your other successor. Nezu turned back toward the city. But first, we must settle our star into his new home. With All Might's skeletal arms supporting his weight, Adam marched deeper into ground beta. Adam-kun, you can choose whatever house you like here. Adam's gaze drifted over the concrete skyline. Most of the buildings were towering monoliths, brutal, cold, and far too large. A skyscraper? No way, he thought, a shiver running down his spine. I'd freeze to death in the winter, and the heating bill alone would require me to rob a bank. But too small is also a risk. I need to leave room for the possibility of actually having friends one day, so a 3-story height building is a good choice. He began mentally mapping out his ideal layout. 3rd floor, the holy zone, his bedroom and private quarters, high enough to avoid the prying eyes of students during training sessions. 2nd floor, the Zen zone, empty space for meditation, prayer, and light training. 1st floor, the social zone, a place to host guests, assuming he didn't accidentally scare everyone away first. Finally, his eyes locked onto a target nestled between two massive high-rises. It was a modest, 3-story building, gray and unassuming, but it had something the others didn't, a patch of genuine, green grass and a few brave trees huddled around its base. It looked like a tiny oasis in a desert of asphalt. Wait, grass, soil. Adam's heart skipped a beat. I could plow that. I could grow tomatoes. I could raise rabbits, chickens, maybe a cat that won't judge my life choices. This isn't just a house, it's a homestead. I'm starting to think about retirement before I've even started my hero journey. Is this what peace feels like? A wide, genuine smile broke across his face. He pointed a shaky finger toward the greenery. I choose that one. The 3-story one with the trees. It's got soul. All Might and Nezu followed his pointing finger direction and saw it. All Might and Nezu followed his gaze, squinting at the small structure dwarfed by the surrounding towers. Quite a cozy choice, Nezu nodded, his intellectual curiosity satisfied by Adam's practical taste. It has character. Very. Urban cottagecore. All Might let out a breath he'd been holding, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. An excellent choice, Adam-kun. I'll admit, I was worried you'd pick a penthouse suite with 80 floors and a helipad. It seems I've underestimated your grounded nature. Adam waved a hand dismissively, though he was secretly pleased. I'm not a masochist, Uncle Yagi. Why would I want to haul furniture up 80 flights of stairs? Even with my power, that's just a recipe for a bad back. Plus, big buildings feel like offices. Living in an office is just a corporate prison with better beds. I want a home, not a cubicle. Nezu clapped his tiny paws together. Very well. Since the Adam estate has been officially selected, you may go with All Might to Musutafu supermarket to get your supplies. Beds, desks, kitchenware, etc. Musutafu supermarket. As Adam trailed behind All Might, he watched the tall, skeletal man toss items into the cart with the casual air of a king. Plush pillows, high thread count sheets, a shimmering new PlayStation, and even those expensive fluffy slippers Adam had eyed for exactly 3 seconds before All Might grabbed them. For the first time, the iconic phrase, "Don't worry, because I am here," didn't sound like a battle cry. To Adam's ears, it sounded like, "Don't worry, my credit card has no limit." They waited for the indigo curtain of twilight to fall over Japan before having the haul delivered to Ua. Under the cover of darkness, they smuggled the life of a modern teenager into the heart of a mock city. Adam stepped into the center of the living room and stopped. The air was heavy, tasting of stagnant time and ancient, forgotten stone. Thick blankets of gray dust draped over every surface like a funeral shroud, undisturbed for years. He lifted his hand, palm open. This time, there was no grand shout, no Hakai, no bulging veins. He simply focused on the dust presence itself. He simply denied its right to be there. A black energy, thin and liquid like spilled ink, rolled out across the floorboards. It didn't act like a broom. The dust didn't swirl into the air or scatter into the corners. The moment the black tide touched the gray grime, the dust was simply rejected. The transition was violent in its silence. 1 inch of the floor was a graveyard of filth, the next was a pristine, polished surface that looked like it had been buffed by a professional. Adam swept his arm toward the walls, covering it in the dark energy, and the cobwebs vanished midair. Even the stale, musty odor was cut off halfway through a breath, replaced by a vacuum-like neutrality. When the black energy finally receded, the room started shimmering from cleanness. Adam didn't move. He stood perfectly still, his eyes narrowed, watching the floor like he expected a trap. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10, nothing, not a single speck of gray reappeared. Huh. He walked to a far corner where a stubborn patch of grime still clung to a window frame. He flicked his fingers, a tiny spark of negation snapping forward, negate. The grime vanished. He waited again, staring at the wood until his eyes began to water. The grime did not return. Adam lowered his hand slowly. "So, this is the trick," he muttered, his voice echoing in the clean air. When he had tried previously to negate the molecular bonds of the wall, the world had fought him. It was a tug of war against reality, a heavy, soul-crushing weight that demanded constant pressure. But this was different. The dust hadn't resisted. It was too small, too insignificant to fight back against his negation. "If the cost is low enough," he whispered, a chill running down his spine, "I don't have to keep holding it." He looked around the spotless room. Temporary negation was a struggle, it was a temporary silence. But when the target was weak, the negation stuck. It was a rejection done once, and done forever. Adam realized he had found the second face of his power. The difference between a temporary hush and a permanent cancellation lie in the difference of energy, size, and probably life level. He still recalled what that sound told him in that mysterious space when he acquired the power of negation. A handy trick. I'm envious. Adam Shonen. All Might entered the living room. His body already turned into his muscular form, holding sofas and bed frames over his shoulders as if they were made of balsa wood. Hours later, the third floor felt like a home. They sat together on a plush, charcoal gray couch, staring at the blank screen of the new 4K TV. The silence of ground beta pressed against the windows. "Adam Shonen, the house is ready. I'll give you a day off to regain your energy and spirit. You'll need it. After tomorrow, meet me at the beach where you first arrived, the one choked with trash. I don't have a way to contact young Midoriya yet, so I'll have to meet him there personally. I think it's a good idea for you to join us. Running on sand is a brutal, necessary exercise to enhance your stamina. Before I finalize the true training plan with Principal Nezu, we will use the shoreline as our dojo for the time being. Adam bit his lip, his gaze wandering toward the dark, labyrinthine streets visible through the window. Uncle Yagi, I don't actually know how to reach it. In fact, I have a severe problem with directions. My brain just deletes roads. If there isn't a clear, perfectly straight path, I'll get lost and end up in a different prefecture. I need a GPS, or better yet, a human guide. All Might chuckled, the sound thin but warm. Don't worry, Adam-kun. I'll send you the digital location. Now that you have a phone, finding the way is as simple as following a dot. Oh, by the way, Uncle Yagi, Adam leaned in, his eyes darting toward the silent router they had placed earlier. Do you know the Wi-Fi password? I forgot to ask Principal Nezu in all the excitement. I don't have it on me, All Might admitted, pulling out his own device. But I'll ask the principal for you right now. A few moments of rhythmic tapping followed. Then, the phone chimed with a crisp notification. All Might scanned the screen, his eyebrows lifting. The principal says that I should give him your phone's MAC address first. Even if you have the password, without his manual approval, you won't be able to access the internet. He's whitelisted the entire campus. Adam groaned, slumping back. Oh, he is surely sneaky and cautious, just like a real mouse. Ahem. Adam-kun, All Might warned, giving him a stern, pointed look. Please refrain from making such remarks. Or else, the next time the principal decides to intervene, it might be exactly what he threatened earlier. Adam let out a nervous, high-pitched laugh. He began looking left and right, peering into the shadows of the ceiling corners as if expecting to see a glowing red lens. Are there any hidden cameras in here? I doubt it, All Might reassured him. Since this part of the training ground isn't actually used for exercises, it's mostly just decor. Unless an entrance exam is beginning, the principal won't bother planting wireless ones. As for now, no, you were unobserved. Alhamdulillah, Adam breathed, wiping a bead of sweat from his temple. Then All Might sent Adam's phone MAC address to the principal, the later sent him the Wi-Fi password, and RMC finally connected to the internet of this new quirk-filled world, and he lived happy ever after since then. Or that what he thought. All Might stood up, his joints popping. Now, Adam Shonen, I'll take my leave. See you the day after tomorrow. Huh. Adam's heart skipped a beat. He lunged forward, grabbing All Might's shoulders with a grip of pure, unadulterated desperation. Uncle Yagi, are you going to let me stay here alone? I thought you were going to live with me. Safety in numbers. In truth, the cold, creeping fingers of fear were already dancing up Adam's spine. Who knew which jinn had been haunting these mock buildings for centuries? They were probably lurking in the shadows right now, waiting for the symbol of peace to leave before they started pulling pranks on the lone foreigner. The mere thought made his back go cold. What are you afraid of, Adam-kun? All Might asked, blinking in genuine confusion. I really have to go. I have meetings to attend regarding the Villain League, and I still have my daily heroic activities. I can't stay. U.A. is the safest place on the planet, don't worry. But Uncle Yagi, Adam hissed, his eyes wide. Maybe there is a ghost here. I heard they love abandoned places. Maybe some poor hero student died before fulfilling their wish and their vengeance turned them into a ghost attached to the school. Adam knew it was a total bullshit theory. In his faith, people went to the Barzakh, a transitionary dimension, after death. But he was in an anime world now. The laws of reality were clearly broken. If people could have superpowers, why couldn't a vengeful spirit exist? Adam Shonen, All Might said, his voice dropping into a gentle, amused rumble. I believe ghosts would be more afraid of you than you are of them. With that power of yours, they stand no chance. One touch and they're gone. So calm down, and stop scaring yourself. Adam froze. He held his chin, his panicked breathing slowing as he processed the logic. Ya Rab, why am I still thinking like my old, powerless self? He realized. I have a cosmic level power now. A mere ghost. What could it even do? If it dares to make a noise, I'll reduce its spiritual frequency to particles just like that building wall. With the realization of his own lethality, his confidence surged back. He let out an awkward, boisterous laugh and smoothed his shirt. Ahem. Uncle Yagi, that was just an excuse to get you to stay. A clever test of your resolve. I fear nothing but Allah. Alas, you didn't fall for my trap. All right, don't worry about me. I'll spend this night alone, sigh. I want to sing, Lonely, by Akon. But, that's probably haram. All Might laughed heartily, patting Adam's shoulder with a heavy, encouraging hand. Cherish this rest opportunity, Adam Shonen. The following days will be hellish. Adam nodded solemnly. I'll make sure not to leave my bed except for the most necessary things. Absolute energy conservation. All Might was momentarily speechless, his lip twitching. Not to that extent, Adam Shonen. Adam stood firm, already imagining the warmth of the duvet. I must charge my rest battery to 100% for the future tribulations. All right. Do whatever you want. I'll take my leave now. See you after tomorrow, Uncle Yagi. See you by then, Adam Shonen. Adam followed All Might to the door, watching the skeletal figure retreat until he finally vanished beyond the high-rise silhouettes of ground beta. The second the gate clicked shut and the silence of the empty city rushed back in, the carefree, lazy smile on Adam's face vanished instantly. The Adam estate transformed. It was no longer a cozy urban cottage, it was a 3-story tomb of shadows. He stood in the center of the dark house, the shadows stretching toward him. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening with a cold, focused light he hadn't shown the adults. Time to get serious, he whispered to the empty room. He activated his negation power, coating his right fist in it. He looked inside the first floor, which is still empty to some degree, only 3 couches placed and a table in the living room, to receive guests, or ghosts. After All Might left, the house started feeling eerie to him. Any ghost that wants an express ticket to hell, step up now. He barked, his voice cracking slightly. Adam cautiously entered the house. He began to move, rotating 360 degrees like a human radar dish, refusing to let a single blind spot exist. His mission, the light switch. It sat mockingly next to the main door of the house. If he flipped it, the entire first floor would plunge into a void. He would have to navigate the darkness, find the stairs, and ascend to his sanctuary on the 3rd floor, all while being completely vulnerable to whatever, spectral entity might be lurking in the drywall. YKH. Shit. I kept talking with All Might until I forgot to bring my phone. Alright, you can do it, Adam-sama, this is child's play. Remember the path. The moment the light dies, the sprint for your dignity begins. He did a quick set of high knees to warm up his legs, memorized the path, closed his eyes, visualizing it, opening it and closing it few times to make sure he memorized it correctly. He placed his finger on the light switch. He started counting in his mind. 3, 0, he whispered, skipping, 2 and 1, to keep the mind-reading ghosts off balance. Tap. The world turned pitch black. Allahu Akbar. Panic, the ultimate power booster, surged through him. In a freak burst of adrenaline, Adam managed to coat his entire body in a flickering shroud of negation. He took 3 massive, lunging strides toward where he thought the stairs were. He found the first step, but his coordination crumbled under the weight of his own imagination. Instead of a heroic climb, he collapsed into a frantic, 4-legged crawl. He scrambled up the stairs like a terrified lizard, his heart hammering against his ribs. He could feel it, the weight. That classic, ominous pressure on his shoulders that told him something invisible was reaching out to grab his ankles and drag him back into the abyss. Of course, that just in his imagination. He reached the 3rd floor landing, dove through his door, and slammed it shut, twisting the lock with trembling fingers. He stood there for a moment, gasping for air, then let out a sharp, embarrassed cough. Crawling on stairs, yes. A classic Shaolin conditioning exercise, he muttered to the empty hallway. Monks do it on the Great Wall. Excellent for the glutes. He straightened his clothes, marched into his bedroom, and dove headfirst onto the bed. He didn't even think about touching the light switch. The light stayed on, it feels more safe. I'm not just tired, he groaned into the pillow. I've been squeezed dry. I could sleep for a century. He pulled the thick quilt over his head, creating a fabric fortress. He started counting in reverse in his mind from 1,000 to make himself sleep, but The wind began to howl through the gaps in the mock city, a low, mournful foo-foo that sounded less like weather and more like the synchronized weeping of 1,000 failed souls. Under the blanket, Adam was shivering. His back was drenched in sweat despite the chill. He fumbled for his phone and pulled up, Quirk tube, his fingers flying across the screen. Search, Surah al-Baqarah, full. Fortunately, Islam is still there in this world, or else he won't find Quran. The soothing, rhythmic recitation began to flow from the speakers. Adam closed his eyes, his lips moving silently as he followed the words. He was finally starting to drift when, bang, a door somewhere down the street slammed shut in the wind. To Adam, it wasn't the wind. It was a ghost, spiritually wounded by the Quranic recitation, lashing out in a fit of spectral rage. A'udhu billahi min ash-shaytan rajim. He sat bolt upright. I can't sleep like this. My spiritual armor is down. I haven't prayed since this morning. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, I have to make them all up now. Let me count them up, Adam muttered, his voice a shaky whisper in the dark. Fajr is 2 rakat, Dhuhr is 4, Asr is 4, Maghrib is 3, and Isha is 4, that's 17 in total. I'll keep the surahs short, Al-Kawthar, Al-Ikhlas, just to get through it. Sleep was impossible with his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Pushing the heavy quilt aside, Adam climbed out of bed and performed a quick, shivering wudu. He pulled on his crisp, white thobe and unrolled the prayer mat he'd bought at the supermarket. With a quick check of his Salat Pro app, he found the Qibla, adjusted his mat, and stood. He began to pray. At first, his mind was a battlefield. His movements were jerky and rushed, his sujud was shallow and brief. Every time he pressed his forehead to the ground, a spike of adrenaline shot through him. He was terrified that the moment he closed his eyes in submission, something from the shadows would strike him. But as the cycles progressed, the frantic rhythm began to dissolve. The heavy, paranoid static that had been screaming in his brain started to fade, suppressed by a quiet, invisible warmth. The empty, mechanical motions, once just a series of panicked gestures, began to breathe with life. It started with a whisper of gratitude, a raw thankfulness for every blessing, the roof over his head, the food in his belly, and the strange power in his hands. He asked for forgiveness for his lapses, for the times he had ignored his prayers, and for the arrogance of thinking his own strength could protect him. In the silence of the night, Adam understood a truth that his negation power could never teach him. True peace wasn't something he could get from himself. He had the power to negate anything, yet he had been shivering like a child. He realized that true strength didn't come from his own hands, but from acknowledging his own powerlessness and seeking the protection of the Creator. By the time Adam finished his final prayer, 90 minutes had passed. The Adam estate was no longer a tomb of shadows, it was just a quiet house. He stood up, walked to the light switch, and flicked it off. The darkness felt light. He walked calmly to his bed, his heart steady and his mind clear. My spiritual defense is fully charged, you damned spirits, he whispered toward the corner of the room. Try me. You'll be turned to ashes by the light my God has blessed me with. In his imagination, he wasn't just a teenager in a bedroom. He saw himself supercharged, a beacon of spiritual energy that no ghost or cursed spirit could ever hope to touch. With that conviction firmly rooted in his chest, he lay back on the pillow. The nervousness was gone, replaced by a deep, earned exhaustion. Before he could count to 10, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. This is the beginning of a long journey for a delusional teenager. How he will overcome his complex and screwed-up mental problems to become a reliable hero. I'm sure it will needs more than simple flashy superpowers or physical training. Stay tuned, I'll make sure every bit of his psyche is challenged to the limit, either he turn insane, or become a hero with a rock-hard resolve. Chapter 12, Goodbye, Fricolito. UA High School, Ground Beta, Adam's Estate 1 p.m. Adam Al-Hantakor was currently face down on his bed, his mouth a leaky faucet of drool that was slowly claiming territory on the expensive pillowcase. His hips, governed by the treacherous, instinctual autopilot of a teenage boy in deep sleep, were rhythmically drilling into the mattress. This was a high-end, bouncy, state-of-the-art bed, the kind of furniture engineered for maximum comfort, and its responsive springs were making the cinematic masterpiece playing in Adam's mind feel far more 4K than anything he had ever experienced. In previous wet dreams, sad face. In the dark, dusty corners of his subconscious, the Jinn al-Ashik, aka the lustful demon that had been camping out in his soul, was cackling like a shonen villain. It saw Adam's sincere attempts to return to Allah and decided to launch a tactical strike. Its goal: to sabotage Adam's Tahara ritual purity and trap him in a state of Janaba ritual impurity. It was a classic spiritual ambush, old but gold trick that its efficiency never failed to succeed. If even one drop of life escaped the fountain of life, Adam would be legally barred from his prayers until he performed a full, head-to-toe ritual bath. Creak, creak, snap. The sound of the freshly minted, virgin, bed protesting under the sudden, frantic rhythm was the only sound echoing through the halls of the Adam estate. Suddenly, Adam's body gave a final, violent twitch. The movement ceased instantly. A blissful, glazed-over smile spread across his face as trillions of his suicidal descendants were launched into the fabric below his crotch, marking the cotton battlefield with their very lives. The bed had officially lost its innocence. Miriam, come here, don't go. I didn't even enter yet, let me in. Miriam, no, don't go away. Marimati, my Miriam. Adam jolted upright with a scream of pure, unadulterated agony and remorse. The cry was so loud it probably vibrated the windows of ground beta. Marimati. He blinked rapidly, his chest heaving. No way, that was a dream. Bro, that was too real. That elastic bouncy feeling, the textures, damn it. I almost realized my ultimate wish. I was moments away from entering the sacred valley, the legendary, mythical place where life itself forms and grows. Adam's face distorted into a mask of Shakespearean grief. He clenched his fists, slamming them into the pillow with a sound of muffled frustration. As his brain fully rebooted, the cold, damp reality of his situation started to seep through his pants. TFOOOOOO. He mimed a dry, aggressive spit at the mess on his sheets. His disgust was palpable. I have to shower. I have to wash the sheets. These are the only sleeping pants I have. That damned lustful demon seduced me using my own crush as bait. Just you wait, I'm going to roast your soul with Surah al-Baqarah. Wait, what time is it? He fumbled for his phone. 1:11 p.m. He swiped frantically to the Muslim Pro app. The Dhuhr Adhan in Japan was scheduled for 1:32 p.m. Adam sat in a stunned, exhausted silence. Because he had slept through the morning, he now faced the spiritual, double feature, praying both Fajr and Dhuhr back to back. But before he could even touch his prayer mat, he needed to tackle the ghusl ritual bath. Fortunately, he wasn't in his old world anymore. Back home, a hot shower was a logistical nightmare involving a fire, a soot-stained kettle, and a plastic barrel. Heating the water, pouring it into a plastic barrel, and praying you didn't freeze to death, that kind of torture made him dislike showering every day, so he only do it when necessary. Using the actual showerhead back then was considered a suicide move. If his mother caught him wasting the water like that, he'd be disowned and removed from the family tree before he could even dry off. Here, he just had to turn a handle. All right, it's fine, Adam muttered, dragging himself toward the bathroom. I need this anyway. I didn't realize it, but I stink so bad my nose has adapted to the stink like Mahoriga. Wait, Mahoriga doesn't have a nose. Yo ho ho ho, whatever. This place has a bathtub. I only saw it in movies and anime, this is a real one. I'm going to fill it with hot water and bubbles and just exist. Alhamdulillah, life is life-ing. I'm upgrading my brain today. No more village boy poverty thinking. Adam didn't waste another second. He stripped the bed and pants, stuffed them into the high-tech automatic washing machine, which he only knew how to operate thanks to a frantic hero tube deep dive, and headed for the water. The experience was nothing short of heavenly. It took a heroic, Herculean amount of self-restraint to keep himself from slaying the flood dragon in such a relaxing setting, but he remained steadfast. After emerging, he hung the washed sheets on the balcony railing. Under the blazing Japanese sun, he hoped the rays would purify the fabric from the remnants of his resentful descendants, who were currently cursing him for being shot into a cotton blend instead of the sacred valley. Finally, he stood for prayer. First, the 2 rakat of Fajr. Then, the 4 of Dhuhr. But because his stomach was currently attempting to digest his own spine, Adam's pace was like that of a speedster. He was speed running the Quran, picking the shortest possible chapters just to reach the finish line. He felt a deep, stinging shame. He knew prayer was supposed to be a moment of khushu, focus, a slow, meditative expansion of the heart. Instead, he was vibrating with tension, his heart was racing, and pop-up ads of his dream about Maryam kept flashing across his vision. Astaghfirullah, Ya Rab, I know this is a disaster, he whispered after finishing. Please forgive me. I know that when we talk to someone we love, we give them time and focus. You gave me a literal mansion, and here I am, rushing you like I've got a bus to catch. I'm an ungrateful brat. Smack. Adam slapped his own face with the force of a thunderclap. All right. Next time, I am bringing 100% khushu energy. But now, I must feed the beast. Dragging his starving carcass to the kitchen, Adam prepared the single dog special scrambled eggs. But Adam added the Hantakor touch. He took a block of luncheon meat and grated it over the pan until the eggs were buried under a pink, salty mountain. He added a lake of olive oil, a handful of cheese, and a heavy-handed dusting of salt and cumin. The smell was heavenly. The calorie count was lethal. He paired the meal with a glass of jet black tea. Tea was the literal lifeblood of a Moroccan. Without it, Adam's biological functions would simply shut down like an unplugged computer. He devoured the food. Then, without even waiting for the danger signal from his gut, he marched straight to the toilet with his phone. He knew the biological tax for that meal was going to be heavy. It would be at least a 30-minute session. Fearing that Nezu or All might stop by for a surprise inspection, Adam decided to conduct a preventive purification ritual of his bowels immediately. He opened Quirk Talk and began scrolling through reels. Then, the symphony began. Pert. PRPPRPPRPPRPRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR toes. BRRRRP. Peef, a dramatic, 3-second pause for tension. Toes. The Moz Fart Symphony erupted, the acoustics of the expensive tiles magnifying the sound until it felt like a stadium concert. Adam sat there, his eyes glued to his phone, but his free hand began to rise. He started waving his finger in the air like a world-class maestro leading a frantic orchestra, conducting the very bowels that were currently fighting a civil war inside him. The silence of the living room felt deadly boring, pressing Adam into the cushions of the couch, like a lazy koala who doesn't want to even lift a finger. He had promised All Might he would save his energy, and he is someone who keep his words, and he knows very well, this rest time is a luxury that would be stripped away once the hellish training truly began. He had seen Midoriya's training arc, he knew the storm was coming. So he did what every lonely teenager in a quiet house does. He reached for his phone, entered Quirky Gram app, and started scrolling. He stared at the glowing screen of his phone, his thumb moving in a rhythmic, mindless flick. Man, this algorithm knows my weakness way too well, Adam muttered, his thumb moving rhythmically. It's programmed by devils. Each reel was a beauty trap, every scroll was a calculated strike against his willpower. Because he had just prayed, and because he was still stinging from his lack of kushu, he had a sliver of resolve left. But the feed was relentless. Beautiful faces of every variety flickered by, snake girls with waists that seemed to defy physics, cowgirls with mass destruction's milkier weapons, cat and rabbit mutants, the most common sights in a world where animal traits were a dominant genetic lottery. Stop it, just stop, he hissed at the screen. His heart was hammering. He felt like he was walking a tightrope over a pit of fire. This is the last one, Adam whispered, his voice trembling. I swear to God, if the next reel is another half-naked girl, I'm deleting this filthy app. Just give me one funny video. One meme. Don't make things hard for me. The frustration was real, but so was the curiosity, the primal, itching need for one more hit of dopamine. As if the demon behind the screen heard his challenge and decided to play its final card, the next scroll didn't bring a meme. It brought an ultimate weapon. With the last scroll, with a firm heart, if another half-naked chick appeared, he will exit the app and delete it. Adam scrolled down, with a serious face. His breath hitched. It was another hot chick, not Hot Rabbit. The girl on the screen was cosplaying Mirko, one of Adam's crushes in the anime, not because of her beauty alone, but because of her powerful, brave, unyielding personality which he admires and really wants to have it. The skin tone was a perfect match, and though the ears and tail were clearly synthetic, the way her body moved, it was bodying in every sense of the word. Adam's finger froze in the air, his eyes were glued to the charming movement performed by the girl. She was dancing, a lawless, shameful rhythm that seemed to pulse through the screen and into his very veins. Damn it. Don't make my thing hard. Gulp. The reel played again and again in loop for at least 5 minutes. The music was a hypnotic hum, like Shinso's quirk taking hold of his brain, numbing his reason. His finger, seemingly acting on a will of its own, drifted toward her profile picture. I should advise her, he muttered, the words tasting like ash and lies. This is haram, yes. I'll see if she does this often. I'll tell her to stop for her own sake. Hellfire is real. I'm a hero, aren't I? The system will punish me if I let this poor girl fall into hell. I have to save her. It was a pathetic shield, a paper-thin excuse to dive deeper, but it worked, so he clicked. The profile was a monument to vanity and desire, millions of followers, a gallery of high definition, 18-plus cosplays of every female hero in Japan and overseas. Adam felt like a brainwashed Nomu. Hundreds of videos, each one was a plus ultra version of the last, erotic cosplays designed to feast on the desires of men. Adam watched. 1 reel, 2, 10. With every second, the tiny spark of lust in his chest grew into a roaring, suffocating inferno. Feed me more, the voice of the lustful demon in his head screamed. His willpower didn't just bend, it buckled under the weight of 1,000 pixels, shattering like glass beneath a heavy boot. A fiery glow ignited in his pupils, a primal heat surging through his veins. Deep within its sheath, the legendary 1-inch dragon-slaying, heaven-sealing knife began to stir, its edge demanding release. It wasn't a roar of battle that echoed in his clouded mind, but a deep reverbing rhythmic, mocking whisper that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Oh, you touch my tra-la-la, my ding-ding-dong. He was alone. The house, no, the entire city was a fortress of privacy. He wanted to see what lay beneath the costumes. He wanted to vent 3 months of suppressed tension. He was bored, he was relaxed, and the temptation was a clicking distance away. He scrolled to the top of her profile, his eyes lit up as he saw a link. Quirky fans. Adam's finger shook as it reached for the screen. He was seconds away from a point of no return. The moment he was about to click on it, like a bolt of lightning, a memory struck him. Adam-kun, please refrain from visiting shady websites. Nezu's polite, warning voice echoed in his mind. The flashback was like someone pouring an entire barrel of cold water on him, snapping the brainwashing of the demon. Adam's finger froze an inch from the glass. His vision cleared. The fire in his eyes died out, replaced by a cold, numbing horror. Awili. Literally Adam, start from 131 web links. What was I doing? Adam's hand dropped to his lap. No, Yarab, that wasn't me. The algorithm, it's a trap. I was just bored. He stared at the phone in his hand as if it were a poisonous viper. He truly didn't recognize the person he had been few minutes ago. It felt like his body had been hijacked by a monster. But he knows, those are just excuses. He looked at his thumb, the same thumb that had hovered over the quirky fans link, and felt a wave of genuine loathing. He wanted to blame the lustful demon, to blame the modern world, to blame the boredom of the faux city. But as he looked at his reflection in the black glass of the phone, the truth stared back. It was me. I chose to stay. I chose to click. He squeezed his eyes shut and grabbed his hair, his fingers digging into his scalp. His face twisted into a mask of pure, unrefined self-loathing. The weight of his hypocrisy was crushing. Just yesterday, he had begged Allah and promised to not look at haram things again. Just yesterday he had repented and thought he had started a new page, a new life, and he had been blessed beyond measure. A home, power, a place at UA. The very things he had dreamed of were handed to him by the grace of his Creator, and here he was, at the very first moment of boredom, throwing that gratitude into the dirt for a few pixels of filth. The self-blame began to spiral, a dark, heavy vortex threatening to pull him into a pit of, what's the point? If he could fail this easily after being given so much, what kind of hero, what kind of Muslim, was he? He felt like a fraud. I shouldn't have opened it. I shouldn't have even looked, he hissed, his face contorting. Ya Rab, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The weight of his ungratefulness felt like it was crushing his lungs. He remembered the thrill he had felt just moments ago, the way he had been ready to dive into the filth. The realization that hurt the most wasn't the act itself, but the catalyst for stopping. Ya Rab, look at me. I didn't even stop because of your gaze. I stopped because of a warning from a mouse. I feared the school's boss more than I feared your disappointment. He let out a dry, mocking laugh at his own expense. I'm a hypocrite. I deserve an eternal place in the fire for this. He pulled his legs up to his chest, hugging his knees as he curled into a ball on the expensive sofa. Desperation washed over him like a tide. He couldn't use the excuse of his father's death anymore. He couldn't use his depression. He had been given a new life, a heaven on earth, and he had used it to look for filth. His heart ached, a genuine, physical pain. He knew that if he had a wife, he would never dare to look at another woman out of love and loyalty. So why was it so easy to betray the one who had created his very heart? The guilt was eating him. Some people will say he is overreacting, that's because their heart is already dead. When the heart is alive, when the heart loves someone, it feels heartache after doing bad things behind their backs and betraying them. Allah, the one who gave him life, who brought him into existence, the one who gave him family, house, food, had blessed him, gave him too many favors to count. Is this how he should repay kindness? Is this how to be grateful? I'm worse than Shaitan. I deserve the lowest place in hell. Ya Rab, I give up. I can't control myself. No matter how many blessings you gave me, I'll keep sinning, I'll keep repaying kindness with my ugly deeds, I'll keep betraying you. I'm not worthy to call myself Muslim. I'm just praying for my selfish desires. I don't love you, my God. If loved you I won't have done this. I'm unworthy for your blessings. He felt hollow. This wasn't a new feeling, it was a ghost from his past. Since elementary school, since the 3rd grade, this cycle had been his shadow. Repent, return, repeat. He felt like a lost cause, a broken vessel that couldn't hold water. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. The phrase left his lips in a tired, numb mutter. For the first time, he didn't say it as a ritual, he said it as a surrender. There is no power nor might except with Allah. He truly had zero power. He couldn't change himself. He was utterly dependent. He went limp, submitting to the fact that if Allah didn't change him, he was doomed to stay in this pit forever. But then, through the fog of his self-loathing, a name echoed in his mind. Similar to his own name, Adam, the father of humanity. He remembered the story not as a dry lecture, but as a living, breathing blueprint of the human soul. The first Adam had been in paradise, the ultimate blessing, and he, too, had slipped. He had tasted what was forbidden. But it wasn't the slip that defined the first Adam. It was what happened after the fall. The prophet Adam didn't hide in excuses or drown in eternal despair. He turned. He stood up. He uttered the words that had echoed through the generations, the very DNA of repentance that now vibrated in the modern Adam's chest. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa in lam tafir lana wa tarhamna lanakunana mina el khasirin. Our Lord, we have wronged ourselves, and if you do not forgive us and have mercy upon us, we will surely be among the losers. As the words left his lips, the crushing weight on his chest didn't vanish, but it shifted. It changed from a leaden weight into a firm hand, pulling him upward. He realized then the subtle trap he had almost fallen into, the trap of thinking he had to be perfect to be loved by his Creator. He saw the lustful demon for what it truly was, not just the urge to watch something haram, but the subsequent voice telling him that because he failed, he was now trash, and should just keep sinking. No, Adam thought, his eyes regained vitality and hope. True worship isn't never falling. It's the act of coming back. It's the humility to admit, I messed up, I have no excuse, but your mercy is bigger than my sin. The guilt remained, but the hopelessness evaporated. Allah's mercy wasn't a license to sin, it was a safety net for the soul. He had been tested. He had failed miserably. But the test wasn't over until he decided what to do with that failure. The game called life won't end until he die, so before his last breath, he must keep repenting, returning to Allah, even if he failed trillions of times during the process. He looked at the phone again. The root wasn't just the app. It was the access. It was the idle time he had filled with poison instead of purpose. I'm not going back to that pit, he muttered, his jaw setting with a shonen-like intensity. The dragon-slaying, heaven-sealing knife was sheathed, but a different kind of fire was lighting up in his soul, the fire of a man who had looked at his own darkness and decided to strike a match. I asked for strength to be a hero. This is where it starts. Not against a villain in the streets, but against the one in my pocket. With a firm, decisive swipe, he didn't just exit the app. He held the icon until it trembled, then pressed the X with the force of a finishing move. The first root of problems is down, remain the last boss. The weight of his resolve was a cold, sharp thing. Adam didn't just stand up, he rose like a martyr approaching the gallows. His face was a tragic map of tears and snot, but his eyes were burning with a terrifying, Usopp-level conviction. The kind of bravery that only comes from a coward who has finally run out of places to hide. To show my sincerity, to end this cycle, he whispered, his voice trembling. I will sacrifice the very thing that keeps me chained to this earth. He marched to the kitchen. His movements were mechanical, drained of hesitation. He reached for the block and pulled out the chef's knife, a gleaming, high-carbon steel blade. To test its edge, he grabbed a cucumber from the counter. With a single, effortless shink, the green vegetable fell in two. It felt like cutting through room-temperature butter. Perfect. I won't even feel it. A clean strike for salvation. Adam grinned, a manic, jagged expression. This is it, this is the time for salvation, this is the end of his sufferings, the root of darkness that destroyed his life, he will end it, before it ends him. He turned and walked toward the bathroom. Each step echoed in the quiet house like a funeral drum. He entered the sanctuary of tile and porcelain, and with a heavy thud, he slammed the door shut. Bam! The click of the lock sounded like the closing of a coffin. Adam stood in the sterile light of the bathroom. He didn't turn on the main light, only the small vanity bulb flickered, casting long, dramatic shadows across the tiles. Outside, the house was silent. Inside, Adam's mind was a symphony of cinematic sorrow. As he reached for his waistband, a melody began to swell in the back of his consciousness, low, melancholic strings, a haunting piano, the arcane Ost was playing in his soul. It's time to say goodbye, 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 goodbye. A single, crystal-clear tear escaped his eye, tracing a slow path through the dried snot on his cheek. He looked down. The perspective was blurred by his tears, but he could see him. His oldest companion. His most troublesome friend. Fricolito, he whispered, his voice thick with the gravity of a shonen protagonist standing over a fallen rival. So, it has come to this. He leaned against the cold sink, his head bowed. The one-eyed black dragon seemed to sense the shift in the atmosphere, retreating into its sheath, as if trying to hide from the destiny Adam had prepared. You're scared. I can feel it, Adam muttered, nodding solemnly. I don't blame you. We've been through everything together. From the lonely nights in the old house to the dawn of our arrival in this new world. You were my silent partner. My besto friendo. He reached out, his hand trembling as it hovered near the area. The music in his head reached a crescendo, the vocals becoming a ghostly wail. He closed his eyes, imagining a field of cherry blossoms falling in slow motion around them. But you've grown too greedy, Fricolito. Your hunger, it's a black hole. It's devouring my soul, my prayers, my very connection to the divine. If I let you live as you are, you will lead us both into the abyss. Adam straightened his back, his expression hardening into a mask of samurai-like resolve. He reached for the chef's knife resting on the porcelain. The steel reflected the dim light, a cold, silver promise of liberation. "Don't hate me," Adam choked out, a fresh wave of tears blurring his vision. In another life, in a world without the temptations, without the eternal risk of hell, perhaps we could have been happy. But in this world, I must choose between my pride and my paradise. He raised the knife. His shadow on the wall looked like an ancient executioner. "Sayonara, Ibo partner," he whispered in a deep, gravelly Japanese baritone, the words vibrating with a decade's worth of love and hate weight. "This is for our own good." He took a deep, shuddering breath. The goodbye lyrics reached their final, soul-crushing note. "Oshu." He lunged. "Gyaha." A blood-curdling scream ripped through the bathroom door, high-pitched and jagged, echoing down the hallway of the empty house and resounding through the entire ground beta. ... The silence that followed was heavy. Then, the sound of the faucet turning on. Drip, drip, splash. Adam stood frozen. The knife had clattered into the sink. He wasn't clutching his crotch, he was clutching his left index finger, which has a tiny wound, oozing with little droplets of blood. In his tear-blinded frenzy, he had completely missed the target, and injured his finger instead. "Ouch, damn it," he hissed, "that hurt more than I thought." The sharp, stinging pain of the tiny cut hit him like a bucket of ice water. He stared at the bead of blood on his finger, then at the terrifyingly sharp knife, then back at his fricolito. What was I doing? I was really going to, with a kitchen knife. The reality of the situation crashed down on him. The pain of a mere finger cut was already making his eyes water. The idea of slaying the one-eyed black dragon with a knife suddenly seemed less like a heroic sacrifice and more like a one-way ticket to a very awkward emergency room visit. He stood there, shivering in the cold bathroom air, the high of his religious frenzy cooling into a logical chill. He looked at Fricolito, who seemed to be breathing a sigh of relief. But the resolve didn't leave him. It just evolved. "Wait," Adam whispered, his eyes widening as a new, far more efficient realization dawned on him. "I'm an idiot. Why am I trying to be a butcher, when I can simply negate it?" He looked at his hand. The ominous, black energy of his negation power began to shimmer around his fingertips. He didn't need the knife. He didn't need the blood. He didn't need the physical trauma that would surely lead to an infection and a very difficult conversation with Recovery Girl. He had the ultimate, delete, button. With his negation power, he could practice the sunflower manual, without a single drop of blood. He could simply negate the dragon and the dragon balls, temporary. No pain, no wound, just a clean removal that he could undo whenever he actually got married. It was the perfect, high IQ play. Ha, ha ha. The manic grin returned, but this time it was fueled by cold, calculated logic. "I'm a genius. ... The bathroom remained silent for several minutes as Adam concentrated. When he finally finished, he stood there, fully naked. He didn't look like a man anymore. He didn't look like a boy. He looked like an unfinished masterpiece of ivory and bone. A man who had literally dropped the weight of his worldly desires in the bathroom sink. He was invincible. He was unchained by mortal desires. And most importantly, he was as smooth as a polished marble statue. Damn, it's smoother than a plastic figure. It was gone. Not cut, gone. Not bleeding, gone. Just gone. The entire crotch area was a smooth, unbroken expanse of skin. It looked like someone had taken a high-end 3D editing tool and used the smooth brush until the geometry disappeared. It was the ultimate Ken doll physique. Adam ran a hand over the area. It felt like touching his forearm. No hair, no bumps, no dragon. Yep, Adam Al-Hantakor had negated the one-eyed black dragon. The immortal slaying, heaven-sealing knife had been banished to the void. The effect was instantaneous. A profound, chilling calmness settled over his mind, a mental quietude he hadn't known since childhood. "The fire, it's really gone," Adam breathed, a beatific, almost saintly smile spreading across his snot-streaked face. "I feel so calm. I feel like even if you placed the hottest woman in all of history in front of me right now, in all her glory, nothing would move. Because there is nothing to move. Yo ho ho ho. I'm a genius." He looked up at the ceiling, his naked, skeletal arms raised in a gesture of pure triumph. Ya Rab, do you see my sincerity now? I've locked the door to the fitna. I've thrown away the key. He giggled, the sound echoing off the tiles with a new, airy lightness. And the best part, I didn't lose it permanently. I'm just a temporary eunuch. When I finally marry, I'll just lift the negation and my old comrade will return from the abyss. This is the peak usage of superpowers. He struck a dramatic, wide-stanced pose in front of the mirror, his thin ribs heaving with a sense of newfound power. Ha, 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 I am free, unchained from the slavery of lust. His laughter grew louder, more manic, the sound of a man who had successfully hacked his own soul. I have no weakness. I am Adam al-Hantakor, the invincible of the East, Arabic version. The Sunflower Manual is truly the road to invincibility. Dongfang Bubai, look at your successor. Standing there, naked and smooth, he felt a terrifying surge of focus. His mind was a sharpened blade, and for the first time in his life, he felt truly light. Light like a fairy. He was free. But as he left the bathroom, he didn't realize that the sunflower was already starting to bloom, and its roots were much deeper than he ever imagined. Chapter 13. I believe I can swim. I believe I can touch the ground. The next day, Sunday, Adam Estate, 5:45 a.m. I am here. I am here. I am here. I am here. The silence of the sprawling Adam Estate didn't just break, it was obliterated. The legendary, booming voice of the symbol of peace erupted from the smartphone on the nightstand, echoing through the empty, high-ceilinged rooms like a declaration of war. Inside the master bedroom, Adam al-Hantakor less, for the ignorant, Hantakor is an Arabic title reserved for the most titanic of male physiological swords, was currently a casualty of deep sleep. He was face down, his limbs splayed out like a chalk outline at a crime scene. His mouth was a leaky faucet, contributing a steady, shimmering stream of drool to the expensive silk pillowcase. However, his lower half was occupied with a much more energetic task. His butt was perched high in the air, rhythmic and twitching, moving with a frantic, upward-downward momentum. It was as if some invisible, malevolent ditty spirit had possessed his glutes and was using them to drill for oil in the mattress. Deep within the dark theater of his subconscious, Adam was trapped in a 4K psychological horror. In the dream, a colossal, muscular All Might, wearing nothing but skin-tight All Might-themed boxers, was pinning him to the floor. The hero's smile was too wide, too bright, shining with a predatory benevolence. With a single, mountain-shattering finger, he held Adam's face down while his other hand systematically began peeling Adam's clothes away like an orange. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, the Titan bellowed, his voice vibrating Adam's very soul. Meanwhile Adam's in reality, his brows knitted into a single line of despair, his lips bitten white as muffled, desperate screams clawed at his throat. Yamaru, Yamate Kudasai, O Nigae Onagai. All Might please, stop. It was the Jatham, sleep paralysis. His body was lead. His negation power, usually his ultimate shield against the world's bullshit, had utterly betrayed him. It sat on the sidelines, eating popcorn while the boxer-clad legend closed in for the final smash. Oh nigga ayyyy. Allahu Akbar. The takbir exploded from Adam's lungs in the real world. The dream shattered like a mirror struck by a sledgehammer. Adam executed a violent, desperate tactical roll, leaping off the bed and landing in a defensive crouch, his hands frantically shielding his forbidden zone. A nightmare, he panted, his chest heaving as he scanned the shadows of the room. That lustful demon tried to plunder my dignity. He knew I'd sealed my dragon-slaying heaven-sealing sword, so he decided to run rampant. Just you wait, I'll exorcise your soul with Surah al-Baqarah later. But for now, he grabbed the vibrating phone. All Might had been spamming him since 5:30 a.m. Willy willy willy, oh no, oh no, oh no. Adam hissed, I'm going to be late. Wait. He froze, his hand halfway to his messy hair. The way that, Willy Willy, had just escaped his throat, high-pitched, frantic, and suspiciously melodic, echoed in the quiet room. He looked at his reflection in the window, his eyes narrowing in judgment. I sounded suspiciously gay for a second there. Whatever. No time for a sexuality crisis, I have to move. How Adam sounded. Web links. Little did he knows, the first petal of the sunflower had begun to bloom. He checked the math. It was 5:55 a.m. The meeting at the beach was at 6 a.m. Even if he moved with the speed of a shonen protagonist in a filler episode, he wouldn't be out of the house until 6:05. As he reached for his clothes, the phone screamed again. It was the legend himself. Adam swiped, answer, and immediately began miming a heavy, rhythmic panting. Adam Shonen, you finally picked up. All Might's voice was a mixture of heroic concern and, I've been waiting in the cold, irritation. I've called you 6 times. Where are you? Adam's pupils dilated as he pivoted into keyboard warrior mode. He let out a calculated, ragged breath into the mic. Uncle Yagi, huff. I'm on the way. The lie slid out of his mouth with the smoothness of a greased lightning bolt. I'm coming on foot. I'll be there in 20 minutes or less. Just, huff, do the warm-ups without me. I'm doing my cardio on the way to the spot. Adam-kun, you already left UA. All Might sounded genuinely confused. He was currently standing at the UA main gate, wearing an oversized black tracksuit, an electric scooter parked beside him. I didn't send you the location for Takoba Seaside Park yet. I came here to guide you. Cough, cough, gag. Adam nearly choked on his own saliva. His face turned a shade of crimson that rivaled a ripe tomato. Ah, thank you, uncle, for the sentiment. I really didn't know the way. Adam pivoted the ship of lies with master-class precision. But you misunderstood, Uncle Yagi. I'm on my way from the fake city area to the UA main entrance. I haven't left the grounds yet because that gigantic gate. It's so huge I couldn't figure out how to open it. I've been running in circles. One lie requires 1,000 more to fortify it. Adam stood there in his messy room, gesturing wildly with his free hand as if All Might could see his struggle. All Might paused, his intuition tingling. His years of work as a pro hero made him sensitive to unusual vibes, but he brushed it off. Oh, is that so? All right, please, hurry, Adam Shonen. Young Midoriya is already at the beach. He arrived 30 minutes ago. That is the fire, the enthusiasm I want to see from you. 10 minutes. 10 minutes to reach the gate, Uncle Yagi. You know how vast UA is. I don't want to burn all my energy running before the actual training starts. Fine, just hurry up. Understood. The call ended. Adam didn't waste a heartbeat. He bolted for the bathroom. Even though Fricolito had been banished to the void, his biological motherboard still needed to discharge some impurities. He stood over the toilet and closed his eyes, focusing on the emptiness between dimensions. Negation. Release. With a subtle, spatial pop, the sound of reality reclaiming its lost property, Fricolito returned from the abyss. Welcome back, Ibo. You seem energetic. I can feel the draconic fire rising already. Adam smirked, though his eyes were frantic. Don't get comfortable. Make it quick, the void is waiting for you. After a record-breaking, high-pressure discharge, he swiped his hand through the air. Boom. The one-eyed black dragon was banished once more. Good work. See you after I drink too much tea. He performed a lightning-speed voodoo, the cold water snapping his brain into high gear. Fajr was at 6:30 a.m., he'd rather do it here than try to do voodoo on a beach covered in rusty fridges and old tires. He threw on his new gear, black performance joggers, a crisp white tee, and his freshest sneakers. He sprinted to the kitchen, raided the dates box, and stuffed a handful into his pockets like he was loading ammunition. 6:05 a.m., exactly 10 minutes, just like I told Uncle Yagi. He paused at the front door of Adam's estate, a devious, villainous grin stretching across his face. If All Might knew that 10 minutes to the gate actually meant 10 minutes to leave my house, which is miles away from the main UA campus gate, he'd probably get hit with a United States of Discipline smash. But as long as the lies held firm, nothing bad will happen. Lying is haram, you will know why soon. Adam burst out of his estate and sprinted toward the perimeter of ground beta, his sneakers slapping the pavement with a frantic, desperate rhythm. It didn't even take him 10 minutes, panic is a hell of a pre-workout. But as he skidded to a halt, his heart sank. Standing before him was the gate. It wasn't just a gate, it was a towering, monolithic slab of reinforced steel that looked like it could withstand a direct hit from a nuclear warhead. Adam walked up to it, his chest heaving, and gave it a tentative push. Clink. The sound of his hand hitting the metal was the sound of total, unyielding rejection. He scrambled along the frame, his fingers dancing over the smooth surface searching for a keypad, a hidden button, a fingerprint scanner, anything. Clean, it's too clean. Adam hissed, his eyes wide as he looked up at the sheer height of it. No way, the lies are becoming a prophecy. How am I supposed to bypass this? Do I destroy it? If I blast a hole through this thing, Nezu will skin me alive and turn my hide into a fashionable vest. My only option is the skies. Adam didn't have a second to waste on hesitation. He could feel the minutes ticking away, All Might's disappointment looming like a shadow. He closed his eyes and reached deep into the core of his being, channeling the negation power that sat within him like a coiled snake. The goal, flight, or at least, a very stylish imitation of it. I need to coat the negation energy around my body, he coached himself, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. Negate the weight until I'm as light as a dandelion seed. Once I'm weightless, I can float up just like Uraraka Schwann's quirk, crest the gate, and then, gravity on. Fast fall. Negate the impact before I hit the pavement and turn into atom paste. Easy. With the blueprint etched in his mind, Adam willed the energy to move. He visualized it enveloping him like a living shadow, like the iconic, symbiotic black suit of Venom. The ink-black energy responded, surging out of his pores and shrouding him in a thick, light-devouring mist. It crept up his legs, over his torso, and wrapped around his head, leaving only two fierce, glowing gaps for his eyes and a slit for his mouth. He stood there, a silhouette cut out of the world itself. He looked like the legendary, shadowy criminal, from Detective Conan, the unidentified silhouette of a killer. Or perhaps like Kuwaro from Class 1B. But before he could delete his weight, he had to truly feel it. He stood perfectly still, grounding himself. He felt the heavy, invisible pull of the world tugging at his soles, anchoring him to the concrete. Wait, he mused, his internal monologue shifting into a philosophical gear. Gravity and weight, they're the same thing, aren't they? Like weight had no meaning without gravity and gravity had no meaning without weight, yin-yang type shit. Alright, I don't understand this deep shit, let me simplify it. So we were created from the soil, so technically, Mother Earth is our mamita. But she's the toxic type of mom, the one who doesn't want her kids to ever leave the house. That's what gravity is, the clingy, morbid love of mamita Earth. Weight is just that heavy, annoying pressure in my boots saying, you belong to me. It's the shackles that keep me from soaring like the king the firstum. He could feel it now, the stubborn grip of the planet holding his molecules hostage. Sorry, Mamita Earth, he whispered, a sharp, white-toothed grin cutting through his black shroud. Excuse me for a second. I'm just gonna fly over this gate and then I'll come right back to your embrace. Don't miss me too much. The black negation energy flared. It thickened, becoming more viscous, more absolute. He felt the power peak, and in that moment, the Chunabu soul residing in his heart demanded tribute. He threw his head back, his voice dropping into a dramatic, gravelly baritone that echoed off the high walls of the gate. The chains of the terrestrial womb are severed. My soul is no longer weighed down by the shackles of the mundane. Rise, O King of the Void, absolute negation, astral drifter. It was, without question, the most badass thing he had ever said till now. For 3 glorious seconds, Adam felt like the final boss of a world-ending RPG. The black energy flared like a dark supernova, and his boots suddenly lost their grip on the concrete. A sickening, hollow tug pulled at the pit of his stomach, the familiar, draining sensation of overextending his power, like the exhaustion of beating Fricolito 5 times in a row. Then, he was up. He drifted upward with a ghostly silence. He felt light. Too light. The usual heaviness of his muscles, the ache in his shoulders, the very feeling of being contained, it all vanished. He felt like Gojo Satoru after achieving enlightenment, a being of pure, untethered power. He threw his head back, one hand gripping his face in a classic pose of madness, while the other reached out as if to grasp the very sky. A low, vibrating chuckle began in his chest and erupted into a full-blown, theatrical villain laugh. Ha, ha ha ha, ah ha ha ha, I can feel it. The aura debt I've accumulated from all those awkward moments, it's being paid back in full. If there had been an audience, they would have wept at the sheer, unadulterated, cool, radiating from his silhouette. But as his souls left the ground fully, the universe decided to remind Adam that he had skipped physics class. Wait, why is the gate tilted? The horizon suddenly lurched 30 degrees to the left. Then the sky was under his feet. Then the gate was upside down. A slight, almost imperceptible morning breeze brushed against his black-shrouded chest. To a normal person, it was a refreshing wind. To a man with zero weight, it was a giant's hand shoving a feather. Without weight to provide friction or a center of gravity to anchor him, Adam's stability had effectively ceased to exist. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. The majestic, astral drifter, immediately devolved into a disaster. Without an anchor, he began to tip. Then he began to tilt. Within seconds, Adam was spinning like a discarded candy wrapper trapped in a hurricane. He wasn't flying, he was rotating on a horizontal axis at high speed, his limbs flailing wildly as he drifted upward. He bypassed the top of the gate not with a heroic leap, but as a frantically rotating, screaming human Beyblade. I'm spinning. Why am I spinning? Earth, I take it back. Mamita, take me back. He cleared the massive structure in seconds, but he wasn't stopping. The momentum of his ascension was carrying him higher and higher. The ground beta buildings began to shrink, looking like Lego sets for toddlers. The main UA campus became a distant toy in a sandbox. I'm going to space. Oh my god, I'm actually going to space. I didn't pack a suit. I don't have a helmet. No oxygen. I'm going to become a frozen atom sickle in the vacuum of the void just because I wanted to look cool. He looked up, or down, he couldn't tell because the world was a dizzying blur of blue and green, and saw the sky deepening into a darker shade. Every time he flailed his arms to stop the spinning, the lack of air resistance caused his body to whip around even faster. He was a black blur of panic, ascending toward the stratosphere. Think, Adam, think. Use that big, beautiful, delusional brain of yours. In the grip of life and death terror, Adam's mind finally hit a gear it had never touched before. The air was thinning. Every breath Adam took felt like trying to drink through a clogged straw. If he lifted the negation now, he'd plummet like a meteor. If I drop now, I'll hit terminal velocity in seconds, his brain screamed, the survival instinct finally overclocking his common sense. I'll black out. And if I lose consciousness before I can reactivate the negation near the ground, I'm not just dead, I'm a splash of red paint on the sidewalk. Instant death. Game over. No respawn. His only hope was the skeletal legend below. Kya, Almighty Sama, save me. The scream was a masterpiece of desperation, a pure, high-pitched, damsel in distress shriek that would have made a Victorian noblewoman proud. Below, in front of the massive UA entrance, Toshinori Yagi was leaning against his electric scooter, peacefully sipping a cup coffee. In his skeletal form, without the power of one for all coursing through his veins, the former number one hero just had normal, middle-aged ears. He was blissfully oblivious to the fact that his prize student was currently becoming a low-orbit satellite. He just watched a stray leaf tumble by, thinking about how quiet the morning was. Adam wailed again, his voice cracking against the wind. Nothing. Toshinori just took another sip. Tears began to prick at the corners of Adam's eyes, half from the biting, sub-zero chill of the high altitude, half from the sheer, unadulterated terror of his situation. His venom shroud flickered as his concentration wavered. The wind was a physical weight now, distorting the skin on his face, flapping his cheeks like a bulldog in a hurricane. Ya Rab, help me. I don't want to die yet. Adam sobbed into the void. I haven't even seen Momo Schwan in person. I haven't even started my harem arc. I swear, if I survive this, I'll make Mineta and Kaminari eunuchs. I'll bring them to the dean myself. Just let me live. A flock of seagulls drifted past him, their wings flapping in a lazy, confused rhythm. They hovered near the black, spinning mass for a few seconds, tilted their heads, and let out a series of inquisitive squawks. To them, this was a strange, new, featherless bird, possibly a potential mate. But after hearing Adam's pathetic, high-pitched wails, the lead seagull let out a disgusted screech and banked left. They couldn't afford to dilute their bloodline with such a crybaby. Even the birds are judging me. Adam's eyes snapped open, a spark of defiant, unyielding Moroccan fire igniting in his chest. Fine. If the sky won't have me, and the earth wants to kill me, I'll carve my own path. He wouldn't give up. Not like this. He was Adam al-Hantakor, the man who negated reality itself. Mustering every ounce of his willpower, he fought the spinning momentum. He visualized his body not as a leaf but as a rudder. Slowly, agonizingly, he forced his limbs to stop flailing and locked them into a horizontal, airplane, position, arms wide, legs spread. The moment he hit the pose, the chaotic rotation stopped. The upward airflow, which had been launching him toward space, suddenly hit his flat chest and suspended him. He was stable. He was floating. He didn't dare look down. If he saw the sheer drop, his heart would probably jump out of his mouth and leave the rest of him behind. His pulse was a frantic drumbeat against his ribs, the thrill of escaping the vacuum of space clashing with the terror of the impending fall. I have to move forward, he wheezed, the cold air stinging his lungs. I need to reach the main gate. If I drop directly over All Might, even if I faint, he'll have to catch me. It's the perfect, foolproof plan. But how do you move in the sky without spinning again? He tried flapping his hands like a bird. Whoosh. He lifted another 3 meters. No. Wrong. Flapping creates lift. I don't need lift, I have too much lift. I need thrust. He looked at the air ahead of him. It was thick, resisting him. If gravity was Mamita Earth, then the air was just a very thin, very cold ocean. Swimming. I have to swim through the sky. It was the most ridiculous, undignified sight in the history of UA High. A boy clad in a black, inky shroud, performing a frantic, wide-eyed breaststroke through the clouds. His hands cupped the air, scooping the currents and shoving them behind him. His legs kicked with the desperation of a man fleeing a shark. And it worked. I'm doing it. I'm actually doing it. Fear me, Michael Phelps. I am the shark of the stratosphere. The predator of the blue. He rode with Herculean effort, his muscles screaming under the strain of pushing against the high-altitude resistance. He kept his gaze locked forward, refusing to acknowledge the abyss below. I believe I can swim. I believe I can touch the ground, Mamita Earth, I love you. I finally get it. I know why you keep us down. It's scary up here. I'm sorry I called you toxic. The rooftops of UA began to crawl beneath him. Finally, the iconic, H-shaped main building and the front gate appeared in his periphery. He was still thousands of feet up, his arms burning as if they'd been dipped in acid. Okay, Mamita, I'm coming home. Don't drop me too hard. He squinted his eyes, bracing his soul. This was the moment of truth. If he timed it wrong, he'd transform from Adam al-Hantakor into Adam al-Kebab, a flattened skewer of meat on the asphalt. 1, 2, 3. He ruthlessly cut the power. The negation vanished. In a heartbeat, the chains of the terrestrial womb slammed back into place. Gravity didn't just pull him, it yanked him. The weight of his own body returned with the force of a freight train, and the world began to rush upward at a terrifying velocity. La ilaha illallah. He screamed the Tawhid at the top of his lungs, a final insurance policy for his soul. He was a black streak of terror, falling from the heavens like a meteor, straight toward the unsuspecting, coffee-sipping symbol of peace. Ooh, a main entrance. Uncle Yagi was taking a slow, methodical sip of his coffee, his sunken eyes staring blankly at the asphalt. Adam Shonen is far too undisciplined, he muttered into the rim of the plastic cup, his voice a dry rasp. Laziness is a weed that chokes the heart of a hero. I need to find a spark, a way to make him love the grind, not just the glory. He has the spirit, but his legs are stuck in the mud. He won't stay committed unless something truly pushes him. La ilaha illallah. A jagged, vibrating scream tore through the morning silence, echoing off the glass towers of the UA main building. Toshinori paused, the coffee halfway to his lips. He let out a long, weary sigh. It seems I need to rest. Dealing with that boy is giving me auditory hallucinations. I'm starting to hear his unexpected shouts in my very soul. Perhaps a trip to a hot spring will help me relax. My spirit is tired. La ilaha illa Allah, la ilaha illa Allah, la ilaha illa Allah. Uncle Yagi froze. That wasn't his imagination. The scream was getting clearer, louder. It sounded like it was coming from above. He slowly tilted his head back, his neck vertebrae popping in the silence. Puffff. A literal fountain of blood erupted from Toshinori's mouth, spraying the windshield of his scooter. In his shock, his hand spasmed, crushing the plastic coffee cup into a mangled, dripping wreck. Adam Shonen. High above, a black, blurred shape was plummeting through the sky. Adam was currently experiencing a biological system failure. The moment he had cut his weight negation, the sheer, visceral terror of the drop had overwhelmed his nervous system. He was flickering, fainting for a second, waking up to scream, then blacking out again. As he cleared the height of the H-shaped main building, the sight of the approaching pavement acted like a shot of adrenaline to his heart. I'm going to become kafta. For those unaware, kafta is ground meat. With a final, desperate roar of niggaaa. He dumped every remaining drop of his energy into one last weight negation burst. The drain was catastrophic. It felt like slaying the flood dragon 10 times in a row without a break, a feat synonymous with spiritual and physical suicide. His limbs turned to jelly, his eyelids grew heavy, and his brain felt like it was being scrubbed with sandpaper. The power held. His momentum screeched to a halt, his body bobbing in the air about 40 meters above the ground. He was a limp, black-shrouded ragdoll, slowly drifting upward again because he was too exhausted to maintain his airplane posture. He looked down through half-closed eyes and saw the tiny, skeletal figure of All Might staring up in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Adam channeled the last of his life force into his vocal cords. All Might wa aatq. Save me, save me. The desperation in the boy's voice snapped Toshinori out of his trance. He didn't think, he acted. Puff. A massive cloud of steam exploded from his frame as he forced his body into its muscular Golden Age form. The symbol of peace stood tall, his cape, if he were wearing one, would have billowed majestically. My trump card. Ahem. My nephew. With a thunderous boom, All Might launched himself into the sky, leaving a spiderweb of shattered concrete in his wake. He soared through the air, his massive arms reaching out to catch the floating, starving boy. He scooped Adam up in a perfect, textbook princess carry and glided back down, landing with the grace of a falling leaf despite his massive weight. Adam Shonen. Do not fret, for I am here. Adam's eyes snapped wide open. The hero's face was inches from his own, the same face from the nightmare. The same jawline. The same overwhelming presence. Adam felt a wave of goosebumps ripple across his skin, his sunflower tightened instinctively. He desperately wanted to squirm away, but his body was a useless husk. He settled for a weak, trembling nod as he looked up at his savior. Uncle Yagi, he croaked. Arigato, very much. I thought I was meeting the angel of death. What happened? All Might's voice boomed with genuine panic. His heart was hammering against his ribs. His X-rank secret weapon, the boy meant to negate all for one, had almost been reduced to a stain on the sidewalk. Were you kidnapped? Did a villain launch you into the stratosphere? Explain yourself. Adam didn't answer. The spinning, the sky swimming, and the suicidal energy dump had bottomed out his stamina. He was currently using bits of his own lifespan just to keep his eyes open. Uncle Yagi, he muttered, his head lolling against All Might's bicep. Let me eat. I'm dying. My stomach is eating my spine. I can't think straight. Eat. Eat what? All Might asked, his brow furrowed as he gently set Adam down on the grass. Adam couldn't move a finger. His arms felt like heavy bags of wet sand. Uncle Yagi, dates. In my pockets. Feed me. Onegai shitmasu. Despite the gravity of the situation, All Might's lip twitched. He decided not to correct Adam's Japanese at a time like this. He reached into the bulging cargo pockets of Adam's pants. He pulled out a handful of dates that had been crushed into a singular, sticky mass. They were covered in lint and threads from the fabric of his pants, looking like something salvaged from a shipwreck. All Might didn't hesitate. he began peeling them off the mass and feeding them to the boy like a mother bird. Adam swallowed them greedily, spitting the pits onto the grass with rhythmic precision. After the 10th date, All Might stopped. Adam Shonen, you should save some for after the workout. Uncle, add one more, Adam gasped, his eyes pleading. I must follow the sunnah. We don't eat even numbers, only odd. 1, 3, 5, 7, 11. I need the 11th. Are you kidding me? All Might stared at him. Even now, in this state, Uncle Yagi, Adam whispered, our religion covers all aspects. Literally, all of them. All Might sighed, defeated by the boy's piety, and popped the 11th date into Adam's mouth. Cough. Choke. In his delirious hunger, Adam got distracted from speaking to All Might. He forgot to spit. He swallowed the date whole, pit and all. Cough. Hack. Uncle. Give me watar please. Please water. Adam's voice rose into a panicked, water-starved rasp. He sounded exactly like a man who hadn't seen a drop of liquid in 40 years. Water please. The hard, jagged core of the date was lodged horizontally in his throat. His face began to turn a terrifying shade of purple. Adam Shonen. All Might panicked. My AFO negating weapon is choking on a piece of fruit. He didn't have water, but he had the ultimate emergency protocol. Detroit. Smack. He delivered a controlled, open-palmed strike to Adam's back, just enough force to shatter a brick wall, but hopefully not Adam's spine. Hoa. The effect was instantaneous. The date pit flew out of Adam's mouth like a .50 caliber bullet, whistling through the air and embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. HUF. Hav. HUF. Hav. Adam sucked in the morning air as if it were pure gold. The purple tint faded, replaced by a flushed, healthy red. Then, the pain hit. My back. Adam's voice didn't just crack, it transformed. It was a high-pitched, heavily feminine wail of pure agony, the kind of sound a magical girl makes when she hurt her finger. All Might froze. He stood there, hand still raised, unable to process the sound that had just come out of his student. This wasn't the loud, harsh, ear-grinding voice of Adam Al-Hantakor. This was something else. They say behind every great man is a great woman, All Might thought, his brain short-circuiting. But for Adam Shonen, it seems she is living inside his throat. Could it be the trauma? Falling from the sky, choking on a pit, poor boy. He's been through a spiritual meat grinder today. All Might shook his head, finally remembering the most important mystery of the morning. Adam Shonen, I have to know, why, in the name of all that is holy, were you falling from the sky? Adam regulated his breathing, his hand surreptitiously massaging the spot on his back where All Might's Detroit smack had nearly sent his soul to the afterlife. He took a moment to recalibrate, carefully filtering his thoughts. He needed to rephrase the disaster in a way that wouldn't cost him any more aura. In the presence of the symbol of peace, image was everything. He looked All Might dead in the eye, straight face, no blush, no tremor. The lie was forged in the fires of 1,000 keyboard battles. It was fluid. It was airtight. Uncle, Adam began, his voice dropping into a tone of quiet, heroic resignation. It was that damned gate. It's a difficult obstacle, and I didn't want to mar its surface with my power. So, I innovated. I coated my body in negation, erasing the very concept of weight. Gravity lost its jurisdiction over me. I soared, Uncle, gracefully. Like a man of steel, Superman-ish flight, I was immersed in the thrill of the heavens, maneuvering through the clouds like a raptor. He paused for dramatic effect, looking wistfully at the sky. It was a dream achieved. But alas, even a king has his limits. My stamina flickered, and the earth reclaimed me. Fortunately, I managed to arrest my momentum just before impact, and you were there to anchor me. Ya Rab, forgive me for this fiction, but my aura is in the red. I can't afford a bankruptcy. All Might's eyes widened. You can fly, Adam Shonen. That is a remarkable application of your quirk. Flight is a rare and prestigious ability. Your potential truly is a bottomless well, we just need to keep digging. He beamed, his skeletal face cracking into a wide, heartfelt smile. We'll have to incorporate aerial maneuvers into your regime. Perhaps I can call in a favor from Hawks, he'd be the perfect mentor to sharpen your mobility. Adam's face went from heroic legend to Victorian ghost in a fraction of a second. Please, spare me. I never want to leave the ground again. I'm a creature of the soil. A son of Mamita Earth. Anyway, All Might continued, oblivious to Adam's internal screaming. We must hurry. Young Midoriya has been waiting at the beach for nearly an hour. Can you walk? The scooter is a solo vehicle. I'm afraid I can't give you a lift. Adam's eyes lit up. A localized lightning bolt of inspiration struck his brain. This was it, the perfect opportunity to farm massive amounts of aura from Midoriya. I can't arrive running like a drenched dog, he thought, his mind racing at overclocked speeds. If I show up panting and covered in sweat, my overpowered senior brother persona will crumble. I need a grand entrance. I need to look like a senior immortal cultivator descending from the mountain. Wait. He looked at the electric scooter. He looked at All Might's broad shoulders. If I make myself weightless and hitch a ride, I can float behind him like a Taoist immortal. No sweat, no effort, just pure, unadulterated coolness. I'll sit cross-legged in the air, shrouded in the black void, its peak aesthetic. Adam stood up, his exhaustion replaced by the thrill of a new delusion. Uncle, I have a vision. What is it now? All Might asked, his voice laced with the caution of a man who knew Adam's ideas usually ended in property damage or public indecency. He felt like the boy carried a localized curse, possibly from a disgruntled aunt, that turned every cool moment into a tragedy. I'll negate my weight again, Adam explained, gesturing wildly. I'll just grab your shoulders while you drive. You won't even feel me. I'll save my energy for the actual training, and we'll arrive twice as fast. It's the ultimate tactical maneuver. All Might pondered this. It sounds plausible, but doesn't the negation still drain you? And if you're going to float, why not just fly there? Swimming, flying, is a high-level art I haven't mastered yet, Adam corrected quickly, a cold sweat breaking out at the thought of the stratosphere. This is much more efficient. Trust me. Fine, let's not waste another second. All Might mounted the small electric scooter. Adam moved into position behind him, his eyes narrowing as he summoned the abyss. The ink-black energy surged forth, thicker and darker than before, wrapping around him until he was a silhouette that seemed to swallow the morning light. All Might glanced back, noting that in this form, Adam's blackness was absolute, a void that went beyond skin tone. The boy truly held the ultimate N-word pass. Absolute Nigation, supreme lotus of effortless transportation. Adam bellowed. All Might, having learned his lesson, had already braced his eardrums. He felt the boy's grip on his shoulders suddenly become iron-tight. Despite being weightless, Adam was clinging to the hero's trapezius muscles with the strength of a man who feared the sky was a hungry mouth. Adam floated upward, crossing his legs in a perfect meditative lotus position midair. To any observer, he looked like a dark, floating monk being towed by a skeletal man on a scooter. All Might, deadpan face. Adam, relieved face. Uncle, let us depart, Adam said, his voice reaching a new level of pretentious calm. Junior apprentice brother Mi Duo Li awaits our arrival. Adam shonen, his name is Midoriya. All Might sighed, kicking the scooter into gear. Uncle Yagitien Shen no Li Yagi Toshinori, from this moment on, I am the eldest disciple Adao Mohan Ta Ko'er, Adam declared, his eyes closed as the wind began to whip his shroud. We are bound by the ancient laws of master and student. Let us not dally, every second we are late is a drop of aura lost in the eyes of the junior disciple. All Might let out a long, weary breath that seemed to carry the weight of the entire world. He didn't have the energy to argue with the Chinese cultivator delusions currently cooking in Adam's brain. He just twisted the throttle. The scooter hummed to life, accelerating down the road toward Takoba Beach, with the shadow monk of UA trailing behind like a very intense, very delusional kite. The morning air at Takoba Beach didn't offer the refreshing, briny kiss of the Pacific, instead, it slapped the lungs with the scent of sun-rotted cabbage, rusted refrigerators, and the fermented, shattered dreams of 1,000 illegal dumpers. Standing near the stairs leading down to this towering monument of urban neglect was Izuku Midoriya. Clad in a cyan tracksuit a size too large and his signature, clunky red shoes, he looked like a jittery neon sign blinking in the dawn. His feet weren't just tapping, they were performing a high-speed, anxiety-driven percussion solo on the cracked pavement. Every 10 seconds, his thumb spasmed against his phone screen, a reflexive twitch to check the time. His eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with dark, bruised circles. Sleep. Sleep was for people who weren't about to inherit the spark of the world's greatest hero. To Izuku, this morning wasn't just a training session, it was a new beginning after the end, the first chapter in his story to become the greatest hero. It was like knowing that tomorrow you were finally going to marry your lifelong crush, the one and only Miriam, achieving a salvation you'd sought for 15 years. It was the promise of nirvana, the definitive end of the root of all problems. A normal human would likely expire from heart failure before the sun even rose from the sheer, agonizing weight of the anticipation. To my future wife, I'm documenting this now so I can act like a mastermind at our wedding, pretending every detail was part of a grand design. Worried your name isn't Miriam? Relax. Control+H is my love language. One quick find and replace and you're officially my soulmate. You married a genius foo. All Might called at 5:25. He said he was coming with the black-haired boy. The one with that darkness power, Izuku whispered, his voice cracking like dry parchment. It's 6:35. The sun is going to breach the horizon in 40 minutes. Why are they late? Why? His mind, a runaway freight train of over-analysis, immediately veered into the dark tunnels of self-doubt. Logically, All Might is a man of his word. But logic also says I'm a quirkless nobody. Did he realize it? Did he talk to that other boy and realize he is a much better vessel for one for all than nothing? Is this a test of my patience? Is he watching me from that pile of old tires to see if I'll crumble? Yes, a hero must endure the unendurable. I will stand here until I turn into a statue of resolve. The poor kid had no idea that his test of resolve was actually just the result of a Moroccan teenager's complete lack of consideration. Adam had grown up in a culture where appointments and rendezvous was a mere suggestion. To Adam, arriving late was more than a habit, it was a defensive mechanism, a trauma coping strategy, and a way to ensure he was the one being waited for. In his mind, the one who arrives last holds the most aura. To the Japanese mind, time was sacred. To Izuku, this delay was a full-blown existential crisis. Twitch. Izuku's ears, sharpened by years of listening for Bakugo's impending explosions, caught a high-pitched hum. The whir of an electric motor. He spun around, his green eyes shimmering with unshed tears of relief. All Might. The skeletal, hunched figure of Toshinori Yagi puttered into view on his tiny, one-person electric scooter. Izuku's heart soared. Yokata. He wasn't replaced. He wasn't a prank victim. The dream was still alive. But as the scooter drew closer, Izuku's joyous shout died in his throat. His jaw hit his chest with an audible click. All Might ooh, huh. Only now, as the vehicle slowed to a crawl, did he see the anomaly. Floating directly behind All Might was a figure of pure, light-absorbing darkness. It was a silhouette that seemed to have been cut out of the world with a pair of jagged scissors. It was Adam Al-Hantakor. Adam. No, it's Adao Mohan Ta-Koer. Respect the vibes I'm working my ass off to create. He was floating cross-legged in a meditative lotus position, his eyes closed in a mask of serene, enlightened arrogance. He looked like an ominous, dark spirit tethered to the back of the skinny #1 hero. Midoriya wouldn't have doubted it for a second if someone told him this cursed entity was the very thing devouring All Might's vitality. Adam's fingers were subtly, secretly hooked into the back of All Might's shirt, gripping the fabric with the white-knuckled intensity of a man who absolutely did not trust his own flight. Adam, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me thrice, stop fooling me. Shame on you. Fool me the 4th time. Damn you, still shame on you. I'm not falling again. Midoriya Shonen, All Might wheezed, stepping off the scooter. Adam remained suspended in the air beside him, drifting slightly like a sinister balloon. Forgive the delay. We encountered some complications. Izuku didn't even hear the apology. His quirk nerd brain had just hit a 1000% overclock. He's floating. He's actually floating without any visible propulsion. Is it telekinesis? Is his power not shattering, as I deduced? Is that black energy the medium for his flight? Destruction, flight, such a powerful quirk. I'm envious. If I were All Might, I'd definitely consider him the primary successor. With this quirk plus one for all, he'd be number one in the world. A quirkless person like me, stand no chance, I should just give up. Midoriya's thoughts drifted from the excitement of discovery back into the abyss of pessimism, doubting his worthiness for the mantle. No problem, All Might. Izuku blurted out, his hands waving frantically to hide the worries buried in the deepest part of his heart. I was just enjoying the sea breeze. It's very, refreshing. All Might, who is? He pointed a trembling finger at the floating dark monk. He recognized Adam from the sludge villain incident, but the two were still strangers. He wanted to bridge the gap, but also to probe All Might on why this rival was here. Oh, this is All Might's attempt at a normal introduction was cut off by Adam slowly raising a single, dark-shrouded finger. The movement was agonizingly slow, calculated to maximize the aura being projected. Adam didn't just get off the scooter. He drifted. With a subtle push of his finger, he released his grip on All Might's sweat-soaked shirt and floated forward. He uncrossed his legs with the grace of a slow-motion cinematic and landed with an agonizingly deliberate softness. He manually shut down the negation power the second his soles touched the sand. He didn't want the junior apprentice brother Mi Duoliya to see him accidentally soar into the immortal realm during their first meeting. His eyes remained half-closed, mimicking the squint of a dangerous anime villain. It was the danger squint, designed to look cool, but also to help him concentrate on not letting his energy spiral out of control. Sigh, All Might thought, shielding his eyes from the sheer second-hand embarrassment. He shot Midoriya a look that was 50% apology and 50% pure pity. Here it comes. The spiritual meat grinder is starting. Midoriya Shonen, please bear with me, it'll be over eventually. Adam's internal visualization was hitting level 999. To maintain the shroud, he had to squeeze his glutes with enough force to crush a walnut, preventing the energy from receding back into his pores. The black inky substance began to ripple. It was reacting to his will. He visualized the malicious, overwhelming nen of the like Illumi Zoldyck in angry mode, mixed with the aura of a demon lord. The shroud expanded, thinning out into a jagged, smoky, outer glow that danced around him like dark flames. Young Midoriya's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Sugoi. Midoriya's brain was already filling 3 mental notebooks. He can manipulate the density. It's like a dark, sentient flame, but why are the vibes suddenly turning so funerary? Why isn't he speaking? And why? Izuku's eyes darted to All Might. The symbol of peace was looking at him with an expression of profound, soul-crushing pity. To All Might, it was the look you give a puppy about to be barked at by a very loud, very stupid dog. But to Izuku, it was the look an executioner gives a prisoner before pulling the lever. Why is he looking at me like I'm about to suffer a terrible fate? Izuku's breath hitched. And why is the black energy getting thicker? He hasn't looked at me once, he's still got his eyes squeezed shut like he's trying to avoid looking at me. Why am I sweating hard? Gulp. In the crushing silence of the garbage-filled beach, Izuku's trauma response brain did what it did best, it reached the most catastrophic conclusion possible. He suddenly recalled the sludge villain incident. He remembered the way that inky, black energy had swallowed the villain whole, followed by that horrifying pop, the sound of the villain being shattered into pieces. A cold, icy realization doused Midoriya's soul. A possibility surfaced in his mind. They've brought me here to silence me. The thought hit him like a Detroit smash to the gut. No, Izuku, stop. Don't wrong him. All Might is the symbol of peace. He's a hero. He wouldn't. His eyes scanned the environment with frantic, paranoid precision. Single quote. But this is the perfect spot for a body disposal. There are thousands of tons of metal to hide a corpse under. And this boy, his power is literally tailored for a cleanup. No blood, no traces, just destruction. Total molecular destruction. It makes sense. I'm a quirkless nobody with a weak heart. I'm a liability for the greatest secret in hero history. I know about One for All. I know about his injury. I know about that villain All for One. I know too much. I'm the loose end. He looked at All Might again. The hero had now covered his ears. He doesn't want to hear my screams, and closed his eyes. He can't bear to watch his fanboy die. Then he looked at Adam. The boy's face was a mask of cold, bloodshot determination. He looked like an assassin who had just been told his target was a small, green-haired child and had decided to do it against his will. But, I don't want to die. I haven't even had breakfast. Adam's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. They were bloodshot and blazing with a terrifying, delusional excitement. The black shroud surged forward like a tidal wave of ink. Izuku's knees turned into cooked noodles. He saw his future, a headline in the morning paper about a missing quirkless boy, while All Might and the boy trained in peace. Oka-san, I'm sorry. Adam willed the negation energy to pounce forward like a dark tide. He was trying to mimic Hisoka's Ren, from Hunter x Hunter, a baptism of aura to let the junior apprentice know exactly who the eldest brother was. Feel my aura, mi duo liya. Feel my love. Respect me. I have been face-slapped since I arrived in this world. Help me regain my face, please. All Might's pro-hero instincts flared. Oh no, not the scream. With the speed of a man avoiding a detonation, All Might channeled One for All into his arms just to slam his palms over his ears. Wait, all mighttoo. Midoriya shrieked, taking a step back. The bloody red eyes, filled with a killing intent, and the sight of All Might cowering in a bracing for impact pose confirmed his fears. He doesn't want to see me disintegrate. Mom, save me, Hakai. Hearing that word, Midoriya saw his entire life flash before his eyes. He saw his body shrouded in black energy, turned into tiny pieces scattered across the trash, destined to be eaten by seagulls. Goodbye, Oka-san. I'll never disobey you again. The image of his mother crying over an empty grave flooded his mind. He closed his eyes and accepted the sweet release of death. The shout didn't just vibrate the air, it shattered the morning peace like a sledgehammer to a glass window. The negation power flared outward in a 2-meter radius of pure, swirling darkness. Adam looked like the protagonist of a dark shonen at the peak of a mental breakdown, pure Gon versus pedo energy. The roar echoed through the residential district nearby. Retirees fell out of their beds. Dogs began to howl. Somewhere, a car alarm went off. As for Izuku, the boy simply ceased to function. The color drained from his face, leaving him a pale, vibrating statue. His heartbeat skipped a beat, then two. His soul left his body to seek asylum in a different dimension. He stood there, eyes wide and hollow, before his knees buckled and he started falling backward. Midoriya Shonen, hold on to your consciousness. All Might coughed up a spray of blood, rushing forward to catch the stunned youth before he toppled into the trash. Adam stood in the center of his dark whirlwind, a smug, lopsided smile on his face. He looked at the unconscious Izuku and nodded to himself in triumph. The eldest brother persona is established, Adam thought. Look at him, paralyzed by my sheer presence. He couldn't handle the aura. As expected of Hantakor-sama. I see now. My previous failures were just bad targeting. My true audience is the 15 and under demographic. I see. Adam stroked his non-existent beard in a gesture of profound